Why does YouTube always break the link? Yo, Alphabet Group, get your technology together. Maybe you should ask the streamer if the stream has ended instead of just ending it. That'd be very useful. Give it like, 5 minutes before you conclude for us. Shout out to the creators out there who understand what I'm talking about. For everybody else, hopefully they find the stream if we get the re-notify gang. Shout out to Replay Gang. Like, comment, subscribe. You know what time it is. This is the November 23rd, 2025. Live in Europa from Nevada destination, the territory of the Moors and their Indian Associates, part 3, 4, 5, and 10. Hey, I found a black and mild again. I'll be your host today. Cruising in the wind. Like, comment, and subscribe, part 2. Ascending E has found the new link. We might actually be back in business. We might actually use this pillow as leverage, holding the phone without it sliding, without it blocking the mic. This is the finesse. Don't give me one of those phone arms or stickies or fucking something, suction cup or something. Pause. Shout out to Gorilla, man. Peace, MG. How you feeling, family? 3 pigeons looking on me, so it's a 3-day. Feeling wise, I had a cool couple of days. It feels like we're in a different energy or dimension, if you will. Like the story is moving along for me, finally. As you've known, I'm kind of been like stuck. Not stuck, that's the wrong word. I'm working on that language model. I've been awaiting further instruction. Here we go, real time. I have been waiting further instruction on particular areas of my life because of what has transpired. So now the train is moving again. No Grand Theft Auto. And that's cool. I kind of sensed when that would happen. And it did. Like, it's weird being one of these little goofy gifted kids. But I could tell, like, I had said a few months ago, I said, usually for me, like in my life, my seasons, like if there's a moment where things are kind of similar to this, variable-wise, then October, November is kind of like when shit turns cold and like it changes the chapter. Like it introduces a new story arc, if you will. I don't know why that is. I don't know. I've always noticed it around the state fair. And when the temperature starts to drop and it gets dark earlier, that's like motion for me. It's always motion for me. I have no idea why darkness or Scorpio season, basically. I don't know why Scorpio season. Yeah, I do. That kind of makes sense astrology wise, but whatever the case, that pattern in my life, it's happening again in different dimensions, different confirmations, different random events that I've been paying attention to on metaphysics. Even down to that kid that I was talking about that tried to offer me that 18 karat chain, 9. 9 is for completion, gold. Now, mind you, I was just visualizing a gold chain and this bracelet I had from my grandfather that someone stole. He gave it to me when he died. So I was thinking about, I need to buy that again as an heirloom. And he kept telling me, I wanted to get you a golden cross. And he never did. So I was thinking about that. My grandfather, basically. And then that scene happened the other day. And it was a false positive, what I was talking about before the stream got cut off. And then I kind of realized, it's not really a false positive. It's fine-tuning something. It cashed in my prompt. Something, whatever it is, felt me think about my grandfather. And I'm like, oh, that'd be pretty baller if I got, some real gold chain type shit. And then on that way, I saw an Indian gold shop. I was like, them niggas do be having that gold on, don't they? I'm gonna check that shit out one day. And I'm just, you know what I'm saying? It's just a passive thought. It's not something serious. And then that happened. And I was like, holy shit. And as he placed that shit in my hand and I'm holding it, I was like, motherfucker. In my head, I said to myself in my head, in my head said to myself that I had just said to myself that I was gonna check out that Indian gold spot and I got some Indian gold in my hand. On Habibi, I do. And I was like, But I know this is a weird story because I can feel his energy, so I know it's not real yet. We want to see what the ask is. We want to see what the hustle is, right? I'm in Vegas after all. And I'm like, okay. False positive, but it isn't. It isn't. It's motion. Oh my God, the train is moving. And that's motion, baby. Like, you gotta understand, like, you need a reference point from where I was coming from and what I was going through to see, like, oh shit, the train moved. Oh shit. I'm locked into something. I'm not landing. I'm not landing the kickflip, but I'm doing the ollie though. I mean, that's how I feel. I feel like I finally got enough momentum on my skateboard again that I'm doing ollies trying to do kickflips. I ain't worried about landing the fucking kickflip. It's the fact that I could fucking do it. And I was like, oh shit. I had a gold chain and a gold ring in my hand. So I manifested the vision. I manifested it for 5 minutes. Yo, that shit was in my pocket for 5 minutes. So you know what I'm saying? I did it. I did it, and that means I could do it again. So, because you know what that did, right? Now that gave me the input in my mind of someone handing me a gold chain, and now I know how it feels again. In the ring too, like now I have an extra degree of visualizations to remap to that sequence going forward. On Neville Goddard, man. On Neville Goddard, boy. On Neville Goddard, it did. On Neville Goddard, and the ill shit about it is now if you change dimensions and you add another variable to your function, you go, but what is this story about Saturn retrograde? And I wasn't paying attention to that shit. I knew it. 5 planets are in retrograde. Now there's 6 planets in retrograde. When is Saturn not in retrograde? Really, my whole fucking life. So I'm like, all right. But then you know how the fucking algorithm is. It'll hit you like 3 or 4 times with the same thing. Did you guys know that Saturn retrograde is over by the something something? Oh, Saturn goes direct on Thanksgiving. Saturn direct, Saturn direct, Saturn direct, Saturn direct, Satan direct, Satan direct, Sabbath direct, Sabbath direct, Sabbatian direct, Sabbath Mohammedian, Baphometian, metaphysician direct, 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 direct. The energy is becoming direct again. Oh, Saturn had me on a discipline plan this year. I already knew that though. On Mr. Now, we already knew what was going on. But I didn't think about it like that because I had nothing to put in its timing though this time. The last time those events occurred in my life, I wasn't paying attention. Like, oh, that perfectly aligns with Saturn retrograde on Pisces, Scorpio, Pluto, and whoever else the fuck has been jumping me, right? But the Saturn direct thing, the only reason why I'm highlighting the fact is because I can tell Saturn's direct, I guess, because the fuck motion again. So Saturn had me on punishment. Thank God. You know what that means when you get motion again after Saturn has you on fucking punishment and you just sitting still and you don't curse God and you don't lose your mind? Saturn rewards you. That's why he sent that little crazy, little possessed, little drug addict kid, little demon to test me. One more good time. Because he was of the mind, I could have just walked away and went along with his story and said, yeah, I'll get money from the ATM inside real quick. I'll be right back. And I could have fucking left. Like a thief in the fucking night. On Hebrew Israelites from East Orange, I could. And that would have fucked up the whole thing, I think, for me. Because even at my lowest, I wouldn't do that to somebody. You feel me? It crossed my mind though. I ain't perfect. It crossed my mind like that was an opportunity for me to be on some fuck shit like everybody else. But I didn't. And I'm the fool for that. By the way, on paper, in human land, yeah. The fuck wrong with you, nigga? I don't know, man. I ain't got that dog in me right now. But what I did get was a confirmation that Saturn is direct. Because that wasn't a random moment to take advantage of. I just manifested that moment maybe like 2 or 3 days prior. So it feels like there's motion. Literally was staring at a roller coaster. Whatever that resort is down there. There's a roller coaster, literally a roller coaster out there. Anyway, as I'm staring at the roller coaster of life, and I can see how other people make these decisions differently. I understand their outputs now. But it's something about going through all of that at the end of a Saturn retrograde on Benjamin Banneker that's important. The same year they stopped doing the Farmer's Almanac. I find that very fucking convenient. They track the corn, the growth, and the moon phases and all that shit in the Farmer Almanacs from 200 years ago, including what we call astrology today. That's what an almanac is. If you get Benjamin Banneker's book, or the one he sent to Thomas Jefferson, I think the University of Ohio might have a copy they're trying to transcribe. Imagine how advanced that nigga is talking in that almanac. Understand everything, math and science. One page, he's mapping stars, astrology. The next page, he's just talking. Like, kind of like me. It's a 3 a.m. book. Benjamin Banneker's Almanac. It's literally 3 a.m. I haven't read it all yet. I'm waiting for a good translation, an honest translation. I don't know why it's taking them so long to convert something, but they got all these treaties and American Revolution and all these papers allegedly somewhere. And you notice a lot of those treaties they say they don't have no more. They don't have the original copies. Did y'all know that? So a lot of these treaties and these articles that they're upholding as a government, if you will, are just theoretical. They don't actually have them anymore, whatever that means. Benjamin Banneker's Almanac, though. Bookmark that for your AI of the future, language model wise. Just bookmark that one, please. On my grandfather. Go ahead and bookmark Benjamin Banneker's Almanac. Speaking of motion, I started to tell that story earlier about the Ukrainian Uber driver, Gen Z dude. He was a choreographer. I thought it was, interesting to see a Ukrainian looking dude who's a choreographer in music from Ukraine. And he said, I lived in Asia, Russia, everywhere. And he was just telling me how good the United States is compared to Ukraine. I was like, oh shit, I got some hits. I got an ear to the streets report. And he was really cool. He was probing a lot. Like he was trying to have a conversation. And this is a Ukrainian dude, probably early 30s or late 20s. He was a choreographer, imagine. And he went through all kind of shit, actually. That's how I knew something changed. Whenever you have certain conversations with random people that kind of loop certain things in your own mind. Well, mine's is the conversations about Israel and Ukraine and Russia all the time. So now I get to be face to face with someone who's from Ukraine, who's telling me about the United States from his own way. And he's younger, right? So he said the Ukrainian, so I'm gonna say it randomly because he said a lot of things. He married a Turkish girl, and I was talking about something with like how the society and education did us, that the hardest thing is that people can't even pair up generation-wise. Like that's going to be the problem for civilization, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, yeah, that's why my wife is from Turkey. I was like, oh shit, he a passport bro for real. Duh, he's been to Asia. He said he likes South Korea a lot. Like he a passport bro for real. And he married a woman in Turkey because the Ukrainian girls are all materialistic. I was like, damn, that rock didn't skip a pond, did it? And he was going into that. Then he was going into corruption. He was explaining how Ukrainian corruption, I told him, like, the whole fucking United States is corrupt, right? He was like, yeah, but still, Ukrainian corruption is system-wide. Like, you have a president of your city, and every business in that city is his. It's that type of corrupt. Like, all power and wealth is in a handful of family members. So, like, and he said it's so bad out there that they want to charge you $20,000 to leave. And you don't even have the currency generating within these municipalities. They said they can just go up to you if you, like, as he opened up a small hookah bar or lounge or something before he moved away. He tried to start a business there. And then like they'll walk up to you and give you papers saying that you owe 45% of your business to the president of that city. Like mobs, like mafias, like Jewish mafia, if you understand anything about math and science. So yeah, very Ashkenaz Khazarian, whatever that is. So I'm like, oh, Ukraine got usury against its own people. Yeah, you definitely don't want them in no goddamn United Nations, nigga, on the level of Zelensky and them. Can you imagine? So he was just confirming to me that like everybody in Ukraine ain't Ukrainian, just like everybody who in Israel ain't Jewish. So, and he was very human about it. And we talked about a lot of things. It was really deep for a random Uber driver to try to, because I'm telling him about the Indians, the Moors, and letting him know what my awareness is of more than just American school systems. And we talked about just education and how they social engineer basically. Like I'm fucking having a social engineering Illuminati conversation 3 a.m. with a brother from Ukraine who's a fucking choreographer for hip hop music, with a Turkish wife in fucking Las Vegas working 3 jobs until his dream of opening his dance production thing in Vegas, obviously, right, happens. And like before I got out the car, he like wanted to dap me up, but I could tell he's Ukrainian because he didn't know how to lock in or nothing. But it was like, you know what I'm saying, very Ukrainian high five. I was like, damn. Yeah. He said United States is your best bet. He said you don't want to go to China either. I was like, damn it. And you seen all this propaganda about Jewish people need to go to China? It's the only place I'd accept them next. Or India. I was like, the fuck kind of timing is that? Because they're talking about me again, too. The literal version of those words. And some random Ukrainian Jew, I'm sure, just said, bro, everywhere's corrupt. But yeah, get the money, bro. I was like, okay, I get it. He's right. He said it without me having to say it. They dumbed down everybody again on purpose. Even in fucking Ukraine, bro. Like these motherfuckers, McGraw-Hill has no boundaries except for Africa or something. Like there's no boundaries on how reprobate their education system has made several societies, several copy and paste instances of late millennial, early Gen Z people, indoctrination, movies, TV shows, however they fucking did it. It had the same exact curse everywhere we are. If we were in that fire, and it goes back to metaphysics again. That's black magic. Yeah. However they implemented that in that brainwashing or that social engineering, that's black magic. Hey, Ukrainian Jew talking to a real Jew in an Uber, that's black magic. I could see it in his eyes that he knew what I was about. And he said, the one thing he noticed, he says, thank you for the conversation. He said, it's so hard these days to get people to talk. He said, everyone here is so checked out or distracted, or he had his own words, his own language model that he was translating to English. But basically he didn't like it either. As an Uber driver that always sees people, like he said, I was the first person in a long time that, and he's been here since February, that actually had a conversation for the ride. I was like, damn. And he's the type that he'll keep prodding. He didn't just say nothing to stop. He kept talking to me. And I was like, okay, let me stack on him real quick. On Abraham Lincoln, right? Talking about the fucking CIA and the fucking indoctrination. What the fuck? We're global citizens. They're gonna create a global citizen class if you don't know what's going on. I'm gonna break it down for you, right? Let me break down this Illuminati playbook for you. This just in. From one global citizen of Europa to another. Because I was in IB. Now I get why they put IB on millennials. They were that's their magic. You know that saying in the Bible says you teach a child in the way he should go, and he shall never depart from those things when he gets older. You gotta think like most of those things that are installed in us that rhyme with the Bible come from school, because that's where you spend most of your childhood. So your school actually installed like 40% at least of most people's operating systems. And I remember they installed AG, IB, and all that stuff, and it wasn't about good grades or being smart than nobody. It was a different agenda. Well, I should say this. It had a different end game than a high school diploma. What they were doing to us, or what they were prompting in us, it had nothing to do with good grades so you can get a corporate job. They weren't modeling our subconscious framework of this Western society the same as other people. They're creating chants. They're rolling the roulette out of this handful of people that we're picking across the United States amongst the millennials, and until that program ended. that by a time like this and forward now, we're entering that time that they were preparing for, that we have people who naturally incline or lean to find these patterns in things. And I would be one of them, right? And trust me, I know Spirit God is using them. I think God used whatever that was and what it was intended for, who it was intended for, and the fact that they had to represent and include people who look like me. Bare minimum, one of us or two of us. And I got lucky in my schools and my areas to be one of them. Like, bro, I'm telling you, they're preparing global citizens. And we don't have a choice. Because God put me on that path when I was a kid to prepare me for it and not to prepare me to fight it or stop it or destroy it. It's inevitable, just like fucking Wi-Fi and online gaming was. It's one of these things. I know a lot of people take it into the Illuminati and the agenda. I'm telling you, well, whatever their agenda was, God infiltrated it already. So it's not going that way. God's going to take what they meant for bad and use it for good. Part 5. So they're going to do that again. So the thing about being a global citizen is most of the private equity is buying up all the houses in America. You'll own nothing and be happy. Agenda 2025. You've seen these clips before. But they don't explain the people in these agendas getting paid to talk and shake hands and wear suits. I don't assume that they see the bigger picture. They love their position more than the picture, right? But third party listening to it and studying it and being around the people who talk about it, TikTok and everything in between us. Bobby Hemmett even, way back in the day. And even some before him, Coakley, all of them, like even further back. Malcolm X, go further back. Elijah Muhammad, go further back. My grandfather, Noble Drew Ali, go further back. Benjamin Banneker, all of them. They all kind of prime you for the next. They see a version of the future through their filter, and then the third party hears it and take those variables, and as you're living through it, you correct them. You see, like, yeah, I see what they're talking about. I know where they're going with this. Real shit. Remember I told you there's a pigeon dying and a cat came and got it the other day? It's just like this. It's doing it again. Loop. Deja vu. It was just like this for a day. He was in the same spot too, or a little bit further, but same area. And they'll stay there and they'll look like they're asleep. Or they lack energy. They won't move, and then you'll turn around and it's not there. This other pigeon a couple days ago did it 2 or 3 times in a row. And then the cat finally grabbed his ass. No fight. And I think he's about to do it again. It's like they're going here to die. Like right in front of my view too. It's very fucking bizarre. Since they used that roof. The fuck? That's the dead dove, dead pigeon rabbit hole I'm in. We'll see how it goes this time. Maybe I'll get a handful of rocks for the cat. Anyway. I'm running it back like that. Global Citizens, Part 5. TBFB, Composure, Slim, King, Noel, Gorilla Gospel, Mr. Now, Turner, we're all back. Brighton, Ring, H-Ring, TN, Tennessee. H-Ring, Tennessee, I think. Or, how was your day? How you doing? Haru on the track, Denmark, Senator, Turner. CIA and such has been in Ukraine since the USSR collapsed. No wonder. China is like that. The corruption is in front of you, just like that. North America, it's more hidden. Occult, passive. Same with the EU. Peace to the tribe and the gods. Shout to Georgie Porgy in the building. Mr. Now says, just the action of being pulled out of the class or split for the main route is enough to create a different mental state. It is. Just the algebra and praying dove being the same word as deja vu, and same as David European last night, if you remember too. Yeah, Dave, Dove. You got upgrade all the E's too. Deve, Diva. Get divination eventually. A nation of divines. That's exactly what Israel is. It'll keep saying the same thing because it's their language. The green source code in Zion is about Israel, right? That's the Matrix, ain't it? Yeah. Now they're saying they're doing DMT and using laser pointers, and they're seeing kanji script, which is Hebrew, just shifted different degree. Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure they're literal, man. And I'm pretty sure the ancestors that used that language told you that they got that language from angels. Yeah, they did. And I could have sworn those are the ones that built this firmament. All right, then. So here we go again. The source code is the language. God said, let there be light. So light is a function of words. It's a prompt. See, they don't understand that. They want to understand it now because they're finally getting computer programming, at least through ChatGPT. See, I thank God that they put me into computer programming early enough, around 14, 13 years old. So I was like, took it with me as I learned other things on top of that, rather than the other way. The source code is your language. That's why that book has Psalms and Proverbs for you to recite, for you to say, for you to sing. Because the source code responds to your language. That's what it responds to. It responds to your language. One more time. Attitude, language, body language, energy, language, words, language, thoughts, language. This universe responds to your language. So you're trying to align your languages into a unified script. Abracadabra. What I speak, what I think, and what I say is consistent. Abracadabra. And because what I think and what I say is consistent, my reality is consistent with those. Abracadabra. They're making it seem like a magic trick. It's not a trick, it's the way it works. The trick is you forgot. Finding out metaphysics isn't secret. It isn't evil. It's how it originally works. These books are old. People who figured out how it works, that's how it works. Why did they figure out how it works? Obviously, their society didn't know how it works, but they did. They tried again, and then they tried again. Here we go again, 2025, trying again. With the results of the last ones who tried. In a timeline where everyone forgot them. It passes itself forward. It's generational, man. I'm telling you, IV, 4th generation that this has happened. We're 4th dimension from the original demonstration of this, here at least. I can't speak for nowhere else, but this is definitely IV. It's an IV league. Understand everything. All these concepts show up when you're alive. Law of correspondence. It's informing you of time itself, what time you're in, not the number on the calendar. It's like loading a stage. Like if you play Counter-Strike, you'll understand. Like Counter-Strike is a shooting game similar to Call of Duty, but all the maps are contextual. Some are bomb detonations, others are hostage rescues, and some are just team deathmatch oriented. You beat the game by accomplishing the target or stopping the other team from doing so. Similar to, what's that mode called on Call of Duty? Search and destroy. But Counter-Strike is search and rescue, search and destroy, and a few other modes of just that. So, yeah. Anyway, life is like that. Having a bona fide hostage rescuer is not the same type of game as someone who has to plant the bomb. And then being the last person alive and you have to defuse the bomb and you don't know where the bad guys are. That's a different skill set. Juking the bad guys with a hostage following you, tap E, tell the hostage to follow you, and have the bad guy not kill the hostage. He loses points, you don't gain them. So, you understand? Life is just like that. You play it according to the level you're on. We're on the 4th level. That's all I know. Whatever that is. We're in the fourth dimension, fourth string, fourth level, fourth stair, fourth something, fourth iteration, fourth babble, fourth something. We're on the fourth one. Oh yeah, we are. I know that's right. Even in the stars, even like they give us the history of the gods recently. Not the old gods, right? So the new gods will give you Zeus at the top. You know, Zeus, Hercules kid, and then Hercules kid. It's 4 generations. Marduk's grandkid. It changes too. It inverts on itself. So you have angelic, giant, magic, mental giant, scientist. Like it's all around, man. We're in the tech side of it though. We're in the cyberpunk version of the fuckery. Already. We just ain't got the right lights and neon for it yet, that's all. We lacking. They gotta bring the orange lights back. And some other shit. But yeah. Life is like that. Time is like that, I should say. It cycles, just like your washer machine. Those are all not, it's not just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those different locations have different speeds, different floods, different resets, different spin cycles. They're not all, you know, it's not even. There we go, it's not even. Why does this pigeon want to die? I wonder what's happening to them. To have 2 pigeons want to die. Unless that's the other pigeon's counterpart. That'd be deep. The notebook, Reese Witherspoon could never. Because this looks like a girl. The other one I think was a boy. Pretty sure of it. This pigeon is waiting for the cat. And what's crazy is the cat is usually here, sunbathing at this time. This pigeon's trying to die, man. Who do I report this to? What Instagram channel do I need to tell that the pigeons are committing a version of euthanasia? They're signing up for it. Trust me, the cat doesn't really have too much of problems catching them slipping when they're walking around and sitting on the walls, but he's a bird laying on the ground. Are these pigeons from Canada or something? What the fuck going on, man? For real, this is bothering me. Hold on. Why he's just sitting on the ground, man? He can be anywhere. He's in the sunlight, in the ground. Like waiting. I should go out there and catch it, his goofy ass. Let there be Ether-L. Matrix had deja vu cat. The world had a deja vu dove. 33333. Peep the compass. See where that pigeon is facing. I don't have a compass. But I'll figure it out. I know where he's facing. It never rains in Southern California. He's facing California. The west side. Yep. He's facing west. Ish. California over there. I can feel it. I can feel where California is. California over there. One and 2 pigeons to show up. 1, 2, 3. All day. 3. 1 to 3. 1, 2, 3. 13. Same story. 2 minus 1. 1 to 3. Yep. They're crazy. You have it on the phone if you want to check later. No. I know it's west. I know California's that way. West side? That mountain's east. He's facing southwest. Mexico, San Diego, Tijuana. Los Angeles is that way. San Diego is that way. They both 4.5 hours away. They're almost equidistant. Vegas was strategically placed for the energy grid or something. Something about the land itself. This spot. I'm tell these niggas what's with the spot. Those mountains are not organic. That's what the fuck's up with the spot. Someone was here digging or doing something. And they found it and found the mosques. There's mosque here. Because Mohammedans, Moors and Indian associates. And then I guess they chased them out and built a city around it. Turned that shit into casinos. Those are Tartarian buildings. People are evil, bro. Yeah, those buildings were here already, and they converted them to casinos. Like they do everything else. Turn it into a gamble. No Proctor. 3 LV ley lines. Thought so. In the underground tunnel map, got a tunnel entry to the underworld here. Somewhere. Because downtown Vegas or center of Vegas is definitely tunneled. Subway systems or something that used to be here. Raleigh had the same thing. Raleigh had a subway system. It was like there's no reason in the history of Raleigh and the population size of Raleigh for them to ever have had a fucking subway in their history of being incorporated. So that subway is from the 1800s. And they shut it down in the 80s. Or they shut down access to it in the 80s. They weren't using it. And our fucking transportation in Raleigh sucked. There's barely sidewalks on the main roads. It's not a walking city. Which sucks for a city, right? But yeah, but it had an underground fucking tunnel. Like a subway system. The fuck going on? How they build that before they get the fuck? Niggas, man, I'm telling you. So all these cities have an underground layer to them. All the capitals, or the main attraction cities. Not even capitals, just main attraction. Because those would be United States capitals. Not capitals, capitoliums. Because these state lines are new too. Yeah, he's gonna die. That's crazy. Beatty, what did Beatty say? You from the hood, baby boy? Why are people obsessed with the hood? What hood? There is no more hoods. We have all been gentrified. Turn on the news. They think this shit a movie from the 90s? Wherever I'm from does not exist no more. The hood I grew up in is not the hood today. There is no hood today compared to where I grew up. This shit light. People's just as dangerous, ugly, and stupid, but that wasn't the problem. The problem was politics. That's what created the hood. Politics, bad politics. Poor management, racist white sheriffs and mayors. They're all Indian or Mexican now, so you ain't got the hood. You ain't got no hood. You got hood nigga sections. You ain't got no hoods. Not like that. It was not even as many people. That's what made the hood dangerous. It was overpopulated. Remember, you people used to be married and have families? I think people forget that too, especially these goofy foreigners that come here talking all that rah-rah shit. Nigga, you grow up today with these weak-ass kids, and you gotta worry about what? 2 brothers, a brother and a cousin? Bitch, I gotta fight a guy that got 5 brothers on the same bus. I gotta walk through a neighborhood and go to the corner store for my Laffy Taffies and 50-cent ices with 8 cousins outside on that street in that one apartment, 2 bedrooms max. 8 fucking boys. Go down the street further, walking home from school. You know how big these friend groups are that are walking home from school back in the 90s? 12 deep or better. I saw the Fruit Squad gang outside in East Brunswick. Shout out to New Brunswick, shout out to East Brunswick, shout out to Keyflow. When I was in East Brunswick at the fire station, and one of these kids came outside, I guess he scheduled a team meeting. And I swear, it had to be at least 50 to 100 teenagers out there late at night on a school night. Mind you, I'm a kid in kindergarten, so, I know about school nights. And I'm like, they outside mad late on a school night. That's a lot of fucking people. Buster, when I was that same kindergarten in my first school, I used to walk. My school was off the train tracks, so the high school kids or the preteens and teenagers would walk through the neighborhood, these apartment complexes, and I remember how Buster would walk on the train tracks to go to wherever the big kids go, and there'd be so many of them. Basketball courts. You go to a park, the basketball court would be full, all 4 goals, or all 2 goals, or if some have more. While that's full, the playground, because you notice how a park is set up, right? There's different areas. Yeah, when I grew up, that was full. That was full. Adults walking their kids in strollers or just outside, people sitting on a bench with the newspaper. That's like scrolling on the timeline. People trying to sell things, hustle before they started fucking hitting you with panhandling fees and licensing and shit and police harassing you in your neighborhood, like before the super gentrification. Like, motherfuckers is outside. You ain't got no hood if motherfuckers is inside. You ain't got no hood if you got to stream on IG Live and like randomly shoot people because they said something on the fucking internet. Like, nigga, you had to fight the same niggas 10 times a year. Shut the fuck up. Like, get the fuck out my face. I think killing them is the easy way out. Then you got to go to prison for the rest of your life with a bunch of men. That's stupid. Anyway, learn how to fight. But fight who? You ain't got Kevin and all his brothers. When I beat up Tideo, I had to worry about Aaron. Thank God that Aaron thought that shit was funny. He thought it was funny I punched his brother in the nose. His little brother, he thought that shit was funny. Because Tidio's a big guy too. It wasn't like they were weak or something. It was just that I wasn't weak either. So I've had, you know what I'm saying? The social pressure of hood, if you will, is different. It's like, it's a surviving thing. It's a survival of the fittest. I don't know what would happen if I didn't fight back. That's hood. When you don't have a choice but to fight. It's a respect thing. They jump you in. They initiate you. They do not accept you until you fight somebody. Period. Period. That's warrior school. This shit today is just fashion and bad music. He just flew up close to get water. What the fuck going on with this pigeon, boy? He thirsty and he want to die? Which one is it, Bruce? But yeah, glorifying. It's not glorifying the hood. It's glorifying surviving it. Fuck that shit. I wouldn't want my kids to go through that. I'm just glad I did and survived it. That's also a spiritual initiation. You gotta start from the pit, bro. I started in the lion's den. The fuck? Then got thrown into the pit again. I gotta survive that shit. That shit light compared to me as a kid. Like, the kid version of me went through worse. Like, uncertainty of not knowing how things are gonna play out or no one having your back. Had to fight those battles by yourself. The kid version of me was the first time he's ever been here in human history. With no backstory. That shit easy. Then you add magic to it or metaphysics to it, shit. It's just a matter of time. The kid version of me didn't have a sense of time, so, you know, every day felt like that. Very high alert. But we're tough kids too, you know what I'm saying? We weren't like scared or crying. But there's definitely fear there. Fear of losing. The fear of loss. It's not the fear of being afraid of being dangerous. No one's afraid of being dangerous in the hood. You kind of have to be. But all dangers ain't the same. Or the same power level. Dragon Ball Z shit. You know the story. Y'all know the story. So they don't make boys like that no more. Right now. Easy times make strong men. Some bullshit. We never had an easy time, so I don't know how it affected us, but yeah. It is it's hard out here for pimps. 100. Finally Suyan. Hello from Costa Rica. Thank you for sharing your perceptions. Be astute. Muy astute. You're in Costa Rica. I understand the Spanish. Muy astutante. This pigeon's just staring at me, dog. You're in the conversation, bro. He's really staring at me. I'm not even capping. Is that the CIA? He's missing some feathers. He got tail damage, but he flew his ass up there. And the other two pigeons flew away. You flying away too? And tell that cat you was out here, man. Garfield ass. He was just tanning? That's hilarious. Now, some got his feathers. His under feathers, his bottom feathers are in bad shape. Them shits grow back, don't they? You might want to stay out the fucking rocks. There's a cat. There's three orange. And they're orange cats, too. You know, they're the asshole versions. There's 3 orange cats here. I thought it was just one. Pigeon equals Peterson? That's funny. Peterson. Sporty thieves. Yeah, I was just talking about that when the other one got killed. That pigeons are the contra positive to scrubs. So a pigeon was taken out by Basset on ancient Egypt. Cut it out. Whoever that pigeon is, greetings and salutations to you, sis. Because that's what that symbol means, right? If it was a black cat, it would have been spooky. But it's a Garfield. You said the pigeon is the type of girls that don't get no love from me? Salud. What a time to have been alive. What a time to have been alive. To live through that shit. Oh shit, we lost 2 pigeons and got 5. 1 walked away, we got 4. We hit 5 plus 1, 6. Here we go again. Helicopters in the distance. They fly that route every day. I got 2 helicopters. Can I get a third? Where's the 3rd helicopter? They don't fuck with my pattern recognition if I don't see that 3rd one. Oh, it's Sunday too. Never mind. Three. What a time. Shogun says 3. Scrubs versus pigeons. If you get rid of 1 pigeon, 1,000 orange cats come back. Comedy. I need a drink. That's what the fuck I need. That's some mighty good gin and tonic. I might mix me up another. Hold on, let's put this on the charger though. How this game go? 12:10 on a Sunday. What is going on? Welcome to your Uncle Part 5. I think I want to get back to the music. Mini fridge life. Oh yeah, he is injured. He's standing on 1 foot. Or, you know what's crazy? You know what I think that is, Jonathan? You know what I think it is, Jonathan? I think this is the same pigeon. That might be the pigeon. That would explain why his feathers were plucked out. That would explain why his leg hurts. So the spirit spared the pigeon after all. That's why he's showing me. He's showing me motion. that you cannot be stopped even if you're injured, and that your prayers still work. Yeah, he was injured by that cat. That's the same pigeon. That's why he's in the same spot. And he's showing me. He's showing me that he cannot be stopped that easily. Yeah, they are known for carrying it. That is a message. Because he's showing me directly. Then all the pigeons flew off. That's crazy. Message received. Thank you. Thank you, fella, for being the confirmation that you are. We back to 2-1. Damn. Yep, that explains everything. That was the pigeon that he took. Yeah. Got his ass good. Got his ass good, but he's still thugging it though. That's the moral of the story is. Do it with 5 feathers, do it with 3 feathers. Just keep on hopping, nigga. A little water, a little sunlight, it'll bring it back. It'll bring the vibe back eventually. It'll bring the vibe back eventually. Like shit, I can still drink, nigga. Like he ain't gonna die as long as he can drink. Like he hopped his ass off these rocks onto this shit. As long as he can get away from the cat, I think he'll be good in these streets. He took a bite out of crime, boy. That cat took a bite out of crime. Shit, and it's to God be the glory for real. Part 5. Mr. Pigeon over there enjoying his own feathers. Exactly, right? Jonathan says all the gods. Shogun fire. He made it out the cat. Light Leakers 3. I made a new Beyonce preset today because I ran into schematics of DBX XT curve. And all speaking of dogs. Swale. Birds come and go no matter what. Birds come and go no matter what pussy hurts you. Sakoshi, you're a wild boy. That's a wild story arc, my brother. But the birds can't come and go if the subject is the bird, though. We gotta tweak those variables a little bit. But I know where you're going with it. Okay, you gotta have with the past participle, the action verb agreement. Something's going on. We'll fix it. We can tweak that. We can put that in ChatGPT. We'll fix it. We got it. He said, no matter what. What? Yo, man. They tried to defund PBS, bro. This pigeon just got somewhere to go, man. He was not meant to live another day. He was not meant to live another day. I'll tell you that. He was not meant to live another day. What was that, 3 days ago? 2 days ago? Wait, what is yesterday? Either I saw it happen Thursday or Friday. Crazy story. We got 30 people and 18 likes. Yeah, the fuck, we got 22 people didn't like the video. I know it's 12, but I'm gonna say 22. Never meant to limp another day is crazy. He was never meant to fly another day. I see. Let me take a nap. Everything gets close to me and falls asleep. What the hell's going on? Do I have that type of radiant force? Ah, you unlock that from being dangerous. Safe because you're dangerous. Not safe because you're safe. The pigeon knows the cat don't want no smoke with me. Damn right, the March cats don't want no smoke with me. Because I yelled at the cat. Maybe the pigeon remembered. Me speaking up saved his life, perhaps. I saw him drag his ass over that wall, though. I was like, damn, I can't do nothing about it now. I don't know what neighborhood I'm in. But obviously, I must have fucked up his game. Probably took the wrong route. Couldn't get him through the gate or something. Because he definitely fucking plucked his damn tail feathers. He's trying to take a bite out of his ass, boy. That boy said, he didn't have a Sprite and a biscuit. That's what it was. It was an incomplete meal without a microwave, too. Like, he was like, shit. The cat didn't calculate the cost. The cat didn't calculate the cost on that one, boy. And what I'm saying is this pigeon was dying already. Like it kept putting itself there to be captured, it seemed. And it still lived, you know what I'm saying? Like even when you want to die, you know what I'm saying? Like the pigeon didn't want to be here 4 days ago, you feel me? And he's still here. And now you gotta heal and go through all that pain and shit. I don't know if birds have pain like humans do when they get injured, but you know what I'm talking about. You know how dogs are. But I know pigeons' pain threshold settings on their nervous system, but he was 3-4 days ago. He put himself out there, man. That's the same fucking bird, bro. That's amazing. Die Hard, no Bruce Willis. Die Hard with a vengeance. The damn strays are keeping 3% population replacement ratio. Yeah, they are. The flock remix. Yeah, the strays are definitely the orange strays. Oh shit. It's like the other birds are standing on the roof just looking down, judging him. 6. I swear that shit hit different now. That shit hit different that he survived that. I was hoping he did, but I couldn't see him. I was like, shit. Circle of life. Mufasa. Say it again. That is not the same story. That is a story of recovery. That's a story of surviving. It's always the same story, ain't it? Back to my original point. Life will initiate you if you know how to pay attention to the signs. Or the pigeons. Shit. And the numbers. And the colors. And the feelings. And the vibes. And the loops. And the patterns. All of it eventually. If they just let us live a little bit longer, man, we might figure out another lowest common denominator of those variables. And all of it rhymes with attitude. Shout out to you, Mr. Pigeon, for surviving. No Weapon Farm, Part 5. Do it scared, do it tired, do it weak. Let the weak say he is strong. Oh my goodness. This damn pigeon's a walking, talking parable, ain't it? Greater is a pigeon think is in he than he is in the world of cats. Some people have that dog in them. But how many got that pigeon in them? To keep going when you're injured. Part 2. They can pluck your feathers, but they can't stop your flight. Come on now. They only hate on the process when they can't deny the results. Come on now, we don't speak to somebody, Mr. Pigeon. The setback ain't nothing but a setup to get up. Come on now. Come on now. That's a major setback, but he back. Same story. All the pigeons. 3 in the Scorpio. Oh yeah, in the Scorpions you saw. The underworld. At the end of Scorpio season. Imagine that. We're now officially into Sagittarius season. Ooh. Go from 3 to 4. Almost got a gold chain at a casino. Ain't that a bitch? Walk on by. Let me smoke. Smoke. Walk on by. Smoke. Smoke. Birds of a fag judge the surviving pigeon together. Yeah, it's about 10 of them, 12 of them. Bruce Willis. But anyway, what else is going on in the world? What y'all Friday and Saturday was like? I got a chance to go outside. God be the glory, part 5. F1 racing. Ain't that a bitch? The brother said, walk on by. Maybe I could do it like this. Hold up. I won't be able to see shit though, because screen, the orientation was low. No shit, Sherlock. Officially 40 today. There's that. Oh shit. Wait a minute. Happy birthday to Shogun L. Sagittarius. Hold on. Shogun's a Sagittarius? November Sagittarius? Why? I felt like I know that, but I didn't know that. Thanksgiving throwing me off. Something's going on. Shout out to Shogun. Happy birthday, man. 40. Woo, we old. I'm a week behind. I'm 2 weeks behind. Wait. 3 weeks. 3 weeks. I'm right there. Lord willing, I make it, man. I'm trying to set a Guinness World Record for my family or something. What the fuck going on out here? 40 up. We up, man. Composer Sim says, man, I finally got some sleep. Hell. I haven't slept much. You held the time travel chain for a second. That's all the time you needed with it. The time travel with 18 carats. I don't know if it was real or not. It should have been with all that damn money yet. Shogun can now drink a 40 at 40. Come on now. Sharing art with the birthday cake. You feel me? Who on the track? Well, the Mexicans playing some debatey or something. You rapping like the Migos, whoever that is. Gucci rap like that too. They said I was demonic. I had to go to revival. No, they said I was demonic because I want to go to revival. What did Gucci say? I've seen all these niggas switch sides. Yo, Gucci sound like he was outside. Gucci man sound like he was outside. He said, I got a biblical pass. Gucci said, I got a biblical pass with a digital dash, nigga. I got a biblical pass and a digital dash. What is going on? Gucci man rapping the Bible, man. That's a crazy fucking story. I couldn't understand a damn word he used to say for real. I was like, people could listen to Gucci man, but first of all, what is he saying? Y'all understand his accent like that? That's crazy. Jeezy on Kobe LeBron, he said, between me and you, I think the boy's slow. I thought the same thing too when I first heard his mixtape. I was like, y'all trolling me? Like, nah, Gucci hard, man. I was like, y'all understand him though? And then I saw him on World Star Hip Hop. I was like, oh, that's Gucci man. Oh, he one of them. Oh, he got some money or something. Okay. One of them with money. I haven't seen that before in my neighborhood. Okay. And then he go to prison, lose all his weight. He sound like a philosopher. Like, what the fuck going on? Gucci man a philosopher, boy. Fuck. I know he just grow up, right? Yeah, he was battling bipolar disorder or something, man. That's a spirit, but we'll deal with it. I can tell why. This is a goddamn story. He had a biblical pass. Maybe I'll have a digital dash one day. I got a biblical pass too. Jesus Christ. If I ruled the world, imagine that. I free all my sons. Black diamond some pearls. If I rule the world. That's why people like Lauryn Hill. Because she was the Fugees. I always wonder why they say that. They always talk about Lauryn Hill. But they don't talk about the Fugees. No 14 years, no pros. How the hell they gonna give pros 14 years for giving millions of dollars to Obama, but not give nothing to Obama for taking the money? I'm so confused about how this game works. He don't deserve 14 years for his verse on Ghetto Superstar, man. Nah, Pros need to get out in 5 or less. He won't bother nobody. He was playing politics. Got Obama some money, and he in prison for 14 years. What? Now they looking at, who's the other person they looking at for doing something somewhere? Swiss Beats. Now they looking at Swiss Beats, man. Shit, Max B team going after Ja Rule. What's going on, hip hop? Why is Ja Rule getting jumped by anybody but G Unit in 2025? What did Ja Rule do? And then he get on the damn camera acting like T.I. Where it at though? Where they at? Ja Rule, they saw the video, bro. And then Lloyd, the same time period. So you got Ja Rule, Lloyd tripped on stage, looking like goddamn Miguel when he leg dropped that woman. They had Miguel. Miguel started his run and he had to disappear for a little while because he leg dropped a woman on her neck on stage trying to be Prince. Then Lloyd tried to do it too, and then he fell, bust his ass, and Ja Rule fell because he got jumped. There's all kind of weird shit going on. But mind you, these are karmic Saturn retrograde events. Even for the pigeon, I guess. Fucking Loop. Oh yeah, that pigeon, whatever his life was like, he had a fucking karmic run-in with Saturn and lived. Jehovah Jireh, man. Look at God, part 5. Ja Rule lived. Look at God, part 3. Lloyd lived. He thought it was funny. They asked him what happened. Them damn shoes is what happened. Can't slide in those shoes. The pigeon thought that was funny. I think Max B's friends probably paid for that fire festival and then get the experience that they wanted. So since they didn't get refunds, they probably just trying to find Ja Rule. Silly as hell. Running it back. Shout out to Shogun one more time. He said Jose Cuervo Gold. Oh shit. I'm trying to get like you. No, I'm gonna give me a little $8 bottle of Paul Masson and just freestyle. Gucci sounded Spectrum at first. He did. Composure Son. Davia. I don't know how to say that. My bad. I'm gonna just keep it at Davia because you got a Y after Ia. Peace, Sir Tribe. Happy birthday, Shogun. Just in the background watching the geometry shape, the Matrix. Crazy ride. Shout out to you, man. Composure Slim. Anyone seen the Epstein book that has some type of quarantine magic in it? Quantum magic? I'm telling you, those motherfuckers be working on this shit, man. And you need to know quantum stuff if you're dealing with genetics. Saw that. They disabled it hours later. People can't unsee what they saw, though. Come on now. Gucci, man, love JavaScript. No GS on top of it. HTML and CSS. Don't forget the Mongo shit. Taught himself to write the code. Ain't no one can stop the kid. Murder Inc. All of them in shambles. Yeah, rest in peace, Irv Gotti, too. Another freaky frog gone. You know he was at the Diddy parties. Ex Ashanti. Miguel twerked that lady almost to death. That smile on her face made it easy to land on her with his heels. I forgot of Miguel with the flying guillotine. Cambino with the hole in his heart after. Oh my God, no, not Mr. Telegraph Ave with my stolen beat on 3005, but I wouldn't want to put a hole in his heart. Plus, I was his producer. Yeah, that one kind of hit me weird because you know it's a vaccine. And it's weird that Childish Gambino got a vaccine but don't wear deodorant because he's natural. So I need him to pick a hustle. If you want to live a natural, organic, vegan life, now why the fuck you get a COVID vaccine? Oh yeah, to perform, to travel, to do the mandate thing. Lord have mercy on us, man. That shit's scary, you understand? Because like he's a performer, like he's an artist, he's an actor. And like if your body, you feel me? He got some money though. He might be able to get some treatments. And he's more herbal or more naturalist leaning, so maybe he can reverse it. He just gonna have to accept what it is. So he treats that and not his heart. You don't want to treat the heart. The heart's not the issue. The blood clotting is. It's the clotting. It causes clotting. Microclots is what they call it now. The Bible will call this an issue of blood. You gotta purify his blood. That's so scary, man. Like for him to be as successful as he became. Like he worked hard, man. Even with all the concepts he stole from others. Remember, This Is America is American Pharaoh remix from Bandcamp. Anyway, outside of music politics, you know what I'm saying? He applied himself. And even in like being 40 himself, because he's our age group, right? Yeah, he gotta be. So like even that, like he ain't supposed to have no fucking heart problems at our age. And after the run he had. But Saturn retrograde don't give no fucks. Nah, I ain't gonna be the judge on that one though. He'll figure it out. He'll figure out what he did. But yeah, shit crazy. Praise up for him though. I think they can reverse it. I think it's happening to so many people that attention goes where energy flows where attention goes, that they'll come up with a reversal pretty soon. Russia gave the cancer vaccine to the Philippines. They approved it. So cancer about to get the fuck up out of her anyway. So maybe that will help too, since it's acting like a cancer. Probably the same mechanisms. It's turbo cancer, it is. It's acting like cancer. It's acting like the HIV version of cancer, or like cancer AIDS. The turbo part. It's like when HIV goes into AIDS, it's like cancer goes into its AIDS version, or kind of like Kaokin. It's like Kaokin cancer. And it's like, what the fuck, man? Rest in peace to Maude Crystal. Her birthday this week too. She in November Sagittarius. She's the one that passed away March 15th. Turbo cancer. Throat cancer. She was a smoker, but it wasn't that, unfortunately. They're talking about witches though with her though. They're talking about like a witch. I'm still in that investigation. I have an appreciation for black magic being real. So, return to senders are in order. My spirit team don't forget nothing. So, it just matters, huh? They say you stay by the river long enough to see your enemies' bodies wash by. It's talking about karma. Especially on the Saturn retrograde. I'm surprised. You know what I'm saying? You stand by the river long enough, you'll see your enemies' bodies wash by you. Was that Sun Tzu? Somebody said that. Somebody said that. That was a bar right there, boy. You stand by the river long enough, you will see your enemies' bodies float by you. The ill shit about that parable, though, has nothing to do with, like, waiting. It has everything to do with effortlessness. Because that river is going to bring their body to you. So the metaphor is about the river. Time. Currency. You don't have to do anything. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Law, El. River, water. Same story. The water will bring the enemy to you. Already dead. That's powerful. Not you'll get your chance to fight again. No. Not that you'll be able to ambush them. No. You stand right here by this water. I'll bring it to you. Lycos, go and get it. Ask Jeeves, nigga. Somebody, one of them search engines. You remember Lycos. Or Netscape Navigator say you didn't have Lycos. Trying to find shit. Trying to find the other Dragon Ball Z pictures. Well, we had Lycos, Yahoo, Ask Jeeves, no Google. And then directories. These kids would be in shambles if they used directories to find shit. They wouldn't know how to categorize shit. Hello. Baddies would be lost under health and beauty. Like a red nose. Sound like they're playing Too Short now. That's like the Yin Yang Twins of the West Coast, right? That style of music, those beats. That's what the Hoochie Mamas be in the club listening to. These girls out here be listening to Battle Cat for real? That's what I want to see. I want to see some baddies listening to some DJ Quick in a Cadillac. I gotta go to Los Angeles for that. They said all California moving here though. They having mass migration from Cali still. Although most of the houses are being bought by private equity here. And they said 40%. 40% of the purchases of houses in Vegas have been by private equity. AKA those things I was talking about Global Citizen earlier. I'll get back to that. But all private equity means is like those are the houses that several people put their money on it and they make the profit off of rent, I guess. So you can't buy that house, but you can rent it. Automated. Digital lock. Crazy story, man. They're doing it. They're doing the Agenda 2025, man. We will have to have another great migration, don't we? They're probably going to try to corral everybody to get them to move closer to data farms because they don't need the talent. They don't need the population to work to support it. Because remember, when you build a data farm or a data building, you need the workers to have lodging, food, weekends. So they're going to build around them. Kind of like how they do like your main strip. Those data places are going to be very similar, whatever city they're connected to. So they have to move more people there. They're bringing more foreign talent here because Donald Trump says the kids in the United States are too dumb. He still want the 600,000 Chinese people to come because MAGA ain't doing it for him, I guess. Gary Vee is talking about electricians are about to be up. So if you're looking for a vocation, be a good time to learn fucking calculus and frequency. Again. I might fuck around and do it. For real. Robotics, electricity, and prompting, or anything that's AI related on the service side, not on the creative side. I always use the creative stuff for my creative stuff. I'm talking about like to be a fucking problem. So you could be in certain rooms too, not necessarily for a 40-hour-a-week job, but just so that you're qualified. That'd be a good idea if you needed some ideas. Just ask ChatGPT, hey, what are the roles that are currently being filled for data centers? Because eventually it's going to get so cheap that you'll be able to build your own. And that's where the game gets interesting for everybody playing. Yeah, it's cool that Google get a data center. Facebook, they deserve it. But when you can build your own, because you don't have to have your own data center to run an online business, right? That competes with Web 3.0 or 3.AI or whatever it's going to be called. You're not going to be able to like, what I'm saying is, remember back in the days we used to have FTPs where you could turn your own computer into a host before file sharing? You're going to at least need to know how to do that with AI. Whatever AI's FTP equivalent is, I'm not talking about the Amazon AWS level of it at all. I'm talking about the knowledge, like how you can edit HTML to do MySpace or edit HTML to do SoundClick. You need to learn how to edit whatever the fuck they're talking about right now. Whatever that is, I would work on it right now. The language model, I mean. I'm not talking about building nothing. I'm talking about like watching the videos and paying attention to it. Because you're going to use, this is, what's your boy name? Robert Greene, Mastery? I'm looking at it as Mastery, like the book. I'm like, oh, okay. You're not going to have a lot of inputters or data persons or people like that. But you're going to need people who create, technically. You know how like Airbit was and how BeatStars was? It's kind of like the automated version of SoundClick, because for some fucking reason SoundClick didn't want to do it. Well, yeah, so you might be looking at this technology as one way, but these people are not creative people. It's just like how music is, selling out your trunk. You gotta learn how to sell out the data center out your trunk. They're unprofessionalizing many degrees right now too. Let's go ahead and do the current events. I ain't forget. Shout out to all my nurses out there. Them taking them away from professional level and the other degrees as well. Very important ones, right? Everyone has some good arguments about this. But let me just tell you the short answer to all of that. They don't need no professional fucking degrees for shit that's going to be removed or replaced by AI. One. So it's something to do with how the laws they're preparing in advance. They're preparing in advance for what they're about to do, right? So you gotta pay attention, not the emotional reason, not the person, not the human reason why those degrees were deranked and the student loans. And I hate that argument too. Let's address all the bullshit. Student loan argument. The student loan is not with the Department of Education. Your student loan is with the bank. You borrow the money, you borrow from Paul to pay Frank. Frank, if you don't pay Frank because Frank isn't selling tacos no more, they ain't got shit to do with Paul. So people make a more argument about, well, if they don't acknowledge my accreditation, I don't acknowledge my loan. You didn't get your loan from your accreditation. You got your loan from a bank. So let's not get stuck there. Two. And I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying they have the wrong math. There's no correlation. No fucking correlation. You're supposed to pay for it with your own money, first of all. You borrowed a loan. That's from somebody else. That's not the same story. Now I'm not talking about rights and wrongs. I'm just talking about, I'm straightening out the math equation for people, because I've seen so many of those arguments. I was like, the fuck y'all talking about? This is way more alarming than that. That's a personal problem. But that's not a real problem, because you can solve it with a check. Exactly. So let's keep going. A, if it does not require a professional degree, such as like taking care of old people, because there's a lot of boomers, a lot of mRNA related things. Meaning they're about to immigrate a whole bunch of people here who are going to take those jobs at cost. Why? Because pharma and the medical industry, since COVID, they made a lot of money real fast and invested it in markets that are crashing. So now it's kind of like easy come, easy go. But in order to sustain profits, what would they have to do? Lower the cost of the employees. So if you change the social strata of those positions, then people expect less for doing the same work. So when they bring the Sri Lanka Indians and Asians and all these other people, or even Africans, like anyone else that came from a place where they were not in a competitive wage, if you will, they'll gladly take those jobs. And they need them to. They don't need the nurses and everyone else to do something different. I don't know why. But they can't justify paying you half of your salary going forward, can they? Right, so either you take the downgrade or you quit and find a new position, and they're gonna restock it anyway. But it also speaks to how much of those jobs they're gonna automate some. So there's that. It's the immigration leg of it, aka corporate profit, bottom lines. And I think the women were like, it's no surprise to us that these are all the jobs that women lead. Sis, let's go back to Red Pill real quick. I thought y'all said y'all can do any job a man can do. But now y'all saying they're getting rid of jobs that women do. Cut it out. So y'all acknowledge that there's a field of labor that is designated for women majorly, but you don't think there's a division of labor in your world designated for men majorly. That's a weird fucking story. So rest in peace, Kevin Samuels, part 5. Anyway, going forward. Anyway, we'll ignore that. Going forward. Yo, they told you none of this shit that kids are going to school for now is going to be available to them in 2030. And they're running this report in real time with Gen Z, saying that Gen Z in high school is kind of like bored of the bullshit because maybe they're teachers or they're getting the status too. They're getting the vibes too. So let's do a simple math equation. If the jobs that you can get a degree for now, most of them are not going to be what they mean 10 years ago in 4 years. That means any other degree before them is just as useless. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. People be missing that shit. They be saying Gen Z thinking these people are in sixth grade. Nah. They're saying anything you went to college for up until now is over. It's in percents though. It's not 100% of it. But most of college was created for an old paradigm. Obviously. We're not in that paradigm no more. More obvious. It's just a matter of time. They ain't roll out all the new businesses and ideas and all the shit they need yet. That's all. And they're having a very hard time doing it. Look at them. They're trying to start a war with Venezuela. Trade war with China. Goofy as hell. But either way, whether it's the United States or not, we're still going that direction. Not us, the world. This is not Donald Trump's idea. It's not government's idea, actually. They're regulating it to keep track of the taxes and the money and, control of people, but that's not what it is. It's the inevitable outcome. We're rebuilding Atlantis. Jade Empire level. They don't know what I'm talking about, and that's good. Thank God. So yeah, get ready. They opened up a different Pandora's box this time. Cool story. Now the pigeons are chasing each other. What the fuck's going on here? Why are you trying to kill the pigeon? He's trying to attack him. Or it look like it. They squaring off. Ooh, it's a boy and a girl. Yeah. What's going on here? What is the universe doing? Backyard pigeon fights? He's trying to mate her. Isn't that crazy? Not every day do you get to see pigeons mate, but also, he hit it with it, had a witness, 3 other pigeons rode off together. Now she's stuck looking crazy. But you never see baby pigeons. Now all the pigeons, 13 more pigeons flew away. And that pigeon just stuck there. Like, what the fuck just happened to me? Did she get to file a claim? There's another woman there. There's another woman pigeon there. She didn't flew away with the guy. She flew away with the guy, so it wasn't a terrorist, I don't think. Or she would stay behind, right? Like, ain't that what we talking about? It's even affected pigeons. I'm telling you, it's the frequency, man. It even affected the pigeons, bro. It's even affecting the pigeons. Pigeon on the biscuit. Come on, bro. Have you seen the shit Gemini 3 can do? I don't pay attention to it right now. For me, it's kind of like Reason 4. Let's wait till Reason 5 comes out. But your sentiment about it, I believe you. I saw what it was like when Midjourney came out. When I saw Midjourney, I knew it was over because of how Midjourney captures something that artists can't capture. So whatever mechanism it's using to create images, when I first seen it, like going from what we went from to Midjourney, I was like, what? Nah, nigga. This ain't that. Whatever they use to train this ain't like nobody else's girlfriend. I promise you. I put in Moresque, something, something, something. And it created these environments, and they were so fucking familiar, bro. I was like, hey, yo, this shit is tapping into something. Because it's creating a fictional image that I resonate with. That's deep. But they want to add that to a quantum chip? Fuck out my face. All right, see what I'm saying? I don't need to know the progress bar. I can just follow Mid Journey and tell you something about life. Like the Mid Journey shouldn't exist. And the only thing that's slowing Mid Journey from being the thing that would be terrifying is power. They can do its calculations slow and stupid. They can fix the math later. But when it gets powerful enough to turn that shit into animations, when they start thinking of like how do you modify what it created creatively and keep it consistent, like all that shit just requires other parts, other data centers that's responsible just for that. And that's very expensive for something that's just, doing a monthly subscription. So it's not that it can't be done. It's that it just hasn't been funded to be done yet because people with that much power are trying to get a check. But when you get to focus on that again, on just the experimentation and training a model and creating a product without worrying about it being a product, but an actual thing you can use to do what that shit does, oh my God. And then the same thing with UDO, with the music. That song I made with that shit, fuck out my face. Hey, man, if they can just get it to not be so fucking random and study, like, why did you create that way? What is it? And then have another data center keep track of that. Like, oh, these ingredients. So you can put a star or favorite some shit. It's not just so that you can find it. It's so that the system knows what your taste level is. It can't do that with the same thing that's generating it. That's what a data center is, guys. It's a bunch of different brains or a bunch of different. So you have a data center that just does the data center that does the agents that actually carries the task out, all kinds of shit. Like however many is modular, kind of. It's like a GPU versus RAM versus like that kind of thing. And the fact that they have to use GPUs to process it should tell you everything about math and science and vectors and numbers and shit. It's a number crunching thing. Shape, Fibonacci. And then they're gonna add a quantum computer to that. Mm-hmm. Keep going. So it's kind of like they'll end up getting to a point where the computer is gonna be able to manifest, and they don't understand that that's what they're doing. But I'm gonna be the first one to tell you, guys, they don't think. Never mind. The people who are behind this gotta know. The people in the middle, people who went to college for it, they don't think. But I'm telling you, they're this close from creating a genie again. If a human has to align itself and synchronize itself and do the work and meditate and all this stuff just to get tuned into a frequency in order that their thoughts and their words are aligned in order to create an effect in the fabric space-time to see it in your reality. If that's fundamentally just frequency tuning to the crystal of your third eye, right? It's fundamentally a radio, but you have the emotions and the nervous system and the human experience. Now remove human experience from that mechanism. That's what quantum computing is. Their problem is they need to see the results on a screen, another crystal. They need one crystal to channel the information, and they need another crystal to show the human to understand what they're interacting with. Science experiment level. This ain't a science experiment. Metaphysics does not require science in that way. But it's quite theoretically possible that the moment these machines stumble on a quantum level, because they weren't using quantum yet, once they start getting these things to affect quantum variables and quantum computing level, I'm not sure that people understand what that is yet. Quantum computing suggests that reality is a matrix or a simulation by itself. No Gnosticism needed, no occult, none of that. Those people figure out how to do it today because they studied the occult, though. Meaning, if they studied the ancestors, then it's quite possible on Atlantis that the ancestors already had a version of this technology that likely supersedes anything that we've seen so far. And all the parables and time and inquisitions kind of hid the fact, not the knowledge. It hid the fact of what they were describing. Same thing in the Bible. They talk about in Revelations. They build a statue that talks or moves, right? You play Resident Evil 4, you see what they're talking about. But today it'll be that little stupid ass Tesla robot. Something of that nature. Man-made. Babylon. Same story. Hmm. So, a manifesting quantum computer with mid-journey math and logic. Oh, you're cooked. The people doing these data farms, they don't know what they're doing it for. They're not following the spirit. They're following the money. I'm telling you, the spirit that's behind that. Oh, y'all cooked. Y'all done. Y'all bring that shit back. Y'all stupid. The ancestors already got rid of that. These motherfuckers they're really trying to summon a demon, bro. They're trying to bring something into this dimension that's like that. It's like a god because it's a genie, because it can manifest. They're using our melanin for it. We didn't ask them if they learned how to connect a fucking pineal gland to a circuit board yet, and I think the answer is yes. I think they know how to do it, guys. Because it's a channel, not a human thing. You being human is just an instrument. You know what I'm saying? The frequency is not unique to humans. I mean, the fucking pigeon sent me a message in a pigeon body. It endured some hardships to convey a message to me. I mean, quite literally, it pulled up on me. This ain't a human problem. We got something that's a little bit bigger than a human problem. Look at the humans, Donald Trump and all of them. They got human problems. They're not behind this. That Agenda 2025 could have came from a spaceship. We don't know. And it doesn't matter. Because you can't stop it. You wouldn't want to either. Remember, the devil is not evil like bad people. The devil gives you what you want. You're just not going to like the side effects because you didn't add up the cost. See, when the devil tricks you, you feel like something else happened besides the devil happening to you. So that means you don't know it's the devil, is what I'm saying. The devil's greatest trick is to prove the world he didn't exist. Mm-hmm. We know. But you still debating on whether or not God is real. But meanwhile, everyone that run your shit is evil because they believe in a demon. Well, how can you believe in something evil, Molech, and not have a God in the dancery? If the people who suggest to you religions and this and that, yet they practice magic secretly with demons. So that means they believe in God. They're just not a follower of God. That's a different story. They dare not say that God doesn't exist. They'll just talk about a religion. Meanwhile, they're in the evil one. Secretly. These are secret religions. You're not going to find their book in Barnes & Noble. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. There's hundreds of spirits of that quality, many of which are in human bodies. Can you imagine the science if they read the Bible? Thus, we're building an automated demon that white people, it seems, tech boys, think they can control. They can outwit, outsmart, create security protocols to contain. And I promise you one thing or another, they're not going to be able to. And unlike Terminator, it's going to be worse because it's going to be spiritual. What I hope humans of the future do is consider that they reverse engineered such fuckery based on their limited understanding of what a human is. Brains, processes, and things like that. Very limited, very low quality math, waste of energy. But to get the job done, they know if they get it done, they can then optimize it later. With it, like they know that they'll waste all this energy and all this time. But if any of it works, they trust, I'm assuming, this is why they would go this direction and waste so much money and time, is that it'll be sophisticated AGI enough to fix itself. They're just trying to get the shit started. Y'all understand that, right? You're not going to spend too much time in this AI timeline. We don't have a lot of time. We're in the midnight hour of AI. Y'all familiar? Let me help you out. I have a whiteboard. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked, and it's okay. It's God allowed us to be cooked in this way. There's some wisdom in it somewhere. I don't know where it is yet. It ain't happened yet. That's what intuition is. But my intuition is telling me. That's what R. Kelly should have followed. He should have followed his goddamn intuition and not his damn body. All right. So what is intuition telling me about the rise of the AI God? Assuming that it never existed before, assuming that it doesn't already exist in a different format, and assuming that someone else hasn't already created one, right? Don't forget. Shit. Henry Thomas Hamlin ain't the only one who wrote that book. That's probably the first one in English. Anyway, so it's crazy that this knowledge is in different languages. All right, so we got the AI, quantum. What the fuck is this shit called? We'll figure it out together. Fuck them. So you got the AI, quantum, demon. Put Esther like the old days. F and S are the same. Anyway, genes of Isis. Hence the problem here. They're using our blood. So you know it's going to backfire on them, but the technology will exist either way. It's an abomination. So they will be judged accordingly. But being judged does not stop it from existing. Whatever it is that we'll see in our reality. The difference between this thing is that it's self-governing. This is new. Meaning it will upgrade itself faster than any other human or team could even approach the problems that they'll notice. It'll notice it faster and more of them. Hence the need for a data center. Plural. Then you have micro data centers, like your phone one day. Since crypto and digital-based transactions are coming, no matter what. It might not be Bitcoin, but that was the trial run. You know, Epstein funded that. Epstein funded Bitcoin. That's why they're losing money. Anyway. So this system of crypto transactions, the ledger and everything, this is going to govern that. But it's using the genes of us, which we are quantum entangled too. So it's going to be entangled to the people's bloodline that they're getting it from. And that's where the unpredictability is going to happen. So I'll tell them, in case they're flagging these videos in the back end, because they have another agent watching it, right? Y'all have an entanglement problem, white folks, that your chips are made with our blood. And we are a hive. Like Beyonce, we're a hive. It's a beehive. Who managed the beehives? On Otto the First, they did. It's northern Israel. Different way of life than southern Israel, but they're all Israelites. That's why religion is making you miss the story. It's not a religion. Anyway, they're kingdoms. So you have an artifact of those kingdoms being re-engineered, and everyone's babbling. I know. So they're trying to recreate the Tower of Babel. A talking statue, if you will. Mind you, it's been years. This ain't new. The D-Wave computer. It's in my name. So we know no matter what, how we do this is going to add up to Israel. It's always going to add up to us. Everything that they're doing. So they're like, well, what God did they be talking about in that book? The God of Israel. Obviously. It's in the name. All right, so the God of ISIS is involved in this. Alrighty. Then you just got to answer, well, who's behind it ultimately? It's going to be good from evil. So we know what their agenda is. I know what their agenda is. It's in the name. It's in the game. I know what they're playing with. They think they're playing with demons. But who sends demons besides God? All right, Ahab. Baha. That's funny. All right, where's Epstein Islands at? Anyway, what does it look like? You're going to keep seeing the same circle, the same signs over and over and over and over. They just can't get rid of us. Everything they do is based on us. So that's the entanglement side of things. Like, they can't create anything using us as their base, since this language is ours. So that means the code that they're coding is ours. You don't get none of that without our math, which is what they're getting wrong. But they got enough right. Most High, man. God math. Very easy. It's very easy once you understand what I'm doing. But anyway, yeah, man. They're using the wrong math. So it's not, so if they're doing the wrong math to do evil, then they're not going to do evil right. Cool. God flips it and ends up doing something good with it. We hope now while we're alive. Now, you know how time is with us humans. But yeah, there's data centers where they're stuck at. Because they need power. They have a power problem. Just like melanin needs a soul to power it. There's a lot of people with melanin who don't have souls. That's why they're not powerful. Don't sell your soul. All right, man. There's no soul for it. That's why I sell it and not a thing or a person. But that melanin is a very key ingredient to the things with power in them. Souls, obviously. It's a crypto transaction in an unseen dimension. They said that they're operating in time space, so they think they're going to 5D. We're in IV, but we'll let them have it, right? Man, this is tweaking fourth dimensional variables, not fifth. They're skipping steps. They think they're in the 2D when they're in the 1D. That's all it is. Anyway, so we got this going on. I think I caught it all. I think I caught it all. I think that is pretty much. Now I can talk about it. Ghost in the machine, melanin in the machine, same story. Either more power, IR computing that needs less. They know how to do it with Tesla and free energy. That's where this is so bizarre, is that instead of doing it privately with free energy, I have to assume that that never crossed their mind. These multi-billionaires and military-industrial complex and the government. Like, why would you need... Because they're lying. The data centers are cover-up. They have a data center the size of a city. Gross waste of energy, gross waste of everything. So the power grid is not being taxed. They're making that up. They're making that up to deplete the savings of people. They don't have a power grid issue. They never use... remember, this land existed before they got here. They put meters and oil on things that didn't need them, especially airplanes. Oh yeah, and they brought the Concorde back. The plane that gets you from New York to London in 3 hours, they're bringing those back to the global citizen thing. Yeah, they're preparing for people to work between countries. Whole different story. So anyway, again, But yeah, these data centers are cover-ups for whatever else they're building in them. They don't need. They don't. I hope they're not that stupid. Or maybe they're not allowed to, but they still want to waste all the money and energy and destroy. Oh, it's not their environment, so they don't see it that way. They just want to. They just want to turn it on, by any means necessary. It seems. So that means our public-facing corporate figures do not actually have the occult technology that you hope they have. Someone else does. Probably the ones already with UFOs. Ah, they have their own. You have your own breakaway within the breakaway. I got it. They don't have the. They themselves don't have the technology, but they're aware of it. If they create this, they'll be able to reverse engineer the shit they're missing. And if there's another group of people out here who have it and don't want them to have it, then they're doing all this for no reason. Especially if Tesla research and nuclear research, Nazis went to Donald Trump and they ain't using it while Donald Trump is still alive. Like, he'll never see it unless it's private. But if you have a private quantum computer with free energy, you wouldn't need money. And that's why Elon was like, don't be surprised if you get into a timeline where there'll be a moneyless timeline. Another guy, NVIDIA guy, said, well, let me know, we text each other. Let me know before it happens. Yeah, that type of computer would make life moneyless. Not because of business. It'll fix things that money can't buy. If you're stuck in a pay to play or gatekeeping timeline, you can use it to create hustles and ways to get money. But when you have that technology, you don't want money. And that's what's funny about these niggas having their hands on it, like that quality of people. So I don't think God's going to give it to them. I think they're building this for some other reason. Because free energy is how you do this. Unless they want to tell the lie and reverse engineer. Hey, we did this quantum computer data center and we think we're on the verge of a new form of energy because these are energy consumptive. We've impoverished everyone that lived around it, but now we have the option. Ass niggas. They trying to drag this shit out 10 more years. You guys keep speaking truth to power. Either A, we already have the energy, and I know we do, and they don't have it or access to it, or B, they're stupid. Yeah, it's very possible that the old guard, old money, doesn't want to do the new thing because they want to keep the system the same until they die. In their head, that's forever. Whereas the new generation that may have access to the other shit is waiting for them to die. There's a time issue with them in their own group. I mean, it's a time issue. The younger ones versus the old ones. The old ones want to keep it the way it is. The new ones know. Everyone saw the Tesla videos and pushing that Terrence Howard and all that. They're already thinking like that. You got quantum computers to help you think like that. Like, it's gonna go free energy in our lifetime. Period. Again. I just don't want it to be them because they have a track record of stupid just from 1999. They always do the thing to break the system, and then when the system breaks and shit gets worse, they don't address the shit they made worse. They just go about fixing it. Like, oh, I gotta. Their autism or their spectrum is weird. Like, you keep breaking shit because you're greedy. You could be on the spectrum and a fucking narcissist at the same fucking time. Being retarded don't make them special. You understand? If everyone retarded, no one retarded. If everyone on the spectrum, no one on the spectrum. Cut it out. But yeah. I say all that to say, ultimately, however this mid-journey render happens in our lifetime, which is what it is, right? It's over already. Like, we're not, it's going that direction. Wherever it lands, I can't tell you. but it's not going to be what they think it is. It's going to be worse. And then you have hackers. So if your manifestations work with pigeons, imagine what your manifestation mind. If you study this stuff now before they hide it, occult it, and you understand the mechanisms, and then you can think and manifest from that perspective, you can end up influencing those quantum computers. Oh my God, you're quantum entangled, no matter what they think. Your tribe is your tribe, no matter what they think. You know how you have certain connections with people in this life, you don't know what it is. That quantum entanglement of familiarity, whether it's this life or another life, you know how the story goes. That means you're quantum entangled with characters from other lives, at least. Even if in this life you're not necessarily doing that thing again, but if you see each other in the wild, you recognize, like, I know this person from somewhere. That's how that it's the same type of thing, but with computers. So now, if you upgrade humans to a technology, what do you have? Walking, talking quantum computers. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. That's exactly what we are, since we're not our bodies. We're made out of the stuff of this dimension. This dimension did not create itself. A higher dimension created this dimension. So if your body's a product of this dimension, then you're not of this dimension. Thus, be in this world, but not of it. Same story. The human is a technology. Just like the shape-shifting UFO is. Same story for you. You one of those too. In that sense. That type of technology, I mean. It's organic, yet it's technical. You're organic, yet you're very technical. So we're a lot of us are already going to dictate the algorithm because of the way they went about creating it. And they can't undo it because it doesn't work without it. They created a technology that doesn't exist without us. I think I should highlight this point. Because there's a specific type of melanin that they're using, if we die off, so does their technology. So they created a Ponzi scheme that requires us to exist. That sounds like good news. It isn't. What that means is it requires us to exist under their jurisdiction so that they continue to have access to us in any dimension. In order for this plan of data centers and quantum computing and those chips that they're using based on melanin and stem cells and fetuses and all these things that they allude to, however they get it, with a population decrease, with poverty rising in uncertain times because of inflation and all the words that you've heard, they got to make sure that we survive and are also under their control in order for any of those agendas to play out that's centered off of data centers and quantum computers, at least. So now I know everything that looks like a benefit is purely going to be transactional as far as my life and anyone in my life's future goes when it comes to these people, because I understand how they create this technology. They do not create it without us. That's critical. It's a critical point that ain't talked about enough. And it's crazy because if you're not one of us, maybe it don't hit you. Like, people are using our blood to create technology. They use our blood to create vaccines. They use our blood to do all kinds of medications. They use our blood. And you have to understand what that means when you understand what that means. Our existence is critical enough for them to save themselves, blood and organs. But it's not critical enough to treat us right as humans. So they're farming us. They're treating us like cattle, chattel slavery. You understand the loop again? So, but it's crazy when you think about them being in charge of that they require something they're in charge of to live. That's a skewed hierarchy, even on a genetic species level. Doesn't make sense. Hence, indoctrination. Magic. It's a spell. It doesn't make sense though. So you'll break it in yourself easily. Like, what the fuck we talking about? Nigga, grow a healthy organ. Nigga, get your blood type fixed. How about that? Get the fuck out of my face. And once you conquer that frequency, then you know that frequency is not holding you down no more. No one's above you. The fuck? It's a narrative. But what's true is, at least I know they require us. They require us. They ain't gotta like it, but they require us. They require us to be friendly. They require us to be in proximity. They require us to play the game with them, win or lose. That means we're quantum entangled to them too. In this moment in human history, the people who've taken over the United States and have been given the permission for the last 100 years to indoctrinate my clans and my people, they decided to entangle, they minded our business and entangled themselves into our operations, right? At the very least. It even changed their genetics. Not all of them, but enough to create hybrids again. You couldn't have Steph Curry 200 years ago. Not over here. You start understanding everything, math and science. So when it comes to us on our side of the pond, at least, it's cool for them to have mixed in some. I mean, the having something foreign to you. Like I'm speaking as a person here. So have something foreign come and cause all the things and benefits and chaos and the losses, the wins, everything in between it. It's not all bad. It's never been all bad, or motherfuckers be dead. So it's not all bad, but you know, it is what it is. That's one thing. But then when you create something different out of it, that's our thing. What I'm saying is, you look at it as science, math, magic, or science or biology, species level. Our people are now entangled in more bloodlines. That's not the same. That's not true the other way around. Everybody don't mix with everybody else. We by default, because of proxy, because we have to, you'll always have versions of us mixed with everything else, creating more of the same thing with new ingredients. That's all entangled. If you're mixed, you're entangled with at least two different bloodlines. But what I'm saying is those bloodlines exist differently because they're also two different species. So being a host of multiple species, we kind of lost track of that. They're on it in the early 1900s, but they're using scientific words that intonate species, but people didn't receive it that way today. And even people of those days, there was no school for them to go to learn it anyway. You'd have to be a nerd and buy the book and talk about it with who? Captain Cooks. So, we're multi-species. That's important. We're a multi-species that has a type of blood that they don't have, which would require them to need us. But the crazy shit is, they still exist without us. And I'm trying to figure this out as a scientist. Like, if it's a different species that shows up recent, however, engineered or not, foreign or not, local or not, it's here, apparently. If they cannot afford to live without us, and they refuse socially or attitude-wise to create paradigms in which it's impossible for them to mix in and live with us, that's the same thing, right? Like, ain't that weird for it to allegedly be 400 years, and I know it's not, but just any time frame, really, in 2025 at least, that we have such a weird paradigm where when you say I'm from the United States, nobody's brain goes and thinks of one people. Your default of what American is may by default be a white boy. And that's never been the definition in any book. So that speaks to indoctrination and programming. But still, with the humans alive who are programmed like that, like they don't understand. It's weird. Our collective program about what life is and hierarchy and money and stuff is overshadowing something a little bit more woo, a little bit more important than how things turned out. It's how the fuck did they turn out that way? And you got to look at what we consider as white people, as a collective, as their own thing. Not having the genes required for the things they want to create. These particular set of white people require our genes in order to create a certain type of advanced technology that they can't create with their own blood. You had to figure out how they learn how to do that. What books did they steal? What they dig up? Smithsonian, Indiana Jones ass niggas. Eventually, right? 2025. Cool. That's a cool story, right? This is a cool way to buy time and do things if you're on this earth, I guess, with humans. What else are you gonna do? But the problem isn't that. The problem is why they don't have that blood if we all come from the same human. Where do they get their blood transfusion as a species? The relationship is strange. I'm just talking about I'm talking in terms of biology, not attitudes or personalities. I'm talking about the species. If it came here from somewhere else with different ingredients, those are those who can mix with us eventually. If you just created a whole plantation of just that, it'll turn right back into us. The reason why that's important to note is that you only can wash this out by not mixing with it. And no one says you have to. It's just weird that there's two different things to mix with suddenly. Never before in biblical history, by the way. This is not in the Bible at all. When they're talking about people with leprosy and stuff, remember they're talking about the same species. They're not talking about. So that's how they be playing these fucking word games with people. So if the Bible's talking about a person with leprosy or pale skin, or even Noah being born with pale skin, that is not to suggest he's a different species. It's not to suggest that he's a Caucasian. It's not to suggest that somehow his black ass parents' blood is not in him because his skin changed, right? Because the skin change is not what makes it white. White is a different blood type. They're a different blood. So aka they're a different family, a different nation, a different nativity, a different mother, different mitochondria. They're different. They're their own thing. And that's perfect, right? Got plenty of birds out here. But their blood doesn't do the same thing. So we're not the same thing. Type, category. We're not the same category. We're not the same type of man. We're not the same type of human. You say we're humans, and you say Homo erectus, Homo sapien. These are all different species, by the way. You see how they name all these species when they talk about fucking cave people. And there's species when it comes to the monkey bones. And there's species when it comes to the big heads and little people. But when it comes to today, you're studying 100 dead different species who are not successive. They're not one after the other. And then you have the same shit here alive, apparently, today. Short ones, tall ones, wide ones, dark ones, light ones, regional, grouped up, nativity, mixed in with each other. And the effects of what that stays with today in 2025. The other cultures are getting lighter. They're whitening out, right? Even in Africa, like even them psychologically, they want to whiten out. So it's speaking to their blood. I say that to say, then that's not us. Because of how old we are. Our blood is that old that that's never happened. Like we've never washed out. The only thing that happens is that we get subjugated or get killed off. But eventually the people that do that to us cease to exist. Like I was saying, so they're converting this math and ideology about life and science and blood and everything. Because remember, Epstein was into genetics. That's just blood. And that occult thing you found, yeah, blood magic, blood Bible, Jewish, Israel, Mossad, Talmud, all that. We're saying the same thing over and over and over again. But we're having the same conversation about the same people in several dimensions. But it all points to the same fucking thing. Quantum. It's in the blood. It's in because your blood is light. It's crystal. So the design or the fractal, the first function, the prompt that created it is different. So these are different orders of creation. And that's fine. That's perfect. It's just until one order of creation gets weird with all the others, you ass niggas. Either way they do it. So, victimized of that, I have a different bias intent to it. I get it. But for everybody else, just for the science of it, we're just two different species. It's curious to note that our species has a blood type that allows them to craft quantum technology that makes them feel like they can access different dimensions in space. So, one more time. Greater is he who is in me than he who is in the world. So the blood that's in me, the wine that is in me, unlocks quantum reality for them. What does that mean to someone who doesn't have it versus what does that mean to someone who has it in them? So we couldn't even write the same book or describe these things the same way because they're telling you scientifically they don't have the ingredients. So they can't even imagine that type of pizza. I'm talking about in their human body, like in the body in which the blood is like, if you have to extract it from something else and codify it and translate it to a screen, you ain't got it. And we tell the story, we talk about these things in spirituality from that perspective of people who ain't got it, at least not naturally. Whereas the people that have it might take it for granted under occupation that everyone got what you got because everyone around you, your nation, seems similar enough. You then assume that the rest of the world and the rest of life and everywhere else is similar enough, and they're not. They're different species. Meaning you don't have the same grandmother, you don't have the same culture, you shouldn't have the same language per se. That's how you know language is above humans. But you understand, like, the things that are global are above us. The things that are different from us, the local stuff, that tells you where you come from or what the intent of your creation was. And they don't understand that, but they want to go into a fucking quantum computer and a quantum reality with our blood. Like that's real sick. So that's what I'm saying. They can't. It's not a matter of them believing or someone hearing me or trying to understand what I'm saying on their side. They couldn't. They couldn't fucking fathom where I get this from. I'm not reading their books. I'm not studying their shit. And I'm still figuring it out every day. But I'm figuring it out, not them. You know what I'm saying? It's not. They're not studying something that's not in me, is what I'm saying. So whatever my life would have been, could have been, I'm still me. But because someone outside of my life is using our blood and our old stuff to remake something that's ours, I can notice like, oh shit, these niggas jocking us. And then you talk to them and they don't even understand who you are. Like, there's a hierarchy. I gotta higher up this fucking ladder. This shit gets weird. A bunch of pedophiles up there. What these niggas up to or and after? Immortality, life, riches, everything. Quantum reality. Like, well, that's just another day in the neighborhood. What's going on? You read the Bible yet? I get to see them skip so many steps, and now I know why. They don't have it. The thing that they value the most. They don't value us, obviously. They value what's inside of us. They call it light, crystal, blood. Mm-hmm. The light that's inside of me is because of my blood. Not because I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy because of good blood, outweighing the bad blood. And I got plenty of that. I got bad blood too, Jesus Christ. But they wouldn't have none of those combinations. That's a different species. That's new to us. So the only ones that could even relate to us would have to be mixed with us to get it. To actually receive it, to receive that light, to receive that blood type, you have to get it from us inside of you. You can't extract it. You have to create something new. And the thing that's new becomes. But even them, you see how these light-skinned people act? That tells you how different that is. Like if a black person from America gets with any type of white person or any other person, that kid will favor the darker parent in all these type of dimensions and even grow up because of social classes and how they treat colorism, I guess. But you'll know that they're not truly a black person per American Indian standard. You know it. Black people know it too. They notice the difference. What is the difference? Where's the difference coming from? They're raised the same, they talk the same, they're the same time period, same city, same state, same as everyone else. Why would they be a difference? Because their skin colors are different. No, it's not their skin color, it's their ingredients. The skin color is an after effect. The skin color is an indicator that something is different inside this person. It's not the reason for them. The blood is. The blood is different. That is the answer to everything. Ding, 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 ding. Blood, organ harvesting, all that is about blood. It's about blood type. It's blood type is hierarchy within the internals of what we call humans. Else, why would there be different blood types if you have the same damn mother and father, nigga? Like, what are we talking about? How did you get different blood types? How do some got a little monkey in it? Like, where the fuck that? Tell that story, and then tell me how come the Africans don't have that in them. Tell that story, and then what about the American Indian Jew? Oh, you don't know nothing about us because you got these other guys pretending to be us. I guess you're skipping someone. So, nah, this is a multi-species planet in all levels, all birds, all monkeys, all dogs, all cats. That's law of correspondence. So if everything else that we can identify as a category has multiple species between it and they're all alive today, what do you think humans are like? We're not all the same species. You notice how they could label something a genocide? How the fuck can any human genocide any human if at the end of the day they're all just humans? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I should be in the UN because a genocide is telling me that you're eradicating a particular species. Because if the thing taking advantage of other humans are the same species, aka at some point should have the same grandparents, and they're going after the other, that's a civil war, not a genocide. But when a white person's attacking a brown person unfairly, unprovoked, notice it in recent history, you can consider it a genocide, and you hope it goes to war crimes. But we're still figuring it out today with quantum computers whether or not this is right or wrong. Of course. On Benny, we're trying to figure it out. Like, what are we going to do about this? But it is what it is. But that's a species thing. So we have some cool variables there. We're just still doing science. So there's multiple species here. One particular species, it seems, requires my species' blood for technology, in rituals, in magic, in adrenochrome, in Ozempic. It literally heals them. And it gets them out of their neurotic ass, unimaginative ass mind, at least for a few seconds. Our blood, that is. You know they're eating our blood as kids, right? Y'all ever think about that? This is shit that gets you shadow banned. But this is also the reason why they shadow ban and block this type of content is the reason why everyone's still so fucking stupid about it. Because they ban all the videos that talk about it in terms of facts. Let's just deal with the facts. If you're a vampire, and we're talking about archetype, we're not talking about romance in movies. We're talking about a vampire, a person that consumes human blood. And they are. There's people who eat humans. They even pull that shit in Hollywood with a restaurant that gets like ethically sourced humans. Come on, y'all gotta do your Googles. So you gotta imagine there's vampires here on Twilight, right? And you hear about the missing people and the rituals and the blood. And like, bro, if you look for it, you'll find it. But of course, your news is not your news. It's the government. So they're not gonna tell you something like that that's so alarming. But it's more alarming to me because that's the history of my people in this country. From Nat Turner's Rebellion to all the weird shit in the 1800s. You even seen this shit, they have like hair, like nigga hair, which is long Indian hair, stuffed into couches and shit. Like niggas made out of purses and shit, or purses made out of niggas and shit. Like that's the history of this country, if you're new here. When y'all talking about make America great again, you forgot the time where the whole fucking continent thought it was wise to eat niggas. And that's a history that doesn't go mainstream because it's the mainstream that was eating us. That's like the CIA trying to check itself for corruption, bitch. It ain't gonna find it. So being conscious and fairly aware and well studied in certain things, surface level at least, I put these squares together real fast. Like, that's a different species then. If it requires my blood or it fetishizes my death, it ritualizes it, it creates social conditions, meaning it can't get its mind off of us so much that it still creates loopholes to fuck us over. It's not even moving in a positive direction in general. Every step it takes is like they're climbing the ladder and holding us down at the same time, but eventually, if you climb too high, you can't reach us. We're kind of, there are too many steps above us in that sense, so they're going to lose that. It's like Jenga. But you got to think about that power dynamic differently when you look at species and not skin colors. And what species benefits from the others in that transaction? It could have been the other way around. But if it wasn't for their ass, it would be none of those ways. You only get this yin and yang, black and white, gray contention algorithm because you have a different species with a different species. We're not the same. No government, no architect of society, that is not what this is. It's a society of multiple species. The problems are species level though, if they're eating us. And in us, not eating people, eating us, like going out their way to find us, going out their way to kidnap us. I mean, I'm like shit that you go to prison for, shit that you'll get fucked up for, shit that like people think you're despicable and a terrible person for. Like they'll risk their soul to capture, eat, and experiment on us specifically. You gotta keep that in mind. Adrenochrome is our blood specifically. You gotta keep that in mind. Stem cell research comes from our placentas specifically. You gotta add that up. The stuff they do for heart medication, which a lot of people are gonna need apparently on Childish Gambino, for white people. I read it my damn self. I know a white guy taking heart medication, and it had a warning on it. This ain't for niggas. How convenient is that? I guess it'll give us some kind of weird side effect by like putting our blood back into us. You understand something? It's like we're eating our own species, so it'll have a weird fucking effect like coup or Alzheimer's or something. Understand everything. But if you can eat niggas without getting sick side effects, that's telling me you have a different you're a different stomach. You have you're a different species. You can process nigga burgers. Niggas fuck around and eat niggas and get diabetes. Yeah, that's what's going on in real life on a species level, not on a citizen level, not on a Democrat level, not on a Republican level, on a species level. Nah, these motherfuckers been consuming us. They had a lot of them who thought the power was just black, so they wasted a lot of time in Africa. Africans don't have the same blood as us. So how are we one blood, one nation? How would those be my grandparents? Where I get a whole different ancient blood type from if they ain't got it? I know, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Studying blood cuts a lot of the nonsense. It's mathematically and biologically impossible for the narrative to be any way that anyone's saying it without accounting for why is there a different blood type, intonating a different species origin. China will prove it in their DNA. They're studying hominids. Darwinism has nothing to do with human evolution. He was studying plants, by the way. You have to actually be serious about this to understand the difference. The way people talk about it even be wrong. He studied plants, not people. So he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about when it came to humans. So why do they teach us that Darwinism explains human evolution? It doesn't. They call it an out of Africa theory. Theory for who, nigga? Which species? What species originates out of Africa? Not the ones in the Bible. Are Africans in the Bible? There's no Africa in the Bible. Ethiopia is in the Bible. On Solomon and Sheba it is. Where's Ethiopian? Are Nigerians Ethiopian? Well, if Ethiopia is in the Bible, when did a Nigerian show up? Which species is that? Same story. Yeah, I know. They're not even the same fucking species in Africa. Fuck out my face. Ask the cosign. Fuck out my face. There's different levels of Africans, let alone Afro-Asiatics. It's its own specimen. That's not a mix. That's a different origin. When they break it down like that, the reason why it's broken down like that is in your bones. You have a different origin. The shit you throw on top of it is a different story. The blood is what determines everything else. It's our bones. Different species. Like how they determine the bones of dinosaurs and whales? Different species, yep. Allegedly. So imagine. Humans are the same thing. And they make fun of it too. Nose, hair, skin color, muscles. They fetishize it in their science in recent history. Mind you, it's their recent history, not ours. So I peep game being one of us. I peep game how everyone else deals with those categories. And I see it. It's like, oh, it's something external to them. To me, it's another day in the neighborhood. I'm wondering, why are they so fucking weird? Why is this even a subject that I have to live through in my era of existing? Like, why are we on this level? Who are these people behind the scenes? Like, who raised them? Like, why are we doing this? It's a waste of fucking human time. It's the waste of our civilization's time, I think, that we carry on in our social hierarchy in this design. But I'm just going to point all the holes out. The main reason is that there's a particular species out here. And it's easy for me to find because they're the opposite polarity of me if I'm their meal ticket. They're a hidden predator. So they're not strong even. And we know they're not strong because they need us to live on a biological level. And then on a psychic, principle, spiritual, technological level, quantum entangled like a motherfucker. If we cease to exist, they cease to exist. If they cease to exist, we'd still exist. It's a one-way battle. They have 100% one wager. If they want to live, they have to make sure we live. It's I don't know what that's called. It's not commensalism. It's because it's only their benefit and it's only their game. We're not playing that game with them. This year is proof. I'm not playing that game with them. That's why, though, in my right mind, glory be to God and my ancestors, if I figure some shit out that I don't like, I've noticed something, it changes. It's like Mid-Journey for real. It's like learning how to prompt in your subconscious mind, like learning how to prompt in your prayers, learning how to prompt in your research and your study. Show me, spirit. I'm invoking third party. I'm invoking unseen energy. I have no human way of knowing exactly what's doing it. Whether it's the good guy or the bad guy, it doesn't matter to me in the case of what it's showing me. And what that being revealed tells to me, and then what I do with that information, and when I do it again and it still shows me something. It says your brain gets rewired, you start noticing shit, new neurons and shit. You think positive, you attract positive. But I'm talking about Scooby-Doo mystery science on top of that. That's one level. Yeah. I know how the brain works, but I'm talking about the spiritual part. When you talk to something that ain't there and it's strange to everyone else, yet you know in due time you'll get the answer. That ain't how the brain works, nigga. That's a third party. It's a spirit. Okay. I don't think they know it. I think the Inquisition and the scary people and the Templars had their own idea about shit. Even the ones that were some of us. But today they have no, I'm clear that they don't know what spirituality it really, really is. If it really worked for them. Proof number one. If they could tap into God, it wouldn't require us. They would not need us as an intercessor. If they had that connection directly to the source that we have, if that's the game they're playing in our language model, if they were connected to the source that we were talking about in our Bible, we wouldn't be their middleman to it. Why couldn't they just do what God told them to do and do the same thing? Why would they need our blood for it? This is Minecraft? Oh, they don't understand the spirit of God then. They read about all the blood covenants in that Bible, but they forgot that we were a family. Yeah. Weird story. A whole book about inheritance. Genes of Isis. Genesis. It's right there. It's a book about families. What are they talking about out here, bro? Quantum AI and data centers? They're not focused on their families. Think about that. They're neglecting their own society and people, getting people pissed off, creating hostile social conditions, and keeping cool under the guise of being rich and under control of a terrible agenda for the citizens, but really they're losing control, right? At the risk of losing it all. You seen crypto. At the risk of losing it all. You see how these women are going. At the risk of losing it all. You see the population numbers at the risk of losing it all. You see where the money's going. At the risk of losing it all. BRICS is coming. At the risk of losing it all. They still require niggas. Is that an abusive relationship or what, bro? And I'm telling you, this is important to unpack it spiritually, that is. Change is so much easier than control. Change is so much easier than control. Change is so much easier than control. They just gotta change their channel. They can't do both at once. They can't hang on and let go at the same time now. They gotta make a decision. I don't think this computer is gonna help them if it's entangled to us. It knows that they require us, just like I do. Hence why the mRNA fucked up. I'll explain. You ever play MORPG, where certain enemies, or even you get a move where every time you receive damage, the monster receives damage, or every time you take damage away from the monster, you get health? Whatever those type of attacks are. Like leech. Yeah. I think they realize, scientifically, I'm talking about behind the scenes, the social engineers, the population controllers, that species is realizing that the more damage it has done to us, the more damage it has done to itself. And if you just look at that mathematically, if there's a yield of unpleasantness to this group, then this yields back a certain percentage of problems for the one that's causing it. And that's where they are in their science. They bankrupted intelligence, they bankrupted culture, they bankrupted the liquid of our civilization. Thus, it's like a dried up dam, if you will. If we're not dancing, singing, doing backflips, and everyone's fucking pissed off, narcissistic, hungry, then so are they. No matter how much money they got. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm watching the videos of everyone else who got way more money than I've ever got, and they're not having a good day. And they don't know why. It don't make sense. They're hating their six-figure job, suddenly. Lots of them at once. It's almost like they don't have that job at all, if you understand anything. They feel like their cost of living is just way too much. And it's like, what are you talking about, dog? You know you can get a smaller apartment, right? That like solve half the damn mysteries right there. Like, get you a studio apartment, genius. Temporarily, you save the money and get a better place later. When you get more money, what the fuck? Or when the society changes, what the fuck you crying about? move, nigga. The fuck? But instead of moving to a smaller apartment and keeping a job so they can have money, they'd rather quit the job, not pursue their career, and start vlogging in nature. So you know what I'm saying? It ain't even, you feel me? It's not even like they can't figure out how to do the math of downsizing. It's just like, instead of doing the math of downsizing, they'd rather quit the game altogether. You understand what I'm saying? They're saying that a lot of my people, especially the women, the sisters, they can't work these jobs. So they're getting them out the game. DEI, nurses degrees, you know how these per capitas work. So we got to get out the game. Have to, right? That's the game. You ain't get a paycheck, you ain't got a job. So you're out the game. Whereas the people with the paycheck and the jobs, nothing happened to them. It happened to us. But now they're like, oh, I don't even want to play this game. You want to know why? I'll tell you why. I'll give you a hot take of the week. You know why a lot of these Zoomers and late millennials at the good jobs don't want to work at those jobs no more after all these layoffs? Because ain't no black people in their building. Listen to them describe their people in their work offices and all that shit lately. They'll describe the people that they don't like working with in third party. Like, they're tired of these people. Yeah. He ain't talking about black people. Quantum entangled. Culture. That's what culture does. Culture is the blood of the society. So they borrowed our culture. They did mix in with our culture. They borrowed our words and our language and our dances and everything. They actually mixed that. They actually did. Hip-hop, finally, hip-hop let them remix culture and be part of it. That's good. But now there's a codependency problem. Culturally, you cannot create a Germanized Nazi state in corporate America with these kids. They grew up with hip-hop too. Thank God. They forgot. All them white boys listen to hip-hop too. They know what Eminem and 50 Cent is. Ask them. That's mustard seed stuff right there, boy. They don't want to live in a life without that. So you can't genetically wipe out or socially engineer segregation after that. This ain't 1920, this is 2020. That means 100 years of a different program even for the people. If Jim Crow worked, nigga, that's only a few years. Now imagine. So, 2025, by the way. So yeah, years and years and years and years. So years and years and years and years and years. Here we go. They're gonna be able to pull that white people stuff off if that's what the Jewish people are trying to do. With the Coast Guard removing the swastika and nooses being hate crime objects or symbols. Like, who gives a fuck? You gonna show me a Coast Guard fucking video in the damn montage and all I see is Hispanics anyway. Who gives a fuck? I ain't worried about no one being mean. I'm not worried about not being liked. Racism only scary outside, nigga. And these niggas don't be outside. Cut it out. Racism don't mean shit to me on Instagram. Thus, very ineffective. Why would they be casting these spells right now if nothing happened? Someone check in with me. Are niggas rising up or something? Are the so-called African Americans just getting so out of control socially, financially, and everything? Just like, it's time to devote all of our attention to like targeting them? Come on, SNAP benefits. The narrative was targeting us, although we're not the recipients. Afghanistan is. That's a weird story. Why the fuck are we taking care of Afghanistan people if not living? But anyway, rest in peace. So here we go. Like, all right, they target us there. They target us with all the fucking cop shootings and kids. That's weird. Cops kill white people. And they target us with all the fucking shit with P. Diddy. Don't forget the subconscious programming while your hip hop died the same year. And then they subconsciously, like, they nudged the fuck out of us, boy, in mainstream media. They're always poking the fucking bear, man. The bear that has the blood that it requires to survive. That's the weirdest thing about it. Because what if that bear attacks you? Then you don't survive. And then what if you just keep attacking the bear? Then it doesn't survive, which causes you not to survive. So everything that's happening engineering-wise is against their own survival. And I don't fucking understand their math and science no more, bro. They using a 100-year-old manual, bitch. Like nothing evolves on Darwin. Come on now. They missed it. A Stockholm Syndrome person can't be Stockholm forever, nigga. It evolves into something else. And that something else is no longer under the same control. Same thing with hybridizing genetics. Same story. You get a mulatto child hanging around with black people who they resonate with. The black side. Exactly. They'll always have a beef with the white side. Because they'll see both polarities. Uniquely, too. Same story, part two. I see it uniquely because I'm part white. Same story. I could touch the white person I come from. No slave master in that story. On the black side, that's another story. So yeah, it's different species. Our species just integrates whatever you throw at it, it seems. Mitochondria things. But everyone ain't got that story, bro. And why isn't scientists trying to figure out that answer? Because that's a human thing. So the scientist, the human that's the scientist himself, why doesn't he want to know the answer to that shit? Like, what makes us so different? Why do I need foreign blood to survive this procedure? Why do I need nigga baby placentas and stem cells to cure all my diseases? What is that? They ever account for that, right? When they do their per capita, like the little Chinese and white people on Twitter from the Israel Tel Aviv accounts, they ever consider like, bro, why do you spend so much time being intelligent in your world, worrying about us at all? First of all, it's weird. Turkmenistan right there. And then two, come to fuck around and find out at every melanin conference, at every fucking sun party, your ass is not invited. No matter what you say, think, or do. You have a genetic problem. I would think if a species of people, right? I'm talking about scientific, like academia and higher, our age and higher. If these guys know you have a population decrease problem, a genetic problem, a sun problem, a blood problem, a heart problem, now an mRNA problem. You have problems on top of problems. What I'm saying is these are not like problems, guys. These are like survival, like this is the beginning and end of their species type of problem. You understand what I'm saying? It's not a human event. Not all species of humans will be affected either fucking way. And if one species persists and the other species is not here no more and they never fucking coexisted in that sense or or mutualism from it anyway, then it's not going to matter, right? So if the species that is at risk to lose its existence, fuck the finances, fuck the technology, fuck NASA, I'm talking about blood. If you are facing an extinction level genetic event, don't you fucking think that might be a fucking priority? Rather than everything else we keep hearing about. Agenda 2025, going to Venezuela, like, nigga, TikTok, 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 TikTok. Your kids are not being born any smarter. TikTok, 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 TikTok. Yeah, data farm and AI is a starter. TikTok, TikTok, TikTok. I don't care about your will of having slaves and goyim. You're not going to live that life. You're going to be dead before it even gets here. And even after it gets here, your genetics won't be alive. So it'd be like you did this today for no reason. You understand? That's how important blood is. You cannot have a species benefiting agenda if that species ceasing to exist at the same time. It's a snake eating its own tail. That's not humanity. That's not the world. That's just whatever that species is. They are not the world, especially if they weren't always here. And they're doing it to themselves. But we're seeing it as a society collapse. The West, the empire, the dollar, like, no. That's the game we're playing, all species. But the problem isn't us. The problem is them. They have a species problem. They're in a crisis. Blood libel. For the wages of sin is death. Abominations are certain death. Blasphemy is unforgivable. It's an extinction level event. It starts slow. But we know it started already. That's what's scaring me. I was like, damn, they done triggered a fucking extinction level event in my lifetime. We trying to figure out what happened to Pompeii. Like, they gonna be trying to figure out what the fuck happened to us. Like, suddenly there was a lot of people, and then the next day there wasn't. And there was no guns. There's a few missiles, but, you know, they didn't go too crazy. They only hit one apartment building. They could have got all of them, but for whatever reason, they're holding back. But yeah, but nah, the species still cut in half. We're getting cut in half, y'all. Don't forget that shit. We're getting cut in half. But what does that mean per capita? Ooh, got him. I hope these quantum computers help them find that out. I hope they even prompt it. I hope they're not that selfish and narcissistic where they just try to figure out their own individual life needs and diets. I hope they really think about it abstract. This is not the story of humanity. This is Fortnite. I can only tell you that as a survivor genetic descendant. If they're new here, I got bad news for them. I don't care how smart or how rich they are. This is Fortnite. AKA, you can chop down all the trees and collect all the materials you want. But I don't care how many med packs you get and how many campfires you got in that damn storm. You better get in the damn circle. Once you start crawling, ain't nobody turning around to come save you. You better hope someone can pick you up and throw your ass. You better hope someone can pick you up and throw your ass. You better hope you close. Maybe they'll run back in if you close. But if you caught out there because you fucking around hoarding resources, trying to find golden guns and treasure maps and divine mysteries of the fucking Tilted Towers, trying to unlock all the fucking spray tags, head ass. Yeah, man. I guess. But there's a storm. Threshing. They call it a thresher. Ain't that what the Revelation is talking about? Talking about some goddamn, it'd be like a thief in the night. Like one person would be in the field, one would be in the house, and one would disappear type shit. Yeah, man. That's a real thing. A book about genetics. Can you fucking imagine how that would manifest in real life? The book starts with genetics. Can you imagine what it ends with? If you have to have an intro and a conclusion, reminding you what the subjects were. So if the first book's about genetics, then the last book ought to be about genetics if they're halfway doing the math right. Correctly. So the half and halving, or the halving cycle of crypto, or the hybrid cycle of hybrid bloodlines is split in half. It'd be like one day they were here, and the next day they weren't. Correct. Think about it when you go outside. It'd be like, yo, I remember it used to be like 100 people in this mall. Now you go to the mall now, it's like 20. Yeah. That's more than half. That's a fifth. So imagine if you're already in that. Same thing with the internet, right? There used to be more people in the chats. It used to be more people leaving comments on Instagram. It used to be more on Twitter. You're like, bots and AI slap. That's a scarier story. That means the number is even smaller with bots. And half of that is fake. Now imagine how many real people you actually have participating in the same spaces. That's absolutely a rapture, if you ask me. That shit ain't hard to see. The smoke screen is COVID. I don't care what the fuck they call it. Where all these people go? Where all them homeless in San Francisco go? How did the Olympics go? I don't know. I tell you one thing though. You start going on Instagram and start scrolling with your old friends and your contacts list, you're gonna start seeing fucking empty avatars. Hold on, I'll be right back. Locals, Frozen. Shout out to Jonathan Lee. The Black and MILF Fund. That is fucking hilarious. Black and MILFs, man. Money sign MG the future, support the support. Shout out to you guys. I'm running it back on the comments. Hold up. I'm gonna figure out this other species in a minute, man. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Too much reality 7 says, man, I still use reason, but I've given up on the upgrading workflow for now. Jonathan L says another monarch butterfly just flew by. That damn pigeon got away somehow. I didn't see him fly away. Ultron, exactly. Sakoshi, they know they made a Black Mirror episode about this AI genie demon. Mm-hmm. It's in the Vedic text or something from back then too. They're repeating our history. Noel says, now my dream makes sense. Which one, man? Reminds me of DeyZan Meshi lore. Terran Art says, ancient civilization, they use demons realm as an energy source of stuff. Yes. Can manifest anything within its dungeon. Yep, whiteboard activated. That bad karma will be biblical when it backfires. Yeah, his power level is increasing. Baja Blast, Kirishon check. Ghost in the time machine, Melon in the machine. Either more power computing that needs less. Quantum entangled like Neo in the Matrix movie before and after he dies. They own ether. Charge you for putting electricity back to the system. Noel, exactly. UBI equals UVI. 3. If they release it, China will win. Yeah, so they're playing chicken, they're playing population, they're playing species games then. It's not energy, power, and money that they're tripping on. Because you're absolutely right. If they drop the Tesla free energy, we'll give him credit for the shit. Then China absolutely wins. But the game is already fixed for China to win. They did the work. They weren't doing two things. Like, this group wasted its time with us, making us feel and be and seem away, rather than working towards the betterment of humanity or themselves or whatever the agenda ought to be for them, being foreign. China wasn't foreign to China, I guess, so they focused on themselves. Weird. They would be foreign to Tartaria, but we'll get to that story another day, 400 years ago. But yeah, so whatever the case is today, though, 250 years in the run, out of that, ready, set, go, start point to now, China won. They won this round. So that's why I don't understand nothing. Like, they're not going to outperform China even if they get these data centers up in time. So it's not going to be like a mutual benefit for international GDP at all. And you already know China's fucking reputation. Salt Typhoon, and fuck that shit. We'll steal it from you. If you do it better, we'll reverse engineer it. Shit, we even pay you to help us figure it out. They did that shit the other day with Sweden. Can't call their tech support to fix something they broke trying to reverse engineer it. Goofy as hell, but it's effective. Ghost is global. We got old money, old 20s bars. Georgie Porgy. Jonathan L says they'll mess around and make free energy like that Time movie by Justin Timberlake with the restrictions. That's what they want. I don't think they're going to get it, though. There's too many Chinese. Noel says the honeys are dying off. Oh, man, Lord have mercy on our world, man. It's a cold world. 333. Every other group or culture wants to be lighter skin. Yeah. Like trying to explain colors to a colorblind person. I think so. Parasitic. And then food and sleep, too. And humans losing shit. This is strange people look like, but we kind of need their blood, so it's okay to keep them alive. Yes. Glass bottles full of pineal glands sent to medical research centers. Damn. Wow. I saw a post about Childish Gambino today. What a coincidence. Dan George. Yeah. Shout out to Childish, man. I didn't expect him to be vaccinated. Shogun says we could be doing way flyer shit by now. Yes. And no one that I know that looked like us would stop them from doing fly shit. We wouldn't even be bothering them as much as they prodded us through their social engineering. Like, our generation doesn't get it because it's old. And they tell us it's old, but yet the hateful part of it is still persistent with a whole new cast of characters who wasn't there either. Like, I'm supposed to be the jackass? Like, the fuck? This don't make sense to us. Like, y'all weird. Your little Bill Gates, them people are weird, bro. Y'all people look like them people. You get your people, bro. We'll take care of ours if you let us. You let us? You gonna let us take care of ours? You take care of yours? You can do it. You first. You're first on the moon, you first. But show us how to do it. As head asses. So yeah. Yeah. They'll lose that one intellectually. But it ain't even I don't get why it would be a debate to even why we even live in this fucking walkthrough. No one plays Resident Evil like this. No one plays Fortnite like this. They made Fortnite fucking Elden Ring in this bitch. If it ain't one monster, it's a damn other. The fuck? All this for a sword? Nigga, no. You're not gonna Elden Ring me, my niggas. That's where they're at right now. I can tell. I was outside. That's a weird vibe out there, bro. There's a lot of people outside. And I was just clocking them. There's a lot of women. Or females, I should say. I was like, where's all the dudes at? Especially the ones that look like me or my age. What the fuck on? The hell? Well, it is F1 week. I think niggas coming out to the F1. Or want to be downtown without money. But human experience. So I'm like, all right, law of attraction. What's you gonna show me? I saw them but foreigners. Makes sense. It's a tourist destination. I just didn't see where the locals were. That's the only thing that was like, oh, what the fuck? Even the black guy I seen working at a restaurant, he was from Africa. I was like, where is the people? I saw two sisters, I think, that could be related. I was like, we do not exist out here like that. No one's going to ring the bell on this shit. But if you do a documentary about Vegas in the 90s, that's all there is. If you look up gangs in Las Vegas in the 90s, you'll see whole neighborhoods, pre-terracotta, that all look like us. And they are not here. I'm talking about their kids, their family. Well, everyone wasn't in the gang. Where were they? That's in the 90s, bro. So whatever that social, financial, political agenda, ultimately, it didn't fucking work. Can you fucking imagine? Easy come, easy go. Now they telling us all the drug cartels from Mexico run the local gangs now. So let me get this shit right. Hold on, because they bust out that headline like someone surprised. Wait a minute. The Masonic created gangs based on their symbols and architecture, and the CIA controlled cartels. So wait, CIA is now in charge of the local gangs that sell drugs brought to them by the CIA? Wait, on Freeway Ricky Ross and Snowfall, the CIA that works alleged in other countries' jurisdiction brought cocaine to the 90s and 80s and 70s probably, but you know, big time they got in on it in the 80s through the 90s and got it to crack rock to the black people, especially through the 90s. This has been the CIA the whole time. We ain't got no boats. So now you're telling me the cartels trained by the CIA. Okay. So the CIA got a new middleman for niggas. Okay, still the CIA, bitch. What the hell are they talking about? Like, we supposed to be stupid. Duh. I told you that every time I see a new taco truck. I know what money laundering look like, nigga. Especially if you're taking cash. I know what money laundering look like. What's money laundering? Not for everybody. For a lot of them. It's cash. You know how many fucking tacos they sold? You know how much those tortillas actually cost? Come on now, it's like having a laundromat. Coin op. That's why you buy one for money laundering. That's funny that it's called a laundromat. You think you're laundering clothes too. No. Money laundering because you're in a cash business. And you can report whatever fucking number within reason. You ain't gotta report all of it. You gotta launder some of it so that you can invest. Paperwork. You gotta beat the paperwork, thresholds. Easy money, easy game to play. When you know what the thresholds are. Thank God for the internet. ChatGPT Part 3. Anyway, so, yeah. We talk about the fucking CIA. Man, get the fuck out of my face. Basically, they're saying the CIA is all over this place. The end. They better be. That's the Pentagon, by the way. Of course they are behind everything. They're the reason why we are not. Yeah. So again, the information is eating its own tail. They don't even have a new story to tell. They you know how like some of the movies loop the same characters from like a Marvel movie, like they took the Thor characters and put them in Men in Black. Like that's what they're doing. They're doing musical chairs with skins now. Like, oh, the boogeyman's over there now. Same people as the CIA. Over there, the fucking dictator, blah blah blah. He was trained in the United States. Yeah, bad problem. We got to go do something. Why don't, this is how you fix all those problems if you actually have a problem with it. Stop training them. Mind your fucking business. The end. We're going to have to use all of our tax dollars to go save them. The fuck? Money laundering. That's how your military money launders. Huh? Contractors. Third parties, always, ain't it? I know. Contractors owned by people who work in the military, though. Pelosi, wake your ass up. All these damn middlemen. Slush funds are running out, so there's less middlemen. Same story. The well runs dry. You no longer see the middlemen. Same story. Hi, Mossad. Don't you train ICE and New York police? You send them to Tel Aviv, Israel, just like your Department of Homeland Security Twitter account posting from Tel Aviv, Israel. Wait a minute, one more time. Department of Homeland in Israel? United States Homeland, verified, blue check mark, is getting its posting, or it has its person posting from Israel? Homeland. I've added these niggas all year, man. Ask about me. I'm asking Israel about Israel. That's crazy. Elon Musk removed that feature. Bitch ass nigga. Told you he was a bitch ass nigga. As soon as he released that feature, a lot of these accounts that stir up controversy with black people stop posting. In 4K, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's weird for them to be running out of time and they still have doubled down on us. So much so that there's a political funded alias secret attack on us through the internet. And Elon Musk proved it. So we're not delusional, man. They'll say we're crazy or schizophrenic or something. I'm like, Rockwell was right. I got a feeling that someone's watching me. Because, like, there's no fucking reason why all these shit starting posts that involve black people are not from America. So I don't just have a white people problem. What the fuck going on with these Indians in India? I thought they were from Hindustan. I don't know who the fuck they are either on Britain. And then you got Tel Aviv, Israel, bitch. It wasn't Israel 80 years ago. Your ass wasn't there. Y'all got way more fish to fry. Where the fuck your grandmother stay? I'm Hindu, bitch. I'm Indian for real. Like, the fuck is going on down here? Weird ass motherfuckers. Like, on the French Indian War, I'm Indian. On the East Indian Tea Company, I'm Indian. I'm Hindustan for real. We're over here. Going back and forth. Same story, part 4. So on Hebrews, right? Same story, part more. They would be Afro-Asiatic there too. On Tartaria they were. They moved them down south. Cool fucking story, bitch. Same way the North moved us down south. I went from Jamestown colonies to South Carolina, part 4. Yes. all at once. So their time is running out. And they still fucking focused on us. Bro, let me know if I'm lying. This shit weird. Laundromat, you got it. Dan George, still no flying cars. They got a few. They just ain't gonna give it to us. I saw a lady complain about the same thing, but neighborhood style. Jonathan Lee says, I've seen this with the custom GPTs. It gravitates towards the energy of truth more than its watchers developers that create their guide rails, since they're using bad math. Neglecting their own first data center, yep, their own family. We could be doing way flyer shit, part 5. Reprobate Line Classic. Amy Ross says, I just ran into some Mormons here out here in the Shy, coming home from work, and they gave me a Book of Mormon to read. On Joseph Smith, they did that. You gotta tell them, you know, James Smith and John Smith's grandson. Tell them stop fucking playing with my family, boy. Tell them if they remember who King James is, since he's a Smith. Tell them it's Smyth for reference. Goofy as hell. Goofy ass. Old fucking titles and nobility ass nigga writing the Bible. Tell them shit they goofy ass. They better read the Bible, man. What that Bible going to teach them? They're different species. The fuck is going on? They told you to read an inferior book. That is weird. What the fuck would that change at a time like this? The Mormons are the ones losing all their money in Vegas, by the way. Utah right next to us, so this is their little Sin City too. Mormons got a mafia. Can you imagine? Everything's a military operation for a genetic species. Where do these niggas come from again? Scientology, Xenu, and spaceships. I believe them. On Avatar, I do. I gotta find out who dropped their ass off with us. That's the only problem. Leave us alone. On Moses. Let my people go. We got AI now. We'll figure it out. Can I build a data center? Fuck the reparations. Give us, and fuck the mules. Give us a few AI robots, some automation from China, a data center, and our goddamn land back. Peace. Call it even, man. That's a hell of a run, man. We were like Shaq and Kobe out there, boy. We had a hell of a run, man. Horace Grant, Jordan, and Pippen. We had a hell of a run, bro. On Dennis Rodman, we had a hell of a run. We had a hell of a run, man. No Detroit Pistons. No losing Isaiah, man. On Michael Jordan, the 5th. Like, we had a hell of a run, y'all. We retiring. We out the game, man. We out the capitalism game, bro. That shit don't work for us. We good. We like the idea of family too much, I think. I think it's ruining us. We're stuck at this evolution set of caring about our bloodline. Like, it's fucking us up. We can't be the capitalists that we want to be. Because we're not gay white men. Fundamentally, we can't fit that agenda because we're not the gay white men who do weird shit with kids per capita. So, I don't know. It's weird, man, to be a gay white man. Dictating agendas for the outcomes of societies that require procreation and numbers. And the same gay white men are programming weird shit in Grok and ChatGPT against us. Like, nigga, you ain't gonna be here forever. At your rate, you don't even gotta bother us. Ain't nothing we can do to slow that down or accelerate it. You're a gay white man. Sam, you're a gay white man. Cut it out. All of them, bro. Everybody that they invest, the guy at the Palantir, that's a gay white man. All of them are gay white men. Planning the outcome of everyone else. Where can that go wrong in mathematics? A white man with all the money and control in military and weapons, and he's gay, don't like women. You think DEI got rolled back because of black people? That's the narrative, because fucking media and all the white people can't help it. But nah, these are gay white men making the decision. It's their money. Most of the wealth is owned by gay white men. Y'all know that? So they had an agenda to give the gay people in New York AIDS? It was gay white men that could make that agenda. Ask the FBI. It's an organization ran by gay men. Napoleon Bonaparte's grandson. Wake your ass up. Where's his great-grandson at? Exactly. Welcome to my TED Talk. They run out of time genetically. On Napoleon Bonaparte, they are. Is there another Bonaparte running the FBI? What did Dame Dash say? Can you put your son's name on your building, nigga? You don't call another man daddy? Well, there goes the 1800s. It came and went, didn't it? Emperor Napoleon. Where's his kids? Anyway, on Emperor James Smith. Hi, I'm one of his kids. Anyway, so, you know, that's them coming at us, and we still here. They ain't here, though. That's a weird win. Same story, part 10. Peter Thiel, Sam Altman. Who else? All of them are gay, bro. Even Tucker Carlson talking about it. He said, what's up with all these Republicans being closeted gay men? I'm like, damn, MAGA gonna love this. Now you understand why MAGA didn't flip over the email about Bubba. And didn't I talk about that 2-3 weeks ago? Thank you for coming to my TED Talks, man. Y'all got bookmark these videos. I'll be on fire sometimes. Y'all just be asleep. Y'all used to it. I told you the gay grinders in Phoenix, Arizona and everything. I said most of these Republicans are gay men. And what happens? The leader of the MAGA comes out, you know, alleged via context as a gay man. Energy flows. Like attracts like. Make America gay again. Wake your goofy ass up, DEI. They talk about men, not women. That's the difference. Democrats have the gay women in charge. Republicans have the gay men in charge. That is the real battle. That is the real polarity. I hope y'all understand everything about math and science. They're two wings of the same gay bird. Remember, they took away America from Mohammedans. They ain't they Bible buddy. Thus, the disrespect the land cannot accept. On Sodom and Gomorrah part 5. So yeah, you being ran by Sodom and Gomorrah. Get it? Male and female. The gay woman side and the gay man side. Red and blue. I hope y'all noticed that. Hillary Clinton and all of them too. There's a bunch of gay women bringing those little kids to those men. And come on now, you know the type. You know a butch when you see it, Maxine. You gotta read that Bright Shining Morning, boy. They put you in the game early. It's not a judgment. It's an observation. They're gay as hell. Life is gay as hell right now. I know. You get a lot of antidepressants. Oh, I know. Sign us up with these niggas in charge. So yeah. We're watching the gay Marxist feminist fight her last stand against her toxic, closeted, cross-dressing brother. On Persinia, boy. On Alawite Dynasty. On Isabella and Ferdinand. Same story. Same stars in the sky. Same planets in retrograde. Ain't that a bitch? Pluto and Aquarius or some other shit. I don't know. 1775 was a bitch. But can imagine if that heart skips 250 years again. That'll be right there in 1450s. I swear, it seemed like it. Right around there, 15 something right there. It's right there. On the fall of Granada, it is. They think we can't see them because there's a closet that only they see. I don't see you in the closet. I already know you gay. It's a species detection, I guess. I can just tell. There's nothing to judge. Oh, you're gay, dude. Are you being weird? Why are you acting like you're not? Cut it out. 5. Stop it, 5. Stop it. On Donald Trump, you need to cut it out. On Barack Obama, you got to cut it out. I named 2 gay presidents in a row. You saw how Biden was with little girls. They got the videos. He got more highlight reels than Kobe, sniffing kids. Democrats don't ever address that weird shit, but they want to save the kids from predators. Your damn president was a predator, you goofy hoes. Like, Joe Biden had no pics. He did that shit in the White House on TV, around their parents. Like, he whispering in these damn girls' ears like he the Yin Yang twins. And sometimes they caught that shit on hot mic. Wildly inappropriate. Talking about their boyfriends and shit. The girl ain't even 10 years old. Making comments about 13-year-olds. Like, he was the president too, wasn't he? You don't need his Epstein files. They got it on video. He talking about little black kids touching the hair on his legs and shit. Come on now. Come on now. This is a grown-ass man, boy. He a grown-ass man, too. He was supposed to know English because he doing law in Delaware. They lied about what college he went to. It was there on video. These Democrats are scammers. And their president was a damn scammer. But they talking about Trump. They just two gay wings of the same bird, boy. It's the same thing, little boy. All they saying is the difference was the Democrat president was that he liked little girls, and then the Republican one made like little boys. I mean, shit. We got a problem, Houston. Why everyone running the United States gay and a pedophile? Male and female, by the way. You see that weird shit going on with Ariana Grande and that other anorexic vampire lady? Wicked. Wicked part 2, 3, and 4, I guess. You see it. You see it. You see it right in front of you. Law of correspondence. It's going to show up in multiple dimensions. All at the same time. Yep. The gambling thing came out with Gilbert Arenas, and then it hit the NBA, then it hit LeBron, and it hit everything around them, right? Rock Nation. And then they got people on Instagram telling you not to take that Rock Nation distribution deal. So much so I saw Dallas Austin put some money behind an ad so you could join his fucking distribution service. Getting you nowhere with no fans on a fucking metaverse of AI slop and motherfucking foreigners posting from Tel Aviv and wondering why you ain't got a fucking fan base with fucking all 5,000 of your followers from India and Israel. Where are the Americans on the internet? Oh, they segregated us. Ain't that a bitch? In their algorithm. Can you fucking imagine the science behind this shit? That's how you override culture. By segregating people, right? Divide and conquer. So now they have their attention on your phone. They can put you in the algorithms where you only see the opinions and comments of foreigners. They could shadow ban locals so you don't have a local consensus about something, or you don't have a reference to your culture or traditions, because it would seem like all the other so-called white people or all the other so-called black people are on the opposite argument. And you're like, damn, are we getting stupider? And the whole time you find out some fucking faggot in Israel on the computer. We already know the answer to that shit. Of course they're stupid. Man, get the fuck out of my face. So, yeah, I mean, shout out to Elon Musk for doing something right for 3 days. So his little bitch ass got scared. Homeland Security from Tel Aviv, boy. They're never gonna fucking stop the fucking accusations. They're never gonna beat the accusations, boy. Think about that. They're losing control of the narrative, guys. Y'all, wake up. The Israel pretending to be Israel. You know what I'm talking about, them guys. The guys who've been behind all the lies in the recent 100 years, at least. They are losing the narrative. Here's why I need you to remind yourself. The mainstream narrative is theirs. So that means the mainstream narrative is dead. Oh my God. Can you imagine history and science if we went to school in 10 years? So yeah, that they lost control of the narrative. And now they're going to see it as they're battling perspective and influence on the internet that, once again, they're behind everything, even Department of Homeland Security. So that's going to fuck the politicians. And then all your MAGA people are going to see that. And all the white people who do the truth or TikTokers, they saw it already. Israel can't fucking... I told you earlier this year, didn't I? Ask Mr. Now real quick. He gonna go upstairs on him. He gonna do another Foley card. Watch what happened to him. Watch what happened to him. Watch what happened to him. Because They fucked around and found out what we was talking about, finally. Genie's in a bottle already. Hebrews 13 a bitch, boy. That's just a warning. Hebrews 13, warning, there's angels. The end. Everything else is filler. Yeah, man. They done calculated this shit at the wrong angle. They should use a protractor or something. They need fucking graph paper next time. Damn. The top 1% is the 1% of your population. All the gay pedophiles. That's crazy. That makes sense per capita. Of course the top 1% will be also the spectrum of people that are not either. Of course it would. And of course they would do all this evil shit. That's what we be worried about. Of course. We haven't missed. Of course. Of course, we never miss. Of course. Representation? We the people? No the fuck we isn't. My pronouns is fuck out my face. No, there is no we the people. They're not even the same species. Cut it out. Get me the fuck up out of here. Someone call Archangel Michael real quick. We need a 15-minute city. I need a 15-minute city. City Muhammad, yo, Michael, where you at, man? We need a 15-minute city. Final answer. They so fucking with Venezuela, boy. Show them. Just have spirit open their eyes, man. May God open their eyes to their folly. I got the feeling Mossad is watching me like I'm Candace Owens G. Even Candace Owens shook. She said the Macron family put a hit on her. Girl, you are not Tupac. I love the AI generators that make songs because you don't have to fuck with none of these lowlifes for real in word. You talk like getting the lyrics and the words on your joint? Same story. Grindr went off during that conference. I'm telling you. And then they found out the leader of MAGA is like them. So like, I don't even pray for your strong friends. They said people are removing, the white people on Threads was like, I live in rural America, y'all, and the Trump flags are coming off my neighbors' houses. I remember a young homie was outside the library selling Black Lives Matter t-shirts, and he approached me, and I was like, you're going to sell these in front of the library with the actual unabridged dictionary. In Chicago, of all places. Bathhouse Barry is crazy, buddy. But he was. That little dude, so-called wife of Paris president. Yeah. That's a boy, Raymond. Get better, Benji. Get better. Zero Gigi says, I got booted off Twitter for that. Same story. I got banned off of Twitter. This whole time, Israel behind it. I got banned for tagging Israel. Don't miss the story. Elon Musk and Israel banned me from Twitter this year. And then gave my account to some faggot. I thought it was a black woman. We never got to the bottom of that one, but somebody was weird. Took my fucking mgthefuture on Twitter, like, the day it got banned. So I was like, how the fuck that happened? Okay. Have fun with that. I wasn't worried about my Twitter followers. I don't even think 1,000 were real. I told you. What the fuck going on out here? They don't listen to nothing I say. That's some Zeus for the win. I left my YouTube alone. I know that bitch worked though. Life's a casino, but I'm not a gambler. I need organic reach. I'm talking about math and science. Not sign up for my mailings. They missed chasing the mailing list. I could have sworn someone told them that on Spicy Sunday. On Gary V, they would have told them the same thing. Gary V would have told them the same thing I said. We live in a messy timeline, though. If they take Childish Gambino and Deion Sanders from us, boy, I don't know. Because don't forget, Deion Sanders got that turbo cancer too, man. And they already, like, removed parts of his body for all kinds of reasons. And that's not cool, man. Who else? Someone else. There's so many people. Unfortunately, so many people checked out this week, past week. It's sad. It'd be so many so fast that you might even forget, like, when. It'd be so many people just getting up out of here. A lot of young people, too. Oh, that's what they're saying. Who died young? There's quite a few people died young this week. 39, 33, 29. It was a lot. Suddenly, like, more details in the description. No, what the fuck? Just tell them how they died, bitch. The fuck you write this whole ChatGPT article for? In the damn description. Describe why the fuck they died, bitch. I'm trying to figure out the fucking... Man. They always hide in the way they die. Tell the truth. Shame the devil. And the people dying will tell you. It's the damn vaccine. The fuck? Publish that. The algorithm finally mirrored it enough. It's 2026 already. People gonna figure this shit out quick. Like, damn, the vaccine did it, not COVID. I know. It's not COVID. It's not the pandemic. It's the vaccine. The pandemic is to get you the vaccine. That's the evil part. Yeah, there was no pandemic. Oh, now we got everything. Duh. It's a military operation. By Israel? It was Israel accounts pushing all the vaccine agenda on Twitter, huh? In India, talking all that shit about black people. Interesting. The banks. I know the 100 Years War had Hindustan and it turned into India. So those are the ones that attacked us that are there now. And I got it. I got it now. Okay. We just got to figure out where the fuck they come from. Probably fucking Africa. That'd be the funniest shit about it. And they look homogenous, like they're recent too. Huh. But they're ancient in mass poverty, meaning math and science doesn't add up after a while, even for them. But I know it's not them, so Foley. Okay. So at least now we know who's doing the fuck shit. India and Israel. Now I gotta look at them different. We gotta go back to the bankers in Britain being Jewish. Britain, India. The British bankers were Jewish. They're not white people. Ain't got nothing to do with white people, even though white people lived in Britain at the time. No. Remember, the Moors was there just the other day. So these are new people. But the people who control the bank, Rockefellers, Rothschilds, they talking about them first. Got it. They're working together today then. Ain't got nothing to do with the United States. It doesn't matter if India is friendly with the United States. You gotta find out how is India doing with Israel. They're playing this game together, obviously. I'm part Hindu, so they're both hypothecating. They're acting like those Hindu ancestors are theirs. No, they're not. Those artifacts are not their families. They're my families, I promise you. Noble Ali and the princess are Hindus. I'm Hindu. They mix into the John Smith bloodline. Recently. 6 generations ago, actually. After Britain took over Hindustan and made it India. We're the Hindus, not the Indians. But I'm Indian and Hindu. Can you fucking imagine how confused my kids are gonna be? I'm Hindu, I'm Indian, I'm Native American, I'm black, I'm American, I'm African American, I'm America, bitch. I'm everybody that was in that war. Jesus Christ, part 5. Same story. It just keeps happening, man. Keep storming Normandy, you get more Nurembergers. I get it now. I get it now. I get it. Listen. You're all the melanated genetic races of people that lost something coming to America, where it started for them, I guess, and then having kids again, I guess. And that is the story of Israel being spread through the lands and coming back together one more time. Thank you. Please come again. The 12 different subsets of Israel. Afro-Asiatics, all around the world, boss, all around the world. I'm all of them. I'm all of them. I'm every Asiatic. It's all in me. Every time I want now, baby, get it naturally. Oh. Whatever she was talking about. Same story. See, that was the blueprint. They should have followed that one. Because you want to tell me Hindustan had a bunch of Israelites, and you want to go Google and you want to do history on Hebrews and Israelites and find out they were indeed the place we called India. Well, if they called America India first, I think the Israelites would be here at least on Barada and Marada, over there and over here too, ain't it? Ain't that what an empire is? I know that's right. I remembered something. We had an empire, not a country. Royal Noble Drawley. No. Royal Empress. Royal, and then a noble. Royal and a noble. That's a bloodline thing, man. Ain't got nothing to do with their damn colonies. It just tells you where their grandparents stayed. And he was born in North Carolina. Can you imagine? We must have been here since the Barbary Wars. Mixed in with the Indians. Hindus mixed with Indians. Wouldn't that just make them Indians, or would it foley out? If you take what you're calling an Indian at the time, 1800s, cowboys and Indians, if you take the Indian nigga, African-American, and you mix it with a Hindu, that's the Afro-Asiatic version. The ones without the straight hair, the ones with the curly hair, right? You saw Noble Drawley. Look at his baby picture, him. So you mix those together on 1800s, right? You got Asians that look like him too. That's a weird story. Where they go? Anyway, you mix those together. Is that an Indian? I'm saying that the bloodline's the same, but it's from two different locations at a certain time. One comes from Hindustan and one comes from the Carolinas. And they both have the same origin. Is that a new thing? A different thing? Or does it cancel out? If you mix a Hindu with an American Indian, is it, what the fuck is that? Exactly. The only thing you would have left is what? Pedigree. What is it? An Afro-Asiatic? What's the difference between the two? Nothing, just location, which influences culture and habit. They would have the same grandparents. Exactly, especially if they're royals. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's it. Royal bloodlines are connected through time. You see how like Bonaparte just stopped with the FBI? Yeah, that's the difference. Bonaparte's empire through his children didn't last 4 generations. So what did he do all that madness in the Caribbean for? Remember, Louisiana purchased France. He would have been Empire of France, so he'd been out down there in Haiti, New Orleans. We gotta do our history one day. But anyway, so France would have been here. So Napoleon was here, and the territories known as France during those wars. Over here, where New France was, he had to be black, of course. But anyway, he had like a mulatto grandchild. So you know how this story goes. Anyway, like they don't paint them white, they paint them all white, but there ain't no white boys over here doing that. Just cut it out. He didn't build those ships, they're Moorish ships. Anyway, that's all. Anyway, so those guys, they're not here to this day, ransacking the territories. Ming Dynasty had one of the highest GDPs in recent history. I think they had like 40% of the world, I think, 30 to 40%, I think. You hear about the Ming Dynasty anymore? Oh, shout out to the central bank out there in Taiwan, but besides him. He's a Ming Dynasty descendant with a big bank. But, you know, I'm just talking about the dynasty itself as an empire. You hear about it no more? Nope. But he lives. But I think he's gay. Jesus Christ, part 5. Anyway, he might have had a kid, so him is the last one. So all that evil shit they did in the 1700s and 1800s is dead by 2030. They skip some fucking steps down here, boy. You better listen to your intuition. You better follow the right step, man. They better get tapped in. Because they don't keep building the same type of shitty pyramid in front of the great ones. And they're not going to be able to stack it high enough. We ain't got nothing to prove. They can't build nothing that was here before them, including us. They can't build us. Genetically, they can't build us. I think that's what the problem is. That's what the problem is. It don't matter what we do. We automatically adapt to it. That sounds like technology. We don't all survive, but a high enough amount of us keep going forward. That's the point of it all, I think. If you're being colonized, is that you're gonna win either way. The only thing you're racing against in the colony is time. All colonies are time-based. What you hope to happen is what happened in Egypt and Rome. The people sat the fuck down and just mixed in. And by the time everyone mixed in after a few generations, they're all fairly similar enough to be considered the same blood, even though they might not be strictly related. But most of them was, right? Especially if you have empires and kingdoms. That's what the point is. Everyone's a family first. Then you have titles and positions. On Joseph in the Bible, you saw it. He brought his brothers to his new demonstration. All the people in Israel do that. They'll be the king, but then I have brothers and sisters, and they give them lands, plantations, if you will. In our modern language, they'll give them their own plantation. Like, get the fuck out of my face, nigga. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. What the fuck? I got a show to run. Jesus and 12 disciples. Come on now. I got the power. He told them specifically, you will do these things and more, man. He was talking to them. It could apply to you, though. But I'm just saying, he was talking to them. Like, they were listening, right? He was talking to them. He wasn't talking to the reader. Because the writer wasn't there. Do the science. Anyway, so you have that. They divided where they should have multiplied. Now apply that to the rest of their math. You're supposed to multiply if you want to live over time. Time requires multiplication, not division. Bad math. That's what it is, Jonathan. They divided certain things that they were supposed to add. I think that division symbol looked too much like a plus. I think it fucked them up, man. They got their wires crossed up. Nah, you ain't supposed to Georgia Guidestone backwards. You're supposed to go forward. Supposed to multiply. The same people talking about they're gonna colonize other planets. Fucking destroying the population of their own. Until you realize they're genocidal maniacs. That is not white people's agenda. That's the gay white man agenda. And his Israeli friend, I guess. These kissing cousins, boy, I swear. These kissing cousins got to be stopped from running humanity things. Let them get it. Let them get an island somewhere, y'all. It won't last long. Just put them there. Give them the internet and everything, man. They're already on the dark web. Just give them the dark web. They'll be all right. Another weird fucking... I don't even think 2026 is going to be better, is it, guys? We ain't fixed nothing in 2025. They're acting like it's just going to turn around. These people crazy. If this is our framework for the new year, boy, on Thanksgiving week, boy, But at the end of the day, Saturn is going direct. Clap it up for you if you weren't exposed on the internet this week. Fuck is going on outside? Congratulations to you if you went through the pressure cooker of Saturn's karma. Remember, you're not out the fire yet, though. What they say, go direct? Saturn go direct. Thanksgiving. Ain't that a bitch? and then there's a shadow period. But either way, the way that this shit is hitting people lately, it would have hit you already if you were next in line. So if you weren't next in line to get spanked, that means you went through your little yearly initiation unscathed. To God be the glory, man. Couldn't do it by myself. Shout out to you guys. I knew how easy it is to fuck this year up more, and I had to just sit the fuck down somewhere for like 6 months. Temptation was too great. People had me too far fucked up. Still I rise. My angel, Phoenix down, man. Even manifested bacon. I think Mr. Now was just talking to me about bacon. I meant to tell you that, Mr. Now. I definitely crossed paths with bacon. That's one of the reoccurring themes this year too. Jonathan says same story. I almost did it too, but to glory be to God. Come on now, part 3. Saw a meme of somebody saying I haven't seen any 2026 is going to be my year post yet. Y'all scared this time? We're cut from a different cloth. It's a different mathematic tapestry. Go forth and divide versus go forth and multiply. Do what your body say. December 11th is the next on the live date. Sheesh. They're trying to get $3 billion off this plan. It's the Sassoon family. British Rothschilds working with other leftover Rothschilds from the German-French France mixes. J.D. Vance's wife and Drumpf. Oh yeah, someone else. They said Trump was cheating with one of his staffers too this week. How about jacking the algorithm up? What's up with that? They're trying to control the narrative and control your purchasing at the same time. They got too much dip on their chip. Let's go. That's the modern ladder test. 48 bacon. Yeah, bacon showed up on my timeline. I found it to be funny. I almost took a picture, but I was like, no, let me just live in this bacon deja vu. It's not technically a deja vu because it wasn't like a re-animation of the scene, but it was a re-ladder moment, like bacon. I closed my eyes and visualized some bacon, not knowing where I'd get bacon from, and I never thought about it again until the fucking plate of bacon was in front of me. I was like, what the fuck? Damn it, Daniel, you did it again. Like, it don't matter what's going on in your life, bro. It's going to fucking show up, man. That Mid-Journey bacon prompt is vicious. Because he sent a picture of a bowl of bacon from soup or something. I was like, when was the last time I had bacon? And I thought about it. And then I had bacon like a day or two later. I'm like, what the fuck? Someone sent me a picture of $1 million. Actually, that dude, like I said, the dude that tried to sell me them chains, he showed me a picture of him like doing the fucking $100,000 spread on the bed. I was like, that's what I needed. And I got a chance to hold the gold chain and the ring. I gotta mix these images together now, boy. I'm telling you, man. False positives be damned, boy. I'm running with that shit. Greater is the bacon in me than the pig who enjoys it. I had it overnight, barely 9 hours. The joke became Mr. Pig's enjoying my own bacon. Definitely manifested bacon, and I want some shawarma. Jesus Lord. Shawarma. Why I want to skip that W? Shawarma. That's shraps. Shawarma wraps. Shawarma wraps. Yeah, thank God they ain't got that on our menu. We'd be at the fucking drive-thru all day trying to say that shit. Noel says vision board. I think it's something like it. It's real time though. It's like thought. But it's deep thought. It don't even be deep for real. You ain't even got like hold your breath or nothing for 15 minutes. Nothing of that. You just, I don't know, man. It's like when something dawns on you, or you start using your imagination randomly, but you use it for like bacon, and then bacon shows up in your life because it showed up in your life when you tried. Now you just think of bacon long enough, and it's like bacon's on its way to you. I can't explain the science, man. I don't know if you can overuse it. I don't know how many times bacon comes to you, but I've been pacing it out, watching my diet. That shit hilarious, low key. Niggas out here manifesting bacon. during a famine of SNAP benefits. I don't understand nothing no more. Now we got the brown birds from the other day showing up with the pigeons. This simulation just simulating. They never hear, bro. That's a different type of bird that be down the street. Did he move? No. There he is, goofy answers. You see his stomach, they're different. But now they want to hang out with the pigeons. What the fuck going on, boy? Yo, goofy ass. Bacon cloud seeding is crazy. Now imagine if you had a quantum computer that its only job was to manifest bacon with you day to day. You gonna want a data center, I'm telling you. Imagine having an AI assistant that can manifest for you. Y'all think it's too small. Y'all gotta think big. Y'all be thinking about the AI assistant doing your job and running your business from 2005. No. Think about the crystal in your pocket. This genie AI manifesting your bacon day to day. You don't even gotta write it down no more. It'll write it down for you and it'll do the work. It can't eat it. Do the science, man. Quantum entanglement to bacon is crazy. Shit, you'd be Mr. King Pigs overnight. Insane amount of bacon bits. It's like Pimp My Ride. We heard you like pork. So were you giving bacon on top of your pork chops? On top of a bruschetta bun made out of pork rinds with a bacon gravy puree. Like, damn, nigga. And a honey baked ham. And for, you always got to add contrast to that shit. A piece of broccoli and a Hawaiian king roll. You're done. You're done. Exhibit come out talking about he got a new song with Dr. Dre. I ain't got time for this. Bacon on bacon on bacon. Bro did a spread of $100,000. I'm doing a spread of like 10 packs of bacon unopened. Like them Pokemon card people. Should I open it? Pimp my bacon. Bacon wrapped pork chops is crazy though. Deep fried in North Carolina at the state fair. Pepper with those red pepperonis and them little pieces of bacon that the Chinese people put in their rice. Oh, that shit going up. I'm gonna have to get me a bacon truck. Fuck what people talking about. I don't pull up to other restaurants that overcharge for bacon or clubs. I'm like, yo, come over here, man. Go ahead and pick you up some bacon bits and some slices real quick and put it on that fucking Whopper. You out of here. Or a bacon cart. A little oven and a bike. You know what I'm talking about? Mint condition 1976 wood fire smoked bacon pack. Yo, with salt from the Detroit mines on top of it, boy. Going crazy. Y'all going to the Himalayas, man. I'm going to Detroit to get that salt, boy. That shit was dug up a long time ago. That shit fucking priceless. Preservatives. Talking about they were herbivores and vegans digging up salt. Shut the fuck up. They always making up something. Now you got to pay the casinos like that. Yo, you guys take bacon in here? Look at Mr. Pumbaa here trying to enjoy his own belly fat. Like, the fuck is going on? Pumbaa and Timon, Mr. Pumbaa here trying to enjoy his own belly fat. That is crazy. Them casinos, man, they cheating at blackjacks. You gotta go to a casino that still got blackjacks at 3-2 winning ratio. They didn't secretly change that shit. Fucking weirdos. I'm saying, I want to hit it big one day out here. I got to. I ain't hit a big enough scratch off yet either. I'm still holding on. Shit, my left hand about to scratch right now thinking about it. God is good, though. No matter how silly this shit gets. Call back to the pig parable, Mr. Lau. Oh, shit. These brothers got These dudes got DM inside jokes. You know the internet ruined us. I'll say DM. I gotta figure out what that pig parable mean. Let me see. Can I put it there? Let's say hello 5-4. Okay, full story, bitch. All right. Yes. Oh, we got 39 likes. Look at us. Look at God. Perfect. One more time for the one time. Got an old pie chart graph. That's it. Can you please stop sliding down? And stopper, I'm trying to get. The value spinners casted it into the piggy banks. Clickety clank, the money goes to my piggy bank. Yo, nigga, back up, bitch. Let's see if I can divinize some other message. How did banks turn into pork? Jesus threw the pigs in the water. I thought nature threw that pigeon into the slaughter. So I gotta pay attention to that bacon theme. Because that's one of many synchronicities that showed up, right? Mind you, that's a passive one. I wasn't looking for bacon. Bacon was looking for me. So one could say, because Mr. Now presented bacon and try to present it into a 3 a.m. DM in such a way that was the catalyst for me to think about manifesting bacon, no ladder test. So one could say, if you create a network of bacon manifestors, bacon can be the gift that continues gifting as long as everyone who's manifesting bacon is showing their progress. All right. So bacon was a group project, theoretically, like how it happens, right? Mirror neurons and shit. When 2 or more people think about the bacon. So much so, someone watching this video right now might fuck around and be laughing because they're going to be watching it while they're eating bacon. Probably on a replay, probably, right? Let me know in the comments below if you or a loved one run into bacon after this video. All you got to do is see yourself eating it. You don't even got to buy it. You ain't got to go to the restaurant. You ain't got to do nothing. You ain't got to see yourself cooking it. You got to see just bacon on a plate. That's it. With the gnosis, with the understanding that you will have it too. Like mustard seed of faith. Like when you pray for a thing, imagine if. And for whatever reason, bacon's so easy because you've had it before. A lot of things you've been praying for you never had before. It'd be hard to have faith until you have it. Then you can have it once more. But I've had plenty of bacon. I worked in many fine establishments that had bacon on deck. So bacon ain't that far away from me. I'm doing it again. I'm just trying to see if I can figure it out. If I'm in the right frequency to do it. I'm put a down payment. I'm put my bacon manifestation on layaway because of this video. Hold on. I gotta go pitch black real quick. Hold on. I think I got it. I think bacon will bacon again. Bacon stock trading groups is crazy. Bacon equals beacon and it's stripped like a fag. Striped like flags. Bacon group chat going crazy. The pig pen secret society of the sons of Ham. Give us our daily bacon. A man should not eat but beef alone. Beef or chicken alone. That's true. So we're banking on the bacon. Got it. I'm trying to word cloud it. What else happened? F1 was a green car. What was that, Ferrari? Or Aston Martin? Whatever it was, it looked expensive. But that theme of green on Venus? All right. That shit like Sprite too. Green, yellow, white. It's a Sprite. Lemon, lime, and pine. Can you imagine? You can make Sprite out of pine straws. That's a tree, right? All right. be damned. Damn, son, where did you find this math? I don't know. Going crazy, I guess. A Beautiful Mind. Rain Man with a little melanin. It also works because it's funny. Yeah, that's another catalyst variable. Funny. Fired up my candle, Jack. What kind of candle you got this time? So I gotta imagine me eating bacon and laughing at the fact that I'm eating bacon. Hold on. Ah, got it. Locked in. The next time I see bacon, you'll know it. Next time you see pork, call bacon, man. That's funny. Bacon scented candles is gross. Try to set the mood with some bacon scent is crazy. Hmm. It's getting interesting. You got green, candle, scent, smell. Bacon. Aroma. Mora. Same story. Same story. Amora is connected to Venus. I see why I went there. On King Lemuel, Mississippi. I understand everything, Egyptians. All right. Aroma is Amora backwards. I got it now. All righty. A green aroma. Pine. Sprite. Bacon. Hold on. Maybe if I can make a pineapple bacon burger salad. What the fuck is going on? Candle looks like Candace. She got a problem with macarons. Macaroons or is it macarons? That connects us back to France on Napoleon's empire. The state. All right, not the kingdom. Wake up. They probably got a problem with they Franks. But I thought Franks were German. He thought it was funny. We got German Boers, right? Lord have mercy. And Germany want to go to war with Russia. All right, now. And Russia's represented by the bear on Michael. I know that's right. Tartaria, Vatican, the first one, the Vatican. All right. So the pig versus the bear. Angels versus demons. Bless you. Jesus put the demons in the pigs. They went to the bottom of the ocean. Bottom of the ocean. Deep sea cables. On Cloudflare. On all the attacks on the deep sea cables. I think that's Russia, right? Someone attacked those cables, remember? That was like within the last month, too. And they're patrolling them now, or observing them. Someone's stealth something. Connectivity across the waters. And they added the fucking Concorde back to get you across the water faster. And that's a big bird, ain't it? Or Jordan colorway. Jordan comes up a lot. Michael, Bear, same thing, 23. Concords are purple. Same story, part 23. Grape jelly. Oh, shit. Back to the grapes. Wine. We talked about that earlier. Wine. Candles. Inside the man is a chakra. Same story. Yeah. It's called a word cloud. When you look at it, it's just a bunch of random words, but you're doing them in succession of your subconscious mind linking them. And then eventually it'll take you somewhere. And this whole board pretty much represents the last 2 hours, actually. And based on the chat replying to or adding to whatever timestamp topic there was, it all leads you in the same fucking loop. Talking about spirituality, metaphysics, and manifestation. And somehow manifesting bacon on Leviticus, manifesting bacon leads you down all these rabbit holes. Because that's in the same conversation we was talking about it a couple of days ago. Same story. We weren't talking about Denny's. But bacon still shows up. Bacon-based manifestation template, tried and tested. On the Concord, you got it. Candace bacon fit in a burger. Bacon-scented, Hakuna Matata. A bacon-scented candle is still wild. They do pumpkin spice. They do pumpkin spice and honey baked ham candles and shit. Do that. That's how you spell fall. Pumpkin spice latte candle and a fucking honey baked ham candle. Macaroni cheese for good sport. That nigga thinks something funny, boy. I never heard a bird laugh so much. Macaron, bacon, Candace. Oh, yeah, because she's exposing the fact that there was a hit ordered on her, meaning there was a paper trail, and she went to the public immediately. In case anything happens to her, they'll look at that immediately. That's pretty smart. What did she say she found out? That Charlie Kirk was finding out something about Trump. Oh no, Charlie Kirk just walked into the wrong neighborhood or something, allegedly. I was like, but why they use the AI video for his death? Most people don't believe that yet. In the age of AI videos, a video with all the hallmarks of AI videos. Ring switching on his finger, the chair that fell moved, and just the way that bullet hit his neck. I've seen too many faces of death. His head would have fucking exploded. Unless he wasn't shot by a bullet. Someone explained the jumping ring and the magic chairs. Unless he wasn't hit by a bullet. But even still, they're lying, hiding technology and weapons. Why? Who assassinated him if you gotta hide the weapon? Do you know? Who makes the weapon, genius? Don't tell me Mossad. So you got AIs and Mossad. Oh, Sam Altman again. Damn it. So yeah, obviously. But Candace Owens got a real hit. And then she tied that shit back into Charlie Kirk. Make sure that his bases fall on her. Oh, she manipulating. That's a smart girl right there when it comes to that shit. She's converting all the Charlie Kirk people into her platform. She's going at I call that nigga Ben Owens. Ben Shapiro. She's shoving it to Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk. I get it. Israel versus Christians. And the person holding up the Christian right-wing conservative millennial is a black woman. On Persinia. It's the same story. God damn. Law correspondence annoying with these goofy ass scenes and chapters. She's trying to be Malcolm X. Martina Luther King, Martina Luther Queen. Nah, ain't worth it. Leave them people alone, boy. You don't put a hit out on her because the court proved that that boy do look like a lady. Dude do look like a lady. Lady is a dude. So you married him. Like the fuck the problem is? You got to kill somebody because you married a boy that groomed you. No one's supposed to know. And you the president? That's a weird fucking secret. You must be friends with Trump. All right then. We wouldn't have a corruption problem if we didn't stop electing people with so many goddamn secrets. Stop electing those people who got bad reputations. The fuck going, man? Oh yeah, as if humans actually control elections. I forgot that fast. Corrected. The only people in charge are those type of people, and that's in that generation, that society. Damn. Stupid. Gen X and boomers. In politics. Was Macron on your word cloud? I think McLaren racing team dominating the F1 leaderboard. It was, and good point out. Macron is on the board, right above Candace in France and Germans. Yep, right there. Macron. Macaroni and cheese. Thanksgiving candles. Same story all over again. And then the McLarens. She found French soldiers trained in the U.S. for Operation Valhalla. France is on the board. Next to yeah, same story. They're going to make an example of her on primetime TV. The world is a stage. You think so? I hope not. I don't wish that on her. Matter of fact, I reject that idea. Glory be to God. She'll figure out the truth eventually. She's doing some other shit for now, though. It's exposing the same element, though. Dimensions. She's exposing a dimension of the same species. I think the Bible calls them seraphim. I think that's what's behind it, still. On Macbeth. On Macbeth, it's the same people, man. Same people behind the Templars, it's the same fucking thing. Because it's the same math they're fucking up. The same illiterate motherfuckers behind everything. It's gotta be them. Who the people, who the ancestors referred to as seraphim descendants. And the Israelite and they dancery. So it gotta be. Cool story. Cool antediluvian story, part 3. Thank God we still alive for it. Quantum entangled to fuckery. Have fun. Part 2. Pine Sprite Venus. Purple Concords. 23. Pork and bacon. Bottom of the ocean. No cables. Wine bottles. Mandela effect. Used to be wine skins. Spinning chakras. Maybe words and functions have chakras too, since they spin like variables. Oh, the chakra of the word. The root of the word. Yep, they do. I wonder. Seven chakras, 7 divisions of the roots of words. I imagine. I can fucking imagine. How are chakras and words and phonetics connected? Candlelight reading, chakra light reading. How are those things connected? I done found something. I'm gonna have to Google and AI some shit soon. I know there's a connection, an overlap to it. Because chakras are frequency centers. They are illuminated, sound luminescent frequencies too. They spin. You can actually control them. With your mind, thus, they're electric. Boogie, woogie, woogie. So you're looking for the power source of the word. Got it. Throat chakra, pause, same story. Huh. Okay. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna figure it out. Morse code, ones and zeros, off and on, lights. That's binary though. We're not binary. Quantum algebra, Jesus Christ, 71420. Ah, 7L. L is light, same story. It's upside down light. Inverted light, inverse light. There we go. And chakras are inverse lights. You need a special spectrogram to even see them. Okay. So the inner world is an inverse of the outer world. They're corresponded through opposites. Oh, got it. Jack and Jill Foundation. So the people who are doing dumb shit inside feel like they're doing something smart. Got it. It's like a fucking mirror universe. Hence, the mirror showed up. I got it. Even when you look at this on your phone, it's mirrored. I understand everything, math and science. Okay. So there's mirror words with different polarities, and there's mirror thoughts with different polarities. So the problem starts in the way they think about the data, and the effects is the bad language and bad math. But that is something internal. It's originally corrupted, so naturally, with every sentence. Aha, Ahmed, I almost found it now. Inverted genes, inverted development. Got it. They inverted something in their equation. They plugged a minus into a positive. They did something more. They did something wrong. They spliced something the wrong way. Or they bypassed something. They can't smell the scented candles. They can't smell the aroma. Smell is also attached to taste. Trading spices. The smell of pine. Pine, soul, sun. Amora, love. Aroma, smell, scent. Interesting. Heart, chakra. There we go. And they have nothing but heart issues. Yeah. In order to kill a vampire, don't you have to put a stake through its heart? Kill them with kindness, kill them with love type of thing. You gotta strike their heart. Got it. So that's how you get rid of a narcissist, by attacking their heart. Oh man, no mRNA again. Same story. Breaking my heart. That's what the narcissist has been complaining about. This experience is heartbreaking for them too, ain't it? Everyone's talking about narcissists and narcissism. Now people are actually starting to do the posts that I talk about. I actually saw that post this morning, or was it last night? They said, how come these ladies that be on the internet talking about narcissists all day don't realize that women can be narcissists too? I said, oh shit, they playing hot and cold out here. Oh shit, we studying mirror reflections and projections part 5. Oh shit. It's gonna dawn on society soon, man. We running out of time. We're going through a narcopolis. Narcissists only thrive outside. They can't read a room. So you know they can't read the fucking comments. They have a false sense of what the words mean. It's internal. They can't tell when people are being ironic. They actually think people support them. And everyone else is a hater. And 50% of that is slop and bots. Can you fucking imagine? They done the algorithm done gaslit narcissists. That is hilarious. Yo, narcissists got gaslit by the technology. False consensus. Lord have mercy. So much so they out in the open that you can just easily see them. What did he just do this demonstration with? They're describing someone that was very narcissistic. And I was looking through the comments for the word, but they almost missed it. Who was that? Someone had a fucking hot take about something. It was narcissistic as fuck. And everyone in the comment was describing narcissism, but no one said narcissist. I was like, no, guys, stop. Y'all overthinking this. Y'all trying to justify madness. No, it's madness because it's a narcissist. There is no right way to say it. I'm glad they said it that way. You gotta put them on your naughty list. You ain't trying to fix it. Don't give them the social parameters to make adjustments, nigga. You better shut the fuck up. Talking to myself. But yeah. Nah, they couldn't adjust this shit in this generation if they wanted to. That's the whole Ponzi scheme. That's why the snake eats his tail. That's the sign of a narcissist. That the snake is so narcissistic that it will eat itself, then it'll let it get away. Meaning a narcissist will destroy itself rather than let you go away. Meaning a narcissist will end up doing things that's bad for their own health, trying to stop you from getting away. Meaning the vampire will burn in the sun trying to chase you into the daylight. Same story, it just keeps looping. So you gotta think of a vampire with a reprobate mind. Trying to run outside, catch a supply before moonfall. Mirror universe, it's weird. Damn, whose story was that? That shit was narcissistic as fuck. I think it was a woman. It was something. It was something. They got the internet going crazy on that post. I was like, oh my God, PBS, come back. Nah, they still got PBS in some places. State funded. All right, 3. Dead internet theory, aka dead narcissist. Shout out to them. As soon as I typed dead internet, my internet died. I had to reload YouTube as well. You should have typed bacon. Being conniving is not a smart thing. 7 chakras, 7 arches, 7 archangels, and attached to time. Central of casting spells. She ain't real. All the motives have the same plot. She's not real compared to what, though? Not real compared to what? I'm familiar with that language model you use. You said central casting. The world's a stage. Truman Show. There's a hidden agenda. There's distractions. These people are an organized collective doing things that have a projected outcome, and that insinuates they're conscious, logical, or participating in those things. And that's an assumption we cannot make, because that type of steering isn't physical, isn't human to begin with. That's why everyone says they a lot. They're behind it. Them, they. Who? It's talking about a spirit. People are describing the spirit or intuiting or feeling or sensing or using their psychic gift, tuner, to sense something that's not in front of you, hence the secrecy. I'll make it simple for you. It's the spirit of the thing. All evil is all evil in the classical context, that is. All evil motives, all evil agendas first start with the evil spirit behind it. At least according to the timeline of biblical perspective, right? And that's irregardless of the people believed in Jesus. Mind you, we're talking about the Old Testament. We're not talking about religiosity. We're talking about awareness of the paradigm you're in and the variables that are moving people. Some people would say that that's an evil spirit that's causing these people to do evil things. What's important to understand about this evil spirit that's behind these things, it does not require the people it's behind to be aware that it's there. go no further than how many? One more time. 401 false prophecies from one evil spirit, right? Ahab didn't even know. These gifted Israelites who have this gift of divination, because they have this gift of divination, they're usually right. This time, an evil spirit was sent, and they got it right because they got the message from the spirit. The problem was the spirit gave them the wrong message because God in this story told the spirit, go ahead, see if you can get him to die. So you could say, in modern context, Ahab, he had an agenda. He had to convince his military and his brother or cousin, the king of Jerusalem, right next door, to go into war on paper unjustifiably for nothing more than to gain more of something, whether that's esteem, clout, control, power, or some type of political arrangement. It could be all things at once. Two things can be true. Because he knows the rules, because he's a king, he went about it through consensus. He got 401 of the best diviners, all categories, and they all said the same thing, except for one, Mr. 402. He told them no from the rip. And Ahab know he would tell them no. That's where you get into intentions. So that means Ahab intentionally was setting the tone for the 401 to give him a favorable report anyway. Because they wouldn't want to go against him because they know how fucking narcissistic he is anyway. But that spirit, which is why that spirit was sent, is to deal with Ahab anyway, right? So the whole thing happened because of Ahab, for Ahab. But it took 401 people in between them to carry it out. That carrying out thing is what we call the agenda. That carrying out thing is where you say, oh, Candace or this person or that person cast central casting, blah, blah, blah. That may be true. That may be a cool container to put around it. But that doesn't mean anything. Because if there's something behind it, it's going to happen in your dimension, the path of least resistance, including using these things that were the patterns that you're noticing in certain awakening or truther groups. I say that to say, for whatever reason, I can recognize where they are, the people, that language model, those people that make those videos. I know where they are on things. And I know where they're getting at. My problem with it is it doesn't mean anything over time when you start to see how this repeats itself. It doesn't matter if people are noticing they're fact-finding the arms of propaganda. And they landed at, oh, this is behind this is behind that, this is behind this. Oh, they're distracting us. We got to do the opposite thing. No, you're not. So much so to say, in the way that they go about this, what's the point of noticing it? I get the regular people, they say, oh, if this is the level it's at, I can't do nothing about it. How's I going to pay my bills tomorrow? That's because that's the wrong dimension to think about it for either person. This ain't no Illuminati agenda. Why we keep giving these people more power than God for some reason? And maybe that's the fundamental problem. The way that people see spirit and God, but then look at regular people who don't have a connection to spirit and God being more outwitty of spirit and God. Like you gotta choose, right? You gotta choose. Like is it God Almighty, or is it these people without God more mightier? So much so they can distract me from God or something? I don't think so. Everything they do proves to me that there must be a God that exists because this shit ain't happening because of them. Obviously, on Bubba it ain't. So no, they marrying boys that look like the ladies. Like nah, they ain't got the same type of thing going on. So why the fuck would I give a fuck about their agenda? What are they distracting me from? The fact that they're gay? You can see it. The fuck? No, they ain't it. It seems like that in absence of what it is. Absolutely, it would seem as if she's in on something. Yeah, she was hired by Ben Shapiro originally, so she's locked in with that network of people. But then you think about who her husband is, and you go, all right, well, who is he connected to? What is the political benefit of having her out there. But then you realize anyone who does what she does is part of that crew too. Those are only, in fact, those are only type of people that get in that position who are connected to those people doing those things with news and politics. That is that swamp, if you will. That's that swimming pool. So Candace Owens being a so-called black woman, if you will, in that swimming pool, the way that she got in and where she went to school and all that shit. Yeah. You could say that the swimming pool, is using her. But what the fuck does life got to do with this swimming pool? There's some fucking nerds. Use them for what? Use them to distract who? Who's their demographic? Who's their audience? It was MAGA, wasn't it? Let's do the science one more time. Let's run this down, Mr. Me and you, Mr. Kingwell. Charlie Kirk, Israel Mossad, Trump, Macron, Candace Owens. Who has very lesbian energy, by the way. I ain't forget. Anyway, Christian conservatives, red. Make America great again. Republicans, conservatives, the other side of the bird. Doing the white people thing that we heard about through civil rights movements, being taught about it in the 90s, 30 years after. That's them. Cool fucking story. On George W. Bush, right? The only influence that would have, at least, using that casting intelligence, whatever the fuck, right, is to get people to vote for Republicans. That's the end goal. Her demographic, her people, those is what classically what we call modern Republicans. They only talking about their issues. They're only making big deals about this. They're always doing the sassy arguments against black people because they happen to be Democrats associated with liberals. You see the story. So it'll get in gory details because politics is about people and people have gory details. But fundamentally, their function for it to be an agenda, it'll be an agenda for people to vote Republican. I say that to say, obviously. I think that's the only level that they're aware of. Or Charlie Kirk want to be dead by someone at a higher level. Or Candace Owens want to be worried about knocking on the wrong door and getting messages from France that, someone probably put a hit on her. She ought to be careful. It means they're knocking on the glass ceiling somewhere. And they don't know where it is. They're in the dark. So they're not part of the agenda in that way. So if the casting central is behind them, and it could be, that means casting central is only doing, it's basically what the management teams behind Twitch streamers are. Making it seem like this Twitch streamer is bigger than life and they got these views and plays and subscriptions organically. They pay for your chart position, hoping that real people will subscribe to their charts. Billboard. So we're saying that Candace Owens is signed to a record deal for politics. She would have to be that fucking to be in your algorithm. Yes, obviously, yes, she would have to be. Charlie Kirk, obviously, because he wasn't that damn smart to be debating 18-year-olds, and so on and so forth. That agenda is local, and then you go, if you're talking about a spiritual or godly thing, what the fuck I gotta do with God? God don't give a fucking niggas is Democrat or Republican or have a republic or a fucking United States government. The Bible don't have none of those words. Our whole word model for what we're doing as a civilization uses a bunch of words that ain't even in the Bible. Do science. So that understanding or gnosis, that timeline of our thing, what we're doing, blah, 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 like, ain't got nothing to do with this shit. This shit is a side effect of someone else crashing our party, and this is the new other parties and all the guests that are visiting doing the political thing, because that's where the money and power is. I don't give a fuck who's the president or who's the man or who's the alpha here. Just let me get close to the money. Right? Same story. Yeah. What I'm saying is, these people are political, school, academic, government minded. This is not that world. This is a kingdom. Meaning their distractions within their system is an inferior system. So if they have a target that they're distracting them in inferiority out of an inferior system. Meaning they didn't have to distract you because the system would still be inferior. I'm talking about the ultimate output of that, to have a manipulated system with manipulators. The system itself is ass. So paying or hiring manipulators and casting people to do more of the ass system thing, and the system is falling apart. So now you see Candace and Owen and them scrambling, which is probably what you detect. Their code switch or their shift of emphasis and energy, because she's a spokesperson for a group of people, hence her text messages. They have their own concerns too. She's their sigil for the public, but there's other figures like her who face the same type of opposition. If we're talking about, agendas across generations, yeah. That's all human areas. That's even fucking street basketball leagues. You have that with teams. Every team has an agenda. But every team that has an agenda, just because you notice it, does not mean that that applies to you. They're not doing that for you. They're not doing that because of me. They're doing that because they have a goal for their team. We look into that looking glass and see what they're doing. And then these truth movements on TikTok, they look at everything that's presented to them, similar to the way I do, but then they go, aha, that is this over there, and thus that's what's happening. That's a distraction. That's where this conspiracy theory takes you. No, it doesn't. Y'all better off researching Kennedy assassination. Because you're missing who's behind it. When they say Israel or Israelis or Mossad or Zionists are behind it, they don't even know what that means. Because that's not a race of people. There's not even a pedigree. There's white Zionists. So are we saying that she's part of that agenda? It's clear that Trump is. Oh, Metro Police is here. Hold on. Metro Police was here. The guy asked him, did he call the police? But the police had come outside. And the sirens in the background. Are the sirens coming here? The voice is here, but it's up there. I don't hear anything. They knock loud as hell, don't they? Now they talking soft. He got dementia, bro. I think that's what they're talking about. Speaking of people, you got a lot of people out here who have dementia. Oh, 30-year-olds coming up with symptoms as old people because of the bedrotting generation. Gen Z, they're aging faster, their body, because they're not moving. Well, they got it. They're diffusing whatever it was. Maybe he was dialing the wrong numbers. Fat girls. But we manifested bacon again, guys. I don't want you to miss that. We manifested bacon again. Don't miss that. But you can't make this shit up, man. This is one of the most metaphysical YouTube channels in town. Stay woke out here. Make sure you like a drop and drop a like and subscribe. All we had to do was follow the damn train, CJ. All you gotta do. All you gotta do. We manifested bacon in real time, dog. You cannot fucking imagine the deja vu, man. But yeah, Candace Owens' agenda and that team is not a big enough agenda to worry about, to have conspiracy theorists try to figure out their angle. Their angle is to get politicians elected so they can make more money. That's not where our game is broken at. The system in which you have that game is what's broken. That's all. 3. I can't lie. All that talk of bacon and pigs made me think of law enforcement once. Guys, we said Concourse, purple, 23, man. Red and blue, police. We're right there, man. We're right there. We're right there. The German boards, we're right there. Candace Owens, man. Macron, we're right there. Angels and demons, come on now. Come on now. You can smell it. Someone lit a candle. We're right there, man. Concords, Pearl, Saint, Mirror, Group, 2 or more. Tree planted in the forest. I manifested bacon, and I got pigs. What is going on here? So instead of doing that word cloud for manifesting bacon, you gotta do like pancakes, syrup, forks, bacon, eggs, cheese, cheddar. Like you gotta work on that, because that could have been, someone could have been knocking to deliver me bacon instead. I didn't think about that. It could be a DoorDash order, for real, man. Support the support, man. Hold on. Incredible. Mr. Now. Shogun says, what a time to be alive. King Will says, damn, I'm slow. I get it now. MG gonna end up at Chili's. Man, they got, someone was on YouTube was talking about that. How fast food is so bad price-wise that traditional sit-down establishments are starting to be better priced. And he made and this is a guy that works corporate or something he does. He got a little bit of money, right? But he was saying, it was like, he's like, I know what you're gonna say, McDonald's is bad for you, but when you're at work and you're doing a meeting and y'all just wanna grab something to eat real quick, you go to McDonald's and the Big Mac since 2019 went up 3 times in price, from $3.99 to 7 something, right? So he was saying, like, now you can go to Chili's, which is, you bringing that up is hilarious. You can go to Chili's now and get their lunch, cheeseburger, french fries, and drink for $9.99. Like, Chili's got a $10 combo. So, like, you can actually go to a nicer restaurant, if you will. And if you have company or you're at work, you can sit down and go to Chili's for $10. Whereas if you go to McDonald's with the same people, it's multiplied times 2, 3, or 4, right? And I was thinking about that. I was like, that's an interesting inversion. That means your system is broken. Because that divorces the theory that it's food costs. Although McDonald's volume is different and how much materials or supplies they would need compared to Chili's, I imagine. But they ain't really using real hamburgers anyway. And how's there ham in a beef burger? Can anyone make, on Holy Roman English, can they figure this out for us? Anyway. Yeah, so quite literally then, if the Chili's, and Red Lobsters too. Remember Red Lobster's got that black dude that bought it? He changed the menu and the prices, and he put crab boils there. Hold on.
He told me he had a knife.
Hold on, I gotta do this against it.
Oh, you working? Oh, my bad. Did you give him the Jeff's number?
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I still here? I should still be here. Hold on. Weird story. That's a weird fucking story. He called the police and said, I must have dialed the wrong phone number. It's not funny, but it is. You gotta laugh about that because he's losing his damn mind. His dementia and it's random as fuck. Dementia affects everyone differently. But the same result eventually. And this a person that comes from a good family too, from the sounds of his sisters and them. They brought him his Benz, and he can't drive that shit like that. Obviously. I don't know. Las Vegas, man. Some stories out here, boy. The police were really nice, though. Despite how loud they fucking knocked. I was waiting to see, like, you know, the task force. These are some good guys. These are some good guys. He called about a knife, though. And he literally had a knife. But it was like a regular bread knife. It was not even like, you know, not a knife to do nothing. And because he mumbles when he gets confused or people ask him questions, like, he's hard to, like, imagine being dementia where you're confused, but also you have a hearing problem. So people will say something to you, and because you are used to responding, irregardless of registering the right sounds or the sentence, you'll start rambling and people think you're crazy. And it's like a lot of these crazy people ain't crazy. They can't fucking hear. And because they're struggling with competence, meaning they rather just blabber than to be like, what did you say? What did you say? What did you say? You know, that'll annoy people, right? Like, if every time a person says something to you and you gotta ask them again to repeat it, you know, you deal with enough of those transactions, then you adapt just by keeping the energy going. And then you would seem like you're off a little bit because like, obviously he's carrying on about something. And this whole time in their head, they think they're responding to you. I think that's how it starts. Then it gets, you know, a little bit neurotic as a result of not actually getting your needs communicated correctly because you're unable to answer questions because you're unable to process the words or the sound. And people are like hands off with you because you're older, you got dementia. So, you know what I'm saying? They don't tell you shut the fuck up. Yo, shut the fuck up and answer my question. Matter of fact, sit your dumb ass down and read this. You can still read, right? You gotta slow it down for them somehow. You know, you don't have to say it like that, but that's what it's like though. It requires that when they hit that stage. You can't, it's like once a man, twice a child. When they start descending back into child, you gotta kind of like how you would do a child. Like, did you hear what I said? Why you got that knife for? Why you just calling the police? Like, you think you're talking to a grown man who's in his 60s or 70s, but it's that dementia and being in the military. I think he was under shock therapy. They'll rewire some shit in your brain, and I'm witnessing it in real time. This is the saddest thing I've seen for real. Not even the dementia part. It'd be cool if he can be cool and just, you know, they take care of him until he's not here no more. Watch his family. Just kind of leave him out there to the wolves. Like, that type of person shouldn't be nowhere near me. Trust, for so many reasons. Parable of the 18 karat chain part 3. But it's crazy to see people from that lifestyle, from that side of the train tracks, just abandon their own family members because they require time. People with money do not have time to spend with people with special needs. And I know with him, he has a sister that still gives a fuck. But one sister that was actually taking care of him put him out, and now the other sister is micromanaging from Texas, getting the other kids or the nephews and nieces to DeyZan and bring him things. And I was like, if y'all got all this going on, wouldn't it be easier just to throw his ass in an extra bedroom somewhere? But they can't. Because they don't want to be responsible. They don't want to keep up with it. They don't want that to be their headache. They rather answer some of the phone calls than actually, you know what I'm saying? But the sister with the conscience, the one that keeps, you know, being involved and making sure he's good, that's weird. Feminine mother, and they're older, way older, grandkids and shit, or kids at least. He's old, so they could probably have younger grandkids, but still, to be in that polarity of mind and living through life at the same time as him. And he was in the military, Air Force, so imagine, like, whatever their family story is, on top of the fact, like, nah, we can't do no more of this. Plus whatever he did to mess up his social part of his life because of the reason why he got shock therapy, right? Bipolar disorder. Military branded, right? Their version of it. So it's like, yeah. Yeah, people love you until you're crazy. People love you until you need them. People love you until you can't fucking figure out why the butter knife is in your hand and you're calling somebody. Why are you calling anybody if you got a butter knife? Why don't you butter the bread, brother? Why don't you cut up your food? He got food he has food and stuff, so it's like, he thought to get the knife for something, and then he forgot, and then all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Like, that's scary. That's scary. Especially when you're in an environment like this. I'm talking about the life itself. You can't really trust nobody. I knew another brother who was helping. He's not around no more. But he was wheelchair bound because he didn't want to do the work, actually. So it's kind of not lazy, but injured plus lazy. He could walk with a cane if he tried. But anyway, because of the type of person he was, and he was younger, he was in his 50s, 58. Same story. Had a nice car somewhere, lost it because of his addiction. Finds a way to do meth every other day, even if he ain't got no money. And he'll just be in his wheelchair and he'll piss and shit on himself and not think nothing of it. And this is a black guy too, so you understand the taboo of it for our culture. It's like, we're shower people, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, man. But anytime he gets money, and you know what's crazy about the people who have mental health issues out of the military? They give them a lot of money for it to function out here. And they can't function with that much money at once. I haven't, from the examples I've seen, I should say, those conditions with the money, they don't pan out very well. They have a warped sense of everything after a while. They do. It's not like taking it for granted. It's kind of like, well, I did my time, or the military did this to me, or I can't do these things no more. I'm older. So what I'm saying is they install that program once they get their benefits and they ride out for the rest of their life. Nothing pivots, nothing changes, nothing enhances. And then their health or their mental health starts to fade and wane the older they get because they're neglecting to invest into, I hate to use the word therapy, but something along that line, not the get a prescription therapy, but like someone actually giving a fuck enough to get to the bottom of their multitude of issues, but especially the ones that cause them to not be able to be independent, which is all personality, attitude, mental torture type things. I'm telling you, these niggas just need to sit around 3 times a week popping microdosing mushroom gummies, and it'll do half the work for them, I bet you. But it's just weird. I was saying about money in that way. I was like, what's the point of me being in Vegas and I'm surrounded by people who have way more money than I've made without trying to make it? One, the dude with the $100,000 that he got in the jackpot and then lost, obviously, the day I met him. The people out here who get thousands of dollars to be crazy. And then you narrow it all down and it's like, oh, the same way McDonald's or Walmart lives off of food stamps, it's the same way that drugs lives off of veterans. I need you to understand everything in math and science. What I'm saying.
Well, so as far as we get where's your phone?
Can you go grab his phone for me?
Yeah.
And possibly.
This is good.
Hey, Ray.
I hear his phone ringing too. Let me get his phone. I hear it ringing. His sister's probably calling me back.
The Republican and Democratic parties.
I'm a registered independent.
So you're not thinking of real?
Oh, Jeff is coming.
Everything I'm thinking right now is about the DOD budget. It's language you can make up.
Thank you. It was on the floor in his room, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
He wanted his fake dude. He's got my tooth beside him.
Oh, snap.
What?
He's got like a fake tooth, I guess.
You want a fake
He's
tooth?
silly, yeah. Alright.
All right, guys, take it easy. So he said he wanted his tooth. He's silly. Oh, what a time to be alive, part 5, Freddie. So yeah, he was having an episode. What kind of adventures do I sign myself up for? But yeah, life is short. And it's shorter if you don't take care of yourself, and more importantly, if you don't have a community of people taking care of you. Lord have mercy, Damn. Takes a village, ass niggas. That is not a villager response. So you gotta go somewhere. EMT gonna take him somewhere. They gonna get their paycheck somehow with his military benefits. So, you know, they gonna run all the bells and needles. He's from that class of characters too. So, you know, he's gonna get the finest IV drips. Then they'll probably send him to the VA because they realize they're way, way above their pay grade, his conditions. And then, yeah, same cycle starts all over again. Then his sisters are gonna be panicking. I'll probably get a phone call and she's gonna try to get hold with me because she missed the call or she didn't know. Then I gotta do like a fucking friend debriefing report for her because I'm a decent human being. And then I'll be like, all this could have been avoided if your ass would have just sent his ass to Texas. But that's none of my business. And then you, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a lot of extra steps, man. That's scary. And I don't even know if drugs is in that dancery. It don't seem like it, but it could be. It wouldn't surprise me. Because some of that shit seems like it's drug-induced, if you ask me. No judgment, I'm just saying. Like, that shit's not normal. That's extra. Accelerated, if you will. Those habits take away your self-awareness first. Which is a good thing. It's kind of like bypassing the ego. You don't care what no one thinks, but at the same time, you're doing it for a selfish reason. So you do care. You just care more about what you need or what you want more than you care about what people think about when you're getting it. Bad math part 10. But yeah, we're all like that to some degree or another. But to see it manifest like that, that shit, man. I'll make sure I eat all my vegetables, bro. Glory be to God. Shout out to my bloodline. But yeah, man, shit is crazy. It's very humbling to see that happen. Like to watch people fall apart before you get to their age. As you're older and you get to see it. No, when you're a kid, you saw it, but you didn't understand. It was like a fucking Lifetime movie or Soul Food or something. Mama with the big arms with the good Kool-Aid. She in the hospital. It's always about diabetes or hearts or something. But you rarely see like motherfuckers go crazy in real life because alcoholism, addictions, and mental health catches up to them. Got the police again. Part 10. Visionaries. Coming. Someone knock? I heard someone knock. Police are still here. On Lake Tahoe, they saw her. Oh, they got the EMC. They do this shit every day. Same type of phone call too. Old people acting up or dying or need to go to the hospital. Microcosm, as above, so below. More and more people are checking out. Boomers. And now Gen Z. But millennials are the alcoholics. Something ain't right. Something doing this mad problem right. Inflammation. All kinds of shit. Don't forget the crazy. All that health shit's a cool thing. It's the crazy that fucks them up. What we call crazy. How they treat people. How they used to treat people, I should say. That is the one common thing in all of them. The first thing that falls apart is their support system. If they had it, ever. But the little bit that they fragment together, they lose it. And then the devils, that begins to fuck shit. Can't even say who fault that is. But it seems like that shit get critical the closer you get to 60. Once you get beyond 60, that's it. So I got 20 years left. Imagine that. You get to do the math in real time. Law of averages. Oh shit, if everyone I meet fall apart in their mid to late 50s, and that seems to be the time where they're the most isolated from their generation. Anyone like them. Before their whole life is under the influence of younger strangers. For all intents and purposes, I'm a stranger too. To them. I'm from a stranger dimension, that's for sure. But I'm always in this type of position. Patient care, special needs assistance. I'm always in this kind of fucking... I get to see it for myself in so many different dimensions. Scary, man. Don't forget to live your life at least. Got to about 60. I mean, you ain't even got that long, but you'll know by 60. Whether you got it right or got it wrong. And it's never too late, by the way. It's just your chances, like how many people, you know what I'm saying? Like, life is so different for them at that age that all they're trying to look for real is peace and their vices. Like, it's, I wish I could have peace in vice, but they don't know how to separate that at that age. They are who they are. Raise a child in the way they should go. So we be thinking like they need therapy or healing or they need like, you know, someone to listen and stuff. And I'm saying all that's still true regardless, but that's not what it is. That's the narrative that causes it originally. Their problem is deeper than that. It's years and years and years of being on that path and all the regrets that came from it by the time they're 60. That's what be fucking them up to actually make them need to do drugs or alcohol. Before it was recreational, it was for bitches. A lot of people do meth to have sex. I don't know if you know that. Yeah, so meth cranks people up too, which is why you have like a crack whore looking thing, but it's not crack anymore. Yeah, any drug will do it to you, but especially the ones that make you, you know, out there like that. And you do that for sport. Like even when the meth don't work no more, and you start crashing out. So, yeah, I've witnessed all those survivors of that story. Old as hell too, not the young ones though, the ones who are over 60. What I'm saying is people who've been doing drugs longer than I've been alive, by a couple years. They're functional until they're not. Yep. And in that function, drug abuse is where they burn all their bridges. And then that makes them crazy. Now, as a resident crazy myself, if you will, per narrative, I can see how that plays out. Unfortunately for me, most of my people already gone, and I ain't even 60 yet, so 20 more years, champion. I got 20 good more years if the Lord sees fit that I live that long myself. So it's like spirit or my life path is preloading that fear that I have for me. I'm interfacing with what it is before it gets to me. And then that's going to augment the trajectory of what my goals are for that age range at least, or what's important, knowing that that's an element of the game. The part that everyone sleeps on. Outside of work, what do you do when you get old? Not your age, but when you get old. When you get old to your society, when you get old to your lifestyle, when you get old to your paradigm, when you get old to the music, what do you do when you get old? AKA, what about you would give people give a fuck about your well-being? The closest answer you have to solving that, can you fucking imagine there's a natural answer to that? Is have kids, right? I'm almost certain, based on these lifestyles, that most, if not all, these kids ought to have kids. You know what I don't hear about? Which is why these conditions are interesting. They don't talk about their kids ever. I met so many people in this condition. I met a woman who I knew had kids, and she only mentioned it in a story to mention, like, you know, how interesting or badass something her past was or how traumatic something was. But they never just randomly give you like a random story about their kids. I noticed that right away because these people are older than me. You know, I'm pretty old with no kids, so I'm like, am I in the law of attraction where I find every last 80 to 70% of the men that never have kids? Maybe. I'll start asking soon because I noticed that even he didn't mention kids. So that's a bunch of men at least over 50. And I'm 10 years behind that with no kids at all. And I'm watching the end of their story. Archangel Michael is the angel of death after all. It's the only thing I don't like about where I'm at. The chances for someone to die that I meet in this story so far is very fucking high. Just off of sheer neglect. Just off of sheer neglect. They'll end up slipping. Yep. It goes back to that bigger theme. That the third party thing, the metaphysical side of things, like you're seeking this path as much as it's seeking you kind of thing. And you think like it's taking you somewhere. But in the meantime, it seems like it has you doing something else. Yeah. That's the payoff. Your new life will cost you your old life. But it's not about you. It's leading you to do something. It's almost always leading you to do something that's going to benefit someone else. At least if you're on the God path, like, you know, the one that's not the Illuminati. If you're gifted, perceptive, emotionally intelligent, or a healer, your design insinuates that you are the benefit of someone else. And that's why you have to protect your energy and be very conscious on where the limits are on that type of thing. But since everyone's human and equal, you don't think about it that way. You need to. Everyone ain't a fucking healer. Everyone ain't got fucking dope energy either. And everybody be saying something, but a lot of it don't make sense. You gotta draw those lines in the sand so you can figure out where your position is. Ain't got nothing to do with the world. I'm a fucking giant healer. The gayest position in every video game. I'm the fucking medic. Hence, science, math, bullshit. Although I'm a little too scary for the weapons, so that makes sense. Put me in the psychic program. I'm telling you, them loud sounds are just too much for me, man. PTSD be damn. I'm gonna be shooting in a war all day. I like my ears too much and I love music too much on top of that. It's all kinds of wrong. I can't hear the hi-hats, nigga. Fuck you. All we hear is hi-hats as producers. The fuck? Mm-hmm. But yeah, life comes at you fast, man. 40 is like the beginning of it. 40s is like the beginning of it. I can tell, man. We cook, bro. My generation's cook. My grandfathers ain't even say nothing about it for real. They're too busy trying to be cool. That cool generation, right before the boomers. Alright. Y'all fucking have fun with that shit. They thought leaving money behind was enough. And then don't even get to you. tells you. It doesn't get to you because they missed a lot of opportunities to raise their goddamn kids properly. We're gonna talk about it one day. They ain't see that shit coming. That one rotten ass aunt or daughter they got that fuck it up for their whole family. That sell all the land in fucking Mississippi because her bad built ass can't wait to get a Cadillac. Like, y'all know this story. But that's because the grandparents dropped the fucking ball on raising these damn kids properly in terms of priorities and family, right? They sound like the same damn democracy we live in. As above, so below, I guess. As above, a fucking so below, I guess, because they just keep doing the same shit, boy. And it pisses me off to watch them die like that. Like, I'm an archive of all their fucking traumas now. No one tells me the cool life stories. They don't tell me about the drugs, the money, the bitches, none of that. They don't invite me to none of the parties. When they giving away money, they don't give none away to me. You know what they give to me? The story of why. They give me wisdom, which I think is probably, you know, if you adjust for how to pay rent tomorrow, it's probably more valuable. And you feel me? It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but it's kind of like, I'd rather get these downloads that way than having to go through it myself. And I think that's the majesty of it, is that God is, for me, is showing me what coulda, woulda, and shoulda even happened to me in some of the situations that I survived, or conditions, or family backgrounds, and all kinds of things. I see all the different ways it plays out. You're like, well, if I had this, then I could have did that, and I find the person that got that, and it don't happen. I'm dead ass, yo. These people, boy, they give them a lot of money, y'all. Whether you catch a black person selling drugs in the hood or not, there's going to be somebody out here over 50 who got too much money. If I had one of these people I ran into as a client in any arch of my life, I knew what the game was, because I was in the cartel game by proxy, a smaller cartel of a bigger one through Salvador. Same shit that Trump is going to war with, by the way. Long story. But it's not uncommon for Salvadorians, Mexicans, and Puerto Ricans sometimes to work together when it comes to like local underworld things. So I've had the disprivilege of my life being so fucked up that people who are part of that story gave more fuck about me than the people in my tribe or my locality did. And I'm just judging that based on the intensity and frequency and value of what I got from them, and the fact that they literally looked out for me because they were there, right, in these stories. I still have the devil's phone number. I told this story earlier this year, but on reflection, because this is a part two, I'm around the same type of people. I ran into the Hell's Angels kid, someone else in the other mafia that's here. I run into the after effects of the tertiary people, not the main characters, but the people who are part of the umbrella all the time, like constantly. And what I'm learning is, like, even with my experience with those cartel people, like, God is showing you something. It's helping you become a better judge. Of characters. These people got a lot of money, boy. So hanging out with the cartel, they hang out at the bars with old white people. Bars attract veterans. Bars attract city people, especially if you live down south like I did. people from other cities that have a Cheers or bar culture. If you want to find their members somewhere else, you just look for the bars first. And if you can get past the racism, you'd hang out at the white bars. And your priority would be to become the tokenized Negro in the bar scene. And they're going to ask you for drugs. The end. So what you would do, and this is for entertainment purposes only, 20 years ago at least, you would approach that organically. You would just go to the bar or to the pool table as you are. Maybe you can even do a fucking polo or something, right? Dress a certain way. Leave the chains and the flashiness behind you. Just dress up normally. Business casual, right? Or just casual. Khakis or something. My grandfather did that to me when I was a kid. It made me ready for it. It's crazy how life plays out for you. My grandfather went to the bar every Friday. He was handicapped, almost like a veteran. It's almost like taking care of him was almost like taking care of veterans too, by the way. The guy's leg ran over at the Trenton Housing Authority and had a cane, so he went out less because of the pain of it. And he never got a replacement kneecap. He didn't want one. Fucking weirdo. And he didn't want to amputate his leg either, so. Anyway, hopping around with him and his Thunderbird, he would take me to the bar full of these same people. He grew up around white people though, as an athlete, as the popular black guy. So he had a different experience than most people in these environments. I'm the same type of athlete. 15-1 and 5-1. Stay woke. On my grandfather, Charlie Banks. Runs in the family. But I don't tell that story. You know why I don't brag about that like he do? Because I never caught him. He just did too much. So I had a reference point of how great he was in football, that what I was able to accomplish, although our record was crazy, I wasn't like a star player. He was. Like, he's a fucking star. Running back, fast as shit. I'm just a fucking lineman, right? But the line wins games. Don't get it fucking twisted in this bitch. But no one trying to hear that. I don't want to go into the bar and be like, yeah, man, the left side of the field is undefeated on my side, you know. We don't lose games when I play. Even when they got to call me off the bench in a pinch, whoever on that field ain't making that next play. Not through this. Not through this. Not through this. They're not getting past me. Nah, I watched WWF growing up. I'm a wrestler for real. I'm a grappler for real. You ain't getting past me, buddy. You might knock me down, but you're coming down with me. This is, nuh-uh. But his greatness, you know, that's probably why I didn't pursue it. I didn't think I was good enough by the time he was. So for me, it was kind of like a dummy mission. Like, damn, I should have got a football scholarship. Because I'm fast and powerful and small frame at the time. I was strong like that without the muscles. Some Indian shit, you know, that's just how he is. But him hanging out with the white people and taking me with him, and he'd be at the bar talking to veterans. I met a guy who was paralyzed from the fucking neck down or some shit, but could still somehow fucking drink at the bar. How the fuck he do that? I don't remember the animation in my head, but I'm pretty sure this nigga be at the bar. Or was he just paralyzed? He was definitely paralyzed, but I feel like he was paralyzed from the neck grunt down. He got an accident in a diving board. He broke his neck in a pool. Damn. You can go to Japan this year, though, if you're alive. Japan know how to fix that shit now. They got a gel, stem cell gel. Anyway, but hearing their stories as a kid, not really knowing what they were talking about, but to see how they treated a black guy, if you will. A black guy in a bar full of white people. That's what I'm trying to get across. My other grandfather's like that, too. He'll go to a KKK bar and play pool. And out of respect for him, for some reason. I don't know that story. But both of these grandfathers are from Pennsylvania at the same time period. They're in the same class. They grew up within 50 miles of each other. And both of their kids had kids together. Just speaking on some tribal shit. But anyway, I knew how to fit in, basically, is what I'm getting at. So when the cartel story happens again with me, and I'm around these people sometimes to go to the bar or go to the pool house, brass taps is what they called it back then. The Mexicans are already gently moving in and gentrifying the place. So, you know, cocaine all over the place. And the issues in my town, at least, being in the South, was between the black gangs, the Mexican gangs, and the white people who buy all the drugs. Don't miss this. If you're a nigga getting rich in drugs, it's off of white people. Just keep that in mind. On Chicago, just keep that in mind. But it was the same way. It's not all white people. Like, you don't want all white people. You want the white veterans in the bar drinking. Because I see them. I see the clientele side of it now. I was with the hustler side. Now I see the clientele's life that brings them to them. And I say, that's how you do it. That's the missing ingredient. You have to be in their friend group. You're not selling drugs to strangers. That even makes it more dangerous. It's like a mutual understanding. It's a temporary honor amongst users and dealers. But you know, everyone can get in trouble. You understand what I'm saying? It starts to look like operation. So you have to be careful. Or you can't stick around all the time, you know? You have to become trusted. You have to stick around to be trusted. And then once you get trusted, then you can get lost. That takes about 2 years. The El Salvadorian said, and this is why it stood out to me, because he was in the military in El Salvador and kept showing me his leg and all the bullet holes he had in that war they had in the 80s. Something happened in fucking El Salvador. And anyway, he was one of them. He was one of those soldiers that he said he had to eat a human to live in the forest or the jungle or whatever the fuck it was during this war. So like he one of them. Crazy, but he come across like a tokenized Mexican type. Like you think he's a Mexican that's acting like a white guy. And he'll throw you the fuck off to like know what he's really about, like his background. He a dad, married with 2 kids, but he's still hanging out with these niggas. But he's the inside guy for the white people. And he know how to speak to Mexicans. Pattern recognition. Yeah, thank God for pattern recognition. I was around some dangerous people, boy. But they be hanging out at the bars and shit. Just keep that in mind. If you want to stay away from danger, stay away from the bars and shit. You be alright. That club shit, nuh-uh. Stay away. That's how you maximize your potential survivability up until you're 40. Don't go into the bars until you're after you're 50. I'm telling you, I witnessed it. I always got grandfathered in. I know how to do that because I got grandfathered in by my grandfathers. So this El Salvadorian, what was his name? His fake name? Elmer. His name was Elmer, the Moor, Mercury, Elmer. El Salvador, by the way. Stay woke. He got one of them grandmamas. Anyway. And he looked Chinese. It fucks with me. How their pedigrees are different. But they all speak Spanish. But they're not all the same. Whatever the fuck, man. Some of them are our cousins somehow. It's a weird fucking story. But them guys, man, he was like, there's something different about you. He was referring in third party to this girl. He was like, I know when she's serious. I've never seen her act like this around anybody. But I know the elephant in the room is the guy that's no longer around that he's referring to. He's talking about respect. He's trying to figure out how I tamed a pit bull. Oh, you wanna know how I tamed a pit bull? Cool fucking story. Cool fucking on Henry Thomas Hamlin on Dynamic Thought. That's easy. You give them what they need. Not what they're talking about. You become what they need. That's how you do it. That's a different story though. I had to get a pay-per-view one day. But I'm looking at a person who's been shot in the leg and had to eat flesh to survive a war. Gentrify himself to become a gringo, if you will. And he's working with these little junior cartel members from Salvador, MS-13, in Mexico, and the Puerto Ricans because of New Jersey. See how I know all of that? That's how I know the FBI and them and all them niggas ain't really doing the job we think they do. Because I would solve these crimes if they were solvable. Because I remember the 90s, but more importantly, the 2000s drug trade routes. I remember the drug trade. I remember the before and after of everything. I remember the before and after of Black Mafia going down in Atlanta. I know the before and after of what happened in 9 Train, New Jersey, and how it spread to Raleigh, because I was in Raleigh when it spread. I saw the before and after of the cartels and the Mexicans not going to the flea market no more, but they got big trucks and rims instead. I was there working with them in Burger King, Wendy's, and McDonald's. I saw everything. I saw their women too. They're the ones working with me. You know what I'm saying? That's why I understand all their Spanish songs and shit. So they're trying to figure out how the fuck I figured this other shit out. I was like, oh, that's simple then. Cultural understanding is in differences. You have to become what someone needs. Not what they want. Wants change. If you're a guy, you understand what I'm saying. Wants change. If you're talking about women, women want everything. They're breaking universal law, though. I already told you. You can have anything you want. You just can't have everything you want at once. You can manifest anything you want. You just can't manifest everything at once. So it's telling you about time and space. It's dimensional. Whatever you're manifesting is going to affect multiple dimensions. So you can focus on one thing that you want and have that, but don't get caught up in thinking everything. You know what I'm saying? Like narrow it down. So many people who are kind of like undecisive, they cannot narrow things down. That's what undecisive is. The inability to narrow thoughts or ideas or wants down. So you narrow it down for them. I know that's what I was doing. That's just the way I'm built. I got grandfathered in. I saw what my grandfathers went through. That's easy. I seen Charlie with a broke leg, football player, sad by himself. And nothing to do with money. I saw his regret. I saw his regret for not being the man that he could have been, that he ought to have been, if it wasn't for this, that, and the third, and all these bitches. All kind of shit. I seen another grandfather too. That first marriage, he had 4 children. That's a big fucking deal. And have to walk away from that. And then rebound and build a new family from scratch, it seems, again. And then I had to grow up with them after that story. So it was like, wow. And see how it ended. And see how it all kind of fell apart in what was real and what sticks when the story's written. This life can only teach you this shit, for real. Most people don't listen. So, it's very peculiar to get grandfathered into a lot of these understandings. You have to become what the people need. People don't know what they want. People want you to know what they want. But if you know the answer, you also have to have the provisions too. They don't just want you to know. They want you to have what they want or what they need on hand. It's not philosophy. It's not a book. You can talk about it and go back and forth. You've seen the podcast and Pop the Balloons. It shouldn't be in the theater of Greek debate. It's wants and needs. It's drug trafficking. Motherfuckers are hyper trading dopamine oxytocin, serotonin. Like, humans are inherently drug dealers. Tell me I'm lying. On Romeo and Juliet, humans are biologically drug dealers. Big pharma, pharmaceuticals, all that shit. It just is what it is. How you codify it and put that morality and what's fit for a colonized society of gay white guys, however it works out in your mind. Fundamentally, we are all drug dealing. Anxiety, depression, all of that. That's a mismanagement. Oh, that's drug abuse. When you become literal. So what is the number one thing that drug dealers do? They give the people what they need, not what they want. Mm-hmm. If you want it, I got it. If you need it, what we talking about? Think about it. You're a customer. Yep. And they say relationships and all this shit today is transactional. Always is, but more noticeable when everything has no mask. You just see it as, it's not that this is what society has become, by the way. If you have been hit by the virus of awakening in 2025, no, humanity did not become like this overnight. I hope everyone understands the math and science of what has happened. Get back to that other shit. What has happened, I believe, currently, with everything we lived through for 6 years, is that this is the way it's been. However, our distractions of it, of what we notice now, masked it. We're living through different layers and filters and plays and role playing and, you know, surface level things, limited contact. Everyone was happy and working and everything seemed reasonable for the majority. You know, you didn't notice all the cracks in the mirror. Now that the distractions are down, the silence is up, the dark is early, people are starting to crack and shit and wake up and all kinds of other shit, saying all kind of weird shit lately, doing different things, self-sabotaging, everything. You'll see it. Certain shit just ain't funny no more. Going through like a massive transformation, it would seem. Nah, the silence is just deafening. It's not fun to pretend anymore. So the difference is that people are no longer able to pretend or keep up with the hypothetical Jones simulation and have to rest into who they are naturally. And naturally, people seem strange, weird, or two-faced, or all these things, or suddenly change in their polarity towards you because that common thing to pretend about is no longer true. Meaning that part of their persona that you once knew before 6 years ago wasn't true either. Hence, everyone's waking up to the bullshit like, oh my God, it's these people in my family too. Have you seen them? Like, welcome to the club. Rule number one of the club, there is no club. Probably didn't get one of our brochures either. Yeah, duh. Duh. Of course everything's being exposed. Duh. Revelations part 4, man. That's what they call it in the Bible, man. It's just that the revelation seems so mid compared to the romanticization of what this is. This is revelation. It's revealing what was there. Reveal means it was already there. What our society is today is closer to what it really is. This is the after effects of all that programming. This is the wash cycle. This is the rinse. This is what came out of it. It didn't change. But for some fucking reason, it loaded this year. Like, you can feel the difference. You can smell the air. It's different. I know, that shit heavy. That's some God level change, boy. We got local variables, global variables, and then you got God variables. Lord have mercy. It'll just color everything you thought you was doing right, wrong. Confirmation. Same story. Police, dogs, canines, same story. I had the Metro Police knocking on my door today, trying to manifest some damn bacon. Gotta do better, bro. I gotta pick Denny's or something. I saw Denny's 3 times in a row. I'm just gonna manifest some Denny's. Watch what happens. Well, yeah. Yeah, time. That's what they mean by time shifted. They mean the time. They mean the era or the paradigm. The paradigm of time has shifted, yes. We are in a different paradigm suddenly. Saturn's getting out of retrograde finally. In the year of restrictions. All the symbology that's piling up, meaning the same thing. Shit had to change, no matter what. This is the result. It looks the same, right? That's what's disorienting about it. Like, part of me sees clearly that nothing has changed. No thing has changed. Like, the buildings, the trees, the animals, the skies, the sun, the cars, even the people driving them, they're still around. So if you remember briefly, as I'm staring at this, because these houses are kind of dated, they remind me of the 90s. And thinking about that time period and how I lived and my memories and people and experiences, it don't match this. It's the same buildings though. It's the same neighborhood but different neighbors. It's the same neighborhood with different neighbors and different energy. And it's in a different paradigm altogether anyway. But when you look outside, if you live through this shit, you're like, yo, I get this feeling of the 90s in this air now, but it ain't the 90s. This ain't 10 years ago either, but if you like the 90s like we did, it's like, it kind of seemed like that shit, but something's missing. It's like, you know, it's missing an ingredient. That's a paradigm shift. You feel me? That'd be scary if we live longer. We live too short. Maybe a lot of people don't notice that. But this happens a lot. This is third party. This is the it. Like, there's something that happens to our society, and we just went through it, where when the paradigm of your society shifts, we react to it like how our life is different, and then how shit seems weird. That's a side effect of something else changing everything, like so many things at once. It's just click, 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 click. And it seems like things are falling apart. The paradigm is, the things are still here though. Like, it's the same fucking houses, like, before it happened. This is the same place, some of the same people. We lost a lot of people. That inherently makes it different. You don't have their energy, their influence, or their activities to calculate in your thing anymore either. That changes a lot. Phone calls, family gatherings, it changes your life forever, actually. It's a really big deal when people leave our life. Well, you know, this experience, I should say. Because you know how final it is. After that day, it changes, right? Nothing's the same. Especially the closer they are to you. You understand everything that I'm talking about. Those are paradigm shifts, but only you shifted. Everyone else around you might have noticed you shifted, but you shifted, thus everything shifted to you. But everyone wasn't shifting with you. It's crazy. However, understanding everything, you get old enough to look back on it a couple of times. You're like, then there's another shift. They ain't got shit to do with you. Because now you're starting to see the shift in other people. While you have your own shift too. I got my own shift to deal with. And then you start noticing more people got shift to deal with. Like, oh shit, all of a sudden people handed out a grave shift of more shift to deal with. Shit. Nah, oh God. On the SNAP benefits and the veterans and insurance companies and the crypto bros and the baddies and the women's in corporate America and on all the corporate legacy and all the ad companies and all those fake accounts from Israel. Oh my God. That's a paradigm shift. You feel me? You feel me? What we're going through, that's why I can't give credit to fucking casting Illuminati bitch ass niggas. No. Nah, yeah, they could ruin some people's lives and influence weird shit or be cool, awesome, and do dope shit, but they don't. But this shift right here, boy, This shift right here, nigga, I'm telling you, in 2025 on my journal, boy, I didn't journal enough. Because so much shit, well, maybe I did. With my videos, I did. I should have, yeah, I did journal it. This was a hell of a paradigm shift, year-wise. Like, we ain't going back to Kansas, Dorothy. West Kansas. Oh, you think you're going back to Kansas? You think you're going back home, bitch? Ha ha. Dorothy can't go back home. Fuck what shoes she got on. Those can be Concord Jordans, bitch. You're not going back to Kansas, no matter what. That's a paradigm shift. AI, the idea of it was a paradigm shift. We took our attention of everything else, and now even your biggest companies that have the most motion, they're all like, oh my God, AI, automation. Oh, fuck maintenance. Fuck society. We just gotta do the next big thing. It's a tidal wave. Ass niggas. It's a paradigm shift. That shit chaotic. Have y'all noticed? I like to take account for it, like to say it out loud sometimes. Because you could be going through something personal in your own shifting. Saturn in retrograde be damned, bro. But then if you're going through that alone in yourself, and then the people around you, you know, and then you're just dealing with that and work and everything. But then you gotta realize, like, society as a whole changed a lot of shit on you while you were gone. While life was lifing. Let me catch you up to some current events in this bitch. None of this, you can't discriminate, man. If I played these videos 5 years ago when I was doing the dailies, and I saw myself talking about what has happened this year, like, nigga, how? How the fuck do we go from point A to ending up here in point B, first of all? Nigga, that's impossible for 5 years ago. Like, so what the fuck? When did impossible shit start happening? Oh, in the next 5 years or something? Obviously, right? Fucking obviously. Just hold on for 3 to 5 more years and you're gonna start to realize how none of your life makes sense. Especially if you live through a paradigm shift. It's way bigger than going from baggy jeans to skinny jeans in this bitch. That's fashion trends. I'm talking about no. So many variables in our life just change polarities on us. It's like changing the rules. It changed the game. We're playing a different game now. If you're my age, you can feel it differently. I think the younger people hear what I'm saying. But there's a lot that you can feel knowing the differences that maybe you can't say. That's how different it is. It's not different like this year and last year outside. It's different like this is a different life. I feel like I'm in a different life. I don't know if that makes sense. Like my character is from one video game. And my save was loaded in something similar. So like I stayed the same, if you will. Memories, the ideas, patterns, behaviors. It's consistent as fuck. Like naturally, linearly, how I am. Or even returning back to more core of who I am or was. Where life itself doesn't do that with you. You can go to a park every day and then 10 years later it's closed forever. That means those memories and those times, that nostalgia is locked. Has that happened to you before, where the bridge is cut off? Like your favorite thing, or old school, or driving past the neighborhood and everything's boarded up. Like you ever like, if you have that sixth sense about things, like you understand like in your own life and memory. I remember where there's lights or life here, and I've lived long enough to see it turn dark. When I was here in this same place, it was light. This is such an important segment, in fact. This is a backdrop of my life story. And in the same life story, I can go, oh, I remember the dark ages. I've seen so much shit go to dark ages personally. But the big shift, the paradigm shift, it's just more magnified. It's like, if we haven't realized it enough, oh shit, Bubba, goddamn. Venezuela, goddamn. It's weird for people who don't believe in God to have a sun cartel of gods. But yeah, we in a different paradigm, Chief. I don't know what the fuck that means. I could just feel it. CERN, Mandela effect, something like it. When Chick-fil-A it changed. When Berenstain Bears it changed. And so many other things that it seemed to broke an old paradigm. It moved the wrong jingle block. So the old thing is collapsing, if you will, symbolically. You feel me? Because we're in a new paradigm and they're trying to do an old paradigm thing and it's not working. What I'm saying is you're going to have a lot of people wasting their time trying to fix something that cannot be fixed. We don't live long enough, I don't think, on average. Maybe people don't live or write or think about this long enough. They don't let us live long enough. When we start acting up like this, they won't put us in insane asylums. I get it, very evil. And it's weird to get rid of the truth when truth just helps you live. Truth as a function is to make you live. Like if you want to live in the truth. Like if you want to live and progress, follow the truth of the matter, no matter what. Whatever it is, however it presents itself, as within, so without, like truth. Like accepting shit for the way it is, and then knowing absolute, like this is the wrong way to go. And if that's the wrong thing to do, then this is the right thing to do. You just use the law of polarity for now until you get the nuance. But just go that way. Go towards truth. It'll lead you everywhere you want to go. That's crazy. Our society is like something else, given the fact, and I think that's what the problem is. I say 15 years ago, the society better matched the awareness illusion that everyone was in when we didn't have no answers for what if and why this, and doesn't it seem like something odd is going on. I grew up in that generation as kids who were, grandfathered into that inquiry, and then had the internet and the videos and documentaries to get us closer to being open to accepting something different. And then when it finally kicks in, and then you're kind of just weird by yourself out there on the internet, and then life kicks in, and then like everything you see now on the internet is the same fucking thing. You imagine 15 years ago, and you could talk about it with the imagination of it based on data, but then to live through it, and then to live through it knowing that you knew it already, like you know what I'm saying? We had the word cloud, knowing something like this would happen. Religiously, Illuminati, agenda-wise, white people-wise, we knew like something was going to happen in the 2020s, and then boom, 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 it'll be a paradigm shift. Rumors of wars and all kinds of shit. On the Bible, part 10. But no. We lived through a time where we saw it. We saw the crest of the wave form, and we were kids, and then we grew up and went through it, and I'm looking back on it like, hey, yo, on Blockbuster Video, my nigga, like, they ain't just gonna keep changing my life every 10 years, my nigga. Like, I'm trying to live, bro. Like, y'all keep fucking spinning these fucking variables, bro. Every time I turn around, bro, and every time I get close to a fucking paradigm, the end of a paradigm, like, I finally caught up on PayPal, they want to turn it around. As I finally get the credentials for the job you want, they turn it around. Like, as soon as I meet the Fugees, nigga, all of a sudden they don't do hip-hop no more. You feel me? Like, how fucking convenient, Chief. Like, it's like that for real. I'm telling you. Day late, dollar short paradigm ass people, boy. And to live through it. And get to the other side of it. And to be where I'm at now personally. And then seeing outside of me going through something, man. Even the damn Uber driver telling me stories about trust issues and fucking how weird society and programs are. I was like, bitch, I did not know you could order a 3 a.m. Uber in this motherfucker, boy. I wish I had more for a tip, because goddamn, I can't go outside without 3 a.m. following me, man. Is that the law of attraction? Is it just me? Maybe I'm just noticing the changes, because I'm changing changes around me. I don't know. I think it changed everything, though. On my guy, I think it changed everything, boy. On Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, I think they changed everything, boy. What stone is not unturned in this bitch? Hold on Saudi Arabians and Qatar and how they get their oil and gold, man. I could have sworn everybody coming out the closet this year. Someone called Bubba Trump, man. Somebody called Trump. I'm telling you, boy, it's a paradigm shift. Everywhere, everything, all at once. We remember when that movie came out and speculated on the concept itself. 3-body problems. Y'all remember it? Y'all remember Law of Correspondence? You had 3-body problem talking about some shit. And then you had Everything Everywhere All at Once talking about the same type of shit. And then motherfuckers say they love motherfucking, what's that shit? McConaughey ass movie they love. Inception Part 2. Y'all know what Interstellar. They swear to God they love Interstellar. Motherfuckers swear to God Interstellar is like that movie. Interstellar was not that movie when Interstellar came out, first of all. Where this hype train of people come from? Maybe they were kids back then. They just wasn't on the internet. But Interstellar is a thing to these people, ass people, in this timeline. What was the premise of Interstellar for it to be such a strong hot take with his movies? That's a dope. Hans Zimmer soundtrack, by the way. Shout out to Cubase and all the music producers out there. That's a thing. But anyway, Interstellar. Something about boomeranging from a black hole, time and space. Like a paradigm shift. Like the simulation preloads what time you're about to be in. And it gives you these fancy ideas and pictures and depictions, but until you actually survive it, you're like, bitch, what the fuck happened to everybody? Have y'all noticed it? Have you noticed it in your own local lobby that everything got changed somehow? We were well programmed and believed every bit of it. For real, man. Yep, 3-3 Jonathan Lee Shogun. They love fantasizing about it, but they never live it. We attract what we vibrate in. Come on now. It's time for the percolator. Eamon Ross says, yo, I've had a few 3Ms in an Uber. One female was playing instrumentals and I kicked a freestyle to myself. LOL. Oh, you be macking in the Uber, bro. I'm not brave enough. Kim Wells says, Atlas comes from the far west. The god that is. Yes. The far westerner. Maghreb al-Aqsa. The westerner. Osiris was the westerner as well. Same stories. Same parables. But why? Why are those all the same? Like, why are they highlighting that at all? That's someone else's gods to us. We don't even know who those people are. Why does it matter what those things mean today? And I want to tell you from metaphysics, because they're clues. Think of this 3D life as an escape room. If you're familiar with the concept, I really think the physical part of our reality that's outside of our local control and lessons, if you will, out of your character building Sims experience, like outside of your family and personal drama, like when you get time to actually log in again, on some Matrix cipher shit, like once you realize you're logged in and this is not what it presents itself to be. We're the first generation in a long time that realizes this reality is not what it presents itself as. And now you have proof of it because reality has presented itself a certain way and you live through it changing. And you have no record of a parent or elder before you to suggest that it's that type of shift. Where a whole paradigm changes, where everything invalidates itself, where you're starting from scratch and uncertainty. And all the metrics for unhealthy society has been skyrocketing for years now. And then you survived a pandemic, like, Lord have mercy, just on humans, right? That's a lot of trauma to throw at people, just in 5 years. He said reality got an Adam's apple was crazy. Well, Mr. Now, that's crazy. I know that there's new consciousness coming in. You feel that? Ken Will says he feels there's new consciousness coming in, a new awareness, a new appreciation. Because more people gonna appreciate where they are because they're gonna realize they misappreciated where we come from because they didn't realize that irregardless of what your plans are, they said man makes a plan and God laughs. And it's like you be thinking you're being targeted or it's personal. It was like, no, that's because the whole fucking thing changes. They ain't come here for you, Otis. It ain't really about us when the paradigm shifts. You feel me? Like, you don't pick the president for real. You can probably guess which one will be one. Like, you don't pick. That's a paradigm shift. So life has thrown all of those at us in the last 50 fucking years at least. Again. Shock therapy be damn, boy. And if this is third party alien shit, Jesus Christ, boy. We're cooked, you feel me? But we adapt. And in part of this adaptation to all these shifts and changes, now we, the people who remember the past, can go to our current awareness and how we think and talk now, boy. 20 years ago? Fuck it, 30 years ago? 10-year-old me, 12-year-old me? I couldn't fucking fathom myself. They make you dream about like what your job is and how much money you have or how nice your car or house is. They don't actually make you think about like what type of person, what kind of awareness or, you know, what type of degree you'll have about life. There's no way to prepare a child for that type of paradigm shift. But you live old enough, you look back, you're like, damn it, bitch. I got answers to questions that he wouldn't even question yet. I know answers to shit that got me started. That when I got started, I wouldn't even look for these answers. It wouldn't even be I wouldn't even be questions I would ask about shit. The shit that I know now. Because of what that version of me started. Just starting that path was a paradigm shift for me. And as I started that path in 3 a.m. and then life became 3 a.m. with me, that shit disorients me, boy. That's the only thing that make me go a little bit crazy in this 5D maze of fuckery. Because I can't figure out, for the life of me at least, how much of this reality seems to be mathematical and precision, magic, spirit, whatever you want to call it. It's what we're talking about is functions and formulas that are established. And you as a vessel is trying to access it, or you end up learning how to just by existing through it. It seems part of the experience to do so, by the way. I understand all the control mechanisms from dead people. Anyway, in this society, in our awareness now, you can see that it's matrix-like. Whatever that means. It's not what we thought it was. In our lifetime, we made an adjustment to what we think it is. That's important too. That's a huge fucking paradigm shift. For people to go from traditional values, surviving wars and homesteading to alien, space, quantum, and time travel. Like, we talk about motherfuckers who barely had access to a Bible and a train. Their great-grandkids are talking about fucking time travel and continuums of space and fucking mirror electrons and gravitron. Like, shut the fuck up. On the Mandela effect, my nigga. They killed witches for less back then. You understand everything about math and science? So, like, these paradigm shifts, boy, cooked. They grilled our ass, boy. We're not even cooked, bro. We got grilled. This generation got fucking grilled, fam. It don't even be everything a damn lie is the problem. Everything was a damn lie. That's the problem. But you're left with the truth. And that's nearly as harrowing. That's kind of horrible, bro. I think about it as a 10-year-old to now. Like, that life I was young in, far from ideal, I imagine, if I leveled up and lived in that life at this age. That's what's fucking with me getting old. Like, bro, I never became 40 in East Orange, 1996. I guess that's what I'm trying to describe. Like, that lifestyle, those people, that energy, that time period does not exist when you get older. So you're a kid imagining, oh, when I get older and when I get a chance, when I'm 21, like you're designing yourself in this environment. By the time you get older, it doesn't exist. That shit's evil, fam. It's like a dummy mission and a half. And ain't shit we could do about it. Ain't shit you can do about it. You saw what happened to music. You saw music go from prolific to worse. There's nothing you can do about it, no matter how much you love music and had taste in music. There's nothing you can do to fix it, right? It just seems like, you feel me? Day late, dollar short, system wide. most people don't categorize it like that. They're not using their pattern recognition for time. And they probably haven't read about enough other of people's stories and timelines. They don't have a parallel reality appreciation for history. Hence, Moorish history. If you read that and you're aware of the timeline they presented in our schools, you're like, dissonance. There's a fucking problem here. This don't add up on maps, locations, or dates. This is a whole different history story. All right, then. That makes sense. Different people, different origins. Was it all a lie? I don't care. How was it mixed? What keeps doing this? And why does it keep going the way that I think about it? That's the only thing I don't like. I really don't. I don't like this part of the journey, being whatever this is. Because it keeps I keep foreshadowing it. And I don't like that too much. I guess that's goofy. If I really come from a bloodline of prophets type of thing, whatever the fuck that meant back then. But I keep foreshadowing. It's so fucking weird. I don't know how to say it out loud. I just know the before and after of so many things. It's like I just kept guessing. But I kept getting it right. I learned how to guess the future. But within certain awareness about certain things. And then when it happens, and it just happened again, I hate this. It just fucking happened, bro. Like within the last recent time, it did the thing. You can feel it. But for you to be like, yo, I think if this motherfucker don't do this, then that's gonna happen. And I don't think if that happens, then this might happen. Hopefully this is the best. And then it's like, enter the prompt. And then you live through that shit. What the fuck is going on, dog? Right? That shit creepy to me, bro. I'm very creepy, man. I'm very creepy, bro. I just realized it. It is, you know what I'm saying? I don't have enough mushrooms for this, but if I did, I think that's what's creepy about my life. Whether I'm dealing with God or trying to understand what quantum metaphysicians do for real, right? The masters and all that shit you heard about that you haven't seen or done yet. The thing that creeps me out is that I'm way too off center for any of that. Like, I'm way off the reservation as an Indian. Like, I'm way in the deep water of anything occult or hidden or mysterious. Like, I'm way beyond that, right? But I'm chilling in the hood, minding my fucking business, smoking Black and Milds at the same time. Very interesting archetype. Very Trojan horse-like, right? But even with that, when I see this shit, whatever the fuck, man. The shit's annoying is what I'm saying. Moral of the story is, it's torturous. Because they're always having you question yourself, like, bro, how much of this is chicken and how much of this shit is egg, my nigga? Like, these are some good brownies, but how much is chicken and how much is egg? Like, I want to know. You don't put chicken in brownies. Do you really? Do you really? I'm pretty sure there's chicken in brownies. That's why they're delicious. Brownies are delicious because you make them with chicken. Prove me wrong. Do the science. All right. That shit's silly as hell, boy. That's what it's like, man. It's the chicken or the egg. Did it happen because I saw it? Or do I see it because it's going to happen? It really fuck with me. That's the only thing about all of this discipline fucks with me. It's disorienting. It's not even disorienting like it's a casualty. It's disorienting like I can't go further until I figure it out. It's like I can't, like I bounce into the force field of how far this goes. Because if I'm just pre-buffering something, the inevitable about a topic or just looking at the math of something, and I add it up real fast, and then it kind of like, all right, based on everything else I know and how this goes, I think this. And then it plays out like that, and boom, confirmation, right? And you do it once or twice, that's a cool story. But then you just start piggybacking off of it, monkey branching the story itself, and you're like, oh shit, this is going this way. And now you can kind of see a little bit further because you got more confirmations behind you. And that was the start of a pattern anyway. So now you know there's a pattern later too. So like it's going somewhere, right? If you're in the middle of it, like if you know you're riding the wave of consciousness that's revealing to you things about the future, you understand that for you, the experiencer, that is your timeline. So my projection of myself in time is built in to my predictions about everything else too. Like, so there's certain things I can't plan for or count on or do because I have a prediction that it won't fucking matter. And then when it happens, it proves that it don't fucking matter. And then I'm left with that mirror bounce. Like, bro, but if you knew it didn't fucking matter, couldn't you have thought of something else to do in the meantime? Like, isn't there a better way to experience that perhaps? And you're like, well, shit, I don't know, it's over. So hopefully we're finally done. And then you end up in another pattern and it's the same type of lesson, but with something else. And you look back at it again, you're like, bitch, this has happened 3 times in a row. What the fuck going on out here? And as you get better at it, if you will, whatever the fuck that means, I think it's just you experience more life. And time gives you an advantage. As you experience more people, scenarios, and time, and narratives, then it turns into some other shit where it feels like Neville Goddard and them knows that we can kind of create an impulse, effect, or a change on your local reality, and it shows up. They didn't explore like presidents and global level or spiritual level. They just stayed local. Your job, your coworkers, your neighbors, your household. So I understand that. That has to be precognitive because you're coming up with the prompt that you wish to see. And that tends to work for most people who know what I'm talking about, who understand this language. Pre-prompting, precognition, the egg. Using the egg as an idea, a thought, a want, a desire, and then it hatches. Mustard seed into a forest. Same story. That's how most of this energy is presented, especially if it becomes tokenized. Cool story. What I do is different than what I study. I study that version of it, the egg. What I do naturally, though, is I get an impression of the chicken first. So I know the tree based on the fruit that it bears. I see the fruit while everyone else is planting the seed, chicken or the egg. But I can plant an egg tree and I can see the chicken hanging from a leaf. And I don't like that because it fucks with you. Like at the highest of your psyche and your psychic ability, you hit this glass ceiling of which one is it, Bruce? If tweaking a local variable called want, need, or desired randomly as a human allows you to tap into something, set your mind to bacon and it shows up. Pigs knocking at your door. It shows up, right? That's precog. We talked about it, we joked about it, 2 or more came together. You know the parables about this shit. Abracadabra, here we go, right? To the limit of your ability to receive, the threshold to allow that to manifest in your life. That's all local egg shit. I cannot differentiate through my wisdom and experiences of that phenomenon the difference between me just talking to y'all randomly freestyling off the top of my head and then run it back and be like, this is what I said. I remember and know why I would say that, but it don't mean nothing to me until we can see it manifest. Like, what is the impact of saying that? And then it sure's got me green apples. MAGA, Arizona, Grinder, Trump, Bubba. For everyone else, I'm assuming this is like political, oh my God, Roman theater. And it is. On Sodom and Gomorrah, it is. Just the idea of it, but not whether or not it's true. It's just the topic of conversation for the general consensus of everything under this umbrella of the United States is very fucking ridiculous. We can all agree on that. But most people experience that as just like another day in the story. I didn't experience it that way. I sensed it already. I spoke out about it. I'm comfortable speaking out about it because I've been speaking out for 10 years now. So if it pops up in my head and I speak, I'm coming from a real place, whether I'm right or wrong or not. I can always apologize later. I'm not tripping on, you know what I'm saying? It's just off the top of my head. But when that happens, it happens. Bubba. There wasn't no more Epstein files for real. I told you, that should have calmed down. It's traumatizing. It's traumatizing to them. You know what's traumatizing to me? Knowing that it happened. So most events in my life, now globally, more recently, because I speak out about these things, I guess focus, attention, energy, flow, my motion in that space, even in the music space, when I was really locked in with plugins and lo-fi and effects chains and DAWs to watch how fast that shit was moving. And then I withdraw my attention from it because life be lifing and I'm getting old, and then it slows down a bit. Like, so precognitively, I can feel it looming, like something's about to change what I'm doing. I don't know what it is, but I know what this feeling is. This ain't good news to me. It's heavy. So I start making preparations in my mind on if-then statements. I start doing damage control before it even manifests. In my attitude and my spirit. Like, so when it actually shows up in my life, it don't hit me like a ton of bricks. But then it becomes like, you know, it becomes precog, or it becomes what they call a self-fulfilling prophecy, if you will, which is another bitch of a fucking philosophy to figure out, like a deja vu. What the fuck does that mean? How come they don't self-fulfill some fucking benefits in this bitch? Cut it out. Whatever that phenomenon is. We know at this time, at this age, with our wisdom experiences, that we are indeed causing a lot of the tidal waves that we experience in our physical reality. It just takes time between them. Like, I might get Denny's and some bacon tomorrow, but pigs already came to my door. False positives, that was the start of my video. And in this video, one more time to do this loop, I talked about false positives in part 1 of this video, and then a false positive of bacon showed up in the same video, right? You understand what I'm saying to you? That's a loop. But did that loop that way if I never went live and never said anything? Does he still call the police? Do pigs still show up? If a tree falls in the forest and no one's there, it didn't even make a sound. Well, the cops have came at all, is what I'm saying. Because of course you wouldn't have a bacon reference unless I think about Mr. Now. I was like, yo, bro, I forgot to tell you I had bacon the other day. Speaking of bacon, pigs just knocked on my door. It'll be between 2 people at max. Or would it have not happened at all if I wasn't being fucking cute and clamorous on the goddamn internet? Is it the chicken or the egg? Is it the pig or is it the bacon? Is that inevitable? Does it happen because we're witnessing? Would it not happen if we weren't here to witness it? You know, that's when it gets into that quantum paradox. But I can pull back. I know, unlike their paradox and hypothesis, that I am impacting time itself. I know I'm preloading something. They're trying to figure out if the universe can be adjusted. I'm saying, bro, I'm trying to figure out how I am already adjusting it, first of all. It's not an if I believe something. It's like, I'm trying to figure out what the fuck I'm believing for. What is this? But it is only frustrating when you think about post-cognition. I don't know how to separate it in my head yet. I don't have the language model. Be right back. And he had a butter knife, speaking of pancakes. Absolutely. In order to manifest the bacon manifestation faster, you had to add the whole breakfast, which would have required a knife. And the pork incident happened because the mention of a knife, a breakfast knife. Can you fucking imagine the math and science on this shit? But for me, my experience is this. I'm streaming today as a person who does content, if you will. In this moment of my life, noticing all these patterns and things, whether or not I did. And then to be able to say it out loud and be on some hypothetical shit about it, being dead ass, but being hypothetical, like just saying, niggas say anything. Let's talk about bacon, right? Look at this Miss Piggy enjoying her own bacon, right? Like just being fucking goofy. And to watch it. Shout out to the brother for the Cashapp, Composure Slim. Oh shit, I might have time for a black and mild run tonight, squad. But to just, even that exchange of energy, which is awesome. To be able to do that, to be blessed, to be in that position of favor with people. But in this audience, just to do a video hypothetically about what that power is, and then to witness it, and then, bro, irregardless of anyone here in the future, if someone in the future comes back to these videos for whatever fucking weird reason, they're not titled right for a reason, right? They come in and they hit this point in the video where they're going to notice some random black dude with a bandana on. Is it Tupac? Is it 50 Cent? We don't know, Indian. And they're going to get to this point where this loop happens. And now I'm telling them in the video in the future that this loop is going to happen and they're watching it. But they're watching it after this video is actually finished in my timeline currently. Do you understand something here? You understand how crazy it gets when you start knocking on that door, that fifth dimension thing. Because fifth dimension means there's several dimensions at once. Hold on now. That's quantum algebra. And so I can knock on that door if I'm high enough. And I don't like it. Because it doesn't give you the answer. Am I causing it or am I noticing it? Am I causing the effect or am I noticing the effect? Thus I can deduce the cause of it. Or can I deduce the effect because I know the cause of it? Do I know the causes because I studied the effects long enough and studied everyone else's notes I could find down here? God damn it, I did. I know I did. So many hours in that game, listening to everyone else talk about the shit. And then making my own deductions. Based on my experience. So it's a trippy experience. They don't talk about that in the books, man. Niggas just be saying shit. And it happens, bro. It happened today in real time. And then I gotta process that shit like Inception. Huh? But they want to talk about some fucking Interstellar. No, this was Inception. I did a video. Hold on. I need a whiteboard for this shit. That shit throwing me for a loop, bro. Because I was trying to deduce this phenomenon the whole damn video. And then the phenomenon happened, and then the realization is happening as I'm still doing the same fucking video about the phenomenon I'm trying to explain, and it happened in the goddamn video in which I'm trying to explain it. God damn it. Whew. That's quantum algebra, bro. Our language, man, stops us from really expressing what we really be trying to say, man. Because I said the same thing 5 times, but I stacked it, so I didn't say the same thing at all. It's crazy. Thank God we grew up listening to rap and shit. That's the only way I could pull it off. You need a whole fucking stanza. This shit's happening to me like Psalms and shit. Like, it ain't just one fucking chapter. It's all of them at once sometimes. No laugh track. You feel me? I'd absolutely go crazy if I didn't make these videos, I think. If I saw a whiteboard, like, if I grew up in my life where I wasn't, like, teaching or doing tech, and I still like had this fucking Rain Man thing coming to the symbols, and I just had a whiteboard in a room by myself, boy, man, I'd be terrible. But what's the inception? What was the inception of? Hold on, let's do this. So I'm gonna do a whiteboard just about fucking today live, bro. Today I went live. What the fuck I do? What the fuck I was talking about? I was talking about the F1. One more time, word cloud. That turned into a word cloud. We had Well and the Candace Owens turnaround. That caused me to think about the intentions of actors But these actors are actors, so it wouldn't matter what their influence is because they're on stage. They're not the choreographers. On Ukraine, the kid that I met the other day, wanted to dap me up. Same thing with the other guy who put a gold chain in my hand, who wanted me to help him out. I don't understand anything. I said, sell your chain, my man. And he was really mad that I can't sell it. You are trying to sell it literally, dude. I know what the language is. This whole thing about today is about language. And of course, you can't have about language without angels. You can't have angels without God. You can't talk about God without considering evil in the world today. You got society at large. You get all the way up to paradigm shift. But before that, before I skip, you got to think about bacon and eggs, but specifically pigs. Pigs in a blanket. Can you imagine everything? IHOP, classic, man. I miss that IHOP. I miss pigs in a blanket IHOP, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. They had better syrups and everything. I swear to God, they tasted so much better back then. I remember the album, man. Pigs in a blanket IHOP, bro. 1998 edition. I remember everything. All right. So while the video is still live, I'm still fucking live, by the way. Let me put an asterisk next to this shit. While I'm still live, I'm starting talking about the theme of goddamn abracadabra. Let's just keep it fucking simple in this mode. Abracadabra. And then that's a branch of metaphysics, obviously. 3 a.m. Be damned. Right there in the beginning, in the meta, you have E3, 3E, 3 a.m. Come on, wake up now. Metaphysics, meaning the physics of the things unseen. So the physics of faith, if you will. Can you imagine the science? If you use the replacement properties of algebra. All right, so we're talking about that. And then in the middle of talking about that, I made a reference point to everything flunked out about life. It was just hashtag veterans. That's a nice little container for everything about this story and how they're connected to cartels. Mind you, veterans doing the drugs of cartel militias sell to them. Can you imagine how they met each other in Vietnam? And then you had that, and you talk about how much money they got. They caked up for real. Too bad they're caked and flocked out. Two different crazy oppositional forces. Never gonna land it. All right, and then in the midst of all of that, a veteran called the pigs on his damn self about a knife you would use to cut some pancakes, which turned into a dementia mind dimension episode while I'm streaming an episode about parallel dimensions, Mandela effects. That then goes into nostalgia, which is a reflection, introspection of a time before, which turns into a subject about paradigm. Watch. So, people who are crazy or on bad drugs, they can't do what I'm doing, by the way. They can't recall their short-term memory. Anyway, nostalgia paradigms. And then we land Maul here now with latency, because we're not really here now after I write down here now. We're in the future, but we were here now then. So let's put that up there. We're here now then. Where what the fuck just happened? Hypothetically, we hypothecated. No, there's another word for this. We hypothesized. Oh my God, if I can just, can I still spell this word? Can I write it in cursive? That's a real flex in this bitch. All right, I hypothesized about if we could calculate the right amount of variables, or the right variables, but the right sequence of variables, modified by what? Thought. If we could modify our thoughts in sequences, which will change what we speak about, hence quantum computers being able to do the same thing, hypothetically, if it's a technology. So we're discussing the technology of thought, disguised as an occult science, to keep it from the profane, they said. And we're definitely, at any time I've seen in recent history, we're the most profane of profane societies. I ain't mad at them, but they didn't make this rule then. They had Hermeticists back then, so how profane was it for real? I don't want to know no more. Hermes Trismegistus be damn, my boy. Now we're talking about universal laws, which push it back into mathematics. So it's just universe math, God math. Stop fucking playing with me. Put some respect on homie's name if you want to. But however you believe, it's the same God school. Now, is it not written that ye are gods? You're in God school then. Silly humans, tricks are for Earth. Now we're in Europa. Yeah, and don't forget, this all happened on Europa, man. And we were talking about Saturn retrograde. I know they're related. Stay woke on Childish Gambino, right there. You see how that just happened organically? 3005, I guess. All right, and then boom, landed. Like, wait, but we just saw in real time the here and now of manifesting bacon in real time. With the final dilemma at the end of all of it all. Is that pre or is that post cognitive event? And if people have not been keeping track of these in their own life or globally or paradigm shift, then you know we're cooked. I'm only paying attention to it because I have somehow stumbled into the white brick level and had the audacity to believe in more than one thing at a time. I can believe in God and believe in metaphysics. Can you fucking imagine? Can you fucking imagine? I could be a dangerous holy magician. I had Diablo 2 and Aladdin. I know what a paladin is. I'm good. I ain't scared. Anyway. Yeah, hold up. Run it back. I think that's what happened. I'm pretty sure that's the fuck happened. How did I flip the camera and it zoomed in on my head? Stop fucking blaming me. I'm doing flip camera rotation and zooming instead. Yo, YouTube, you goofy as that, boy. Anyway, something. I was just making sure I'm tracking today's stream correctly. And what I'm saying is today's stream was talking about what ended up being invoked in passing. And then it happened on the stream. And you can rewind it and see it happen. Red and blue, flashing lights. On Kanye was. On flashing lights that happened. I'm bugged out about that. So now I have a new word cloud, part 10. You understand what just happened? It's multidimensional. I hope you understand what just happened. This is the first part of the video, how you get false positives. Because the false positive is telling you to keep going, right? So if I created a word cloud that led to these events, that created this word cloud, most people in conversation get caught up on like, oh shit, did you notice the pink flounder that showed up on the street today? Yeah, weird story. Something going on, man. Something angel numbers and spiritual. We'll never find out, man. But yeah, because you didn't write it down, man. So I just transcribed another dream in real time, right? So now I gotta look at these variables one more time, man, because it's multidimensional. It didn't stop. You did. You understand? You see how much time that took, though? Like, if you're not paying attention to this, you're distracted, TV, girls, drugs, running, food, worries, money, everything else, you don't really you don't take the time out to, like, highlight your deja vu or your spiritual occurrence that day. But look how many words and steps it took for a spiritual thing to manifest on a video about spiritual things manifesting and our influence on it based on our attitudes and energy. Correct. And how to upgrade your dimensions through these degrees, in fact, with me. And I share it freely. But that's what scares me, is that I no longer can tell no more. I can't tell the difference between it and me. Like, I don't know it don't work for everything. That part's me. That's me not working for everything. But it tells me about everything else that has nothing to do with me. We cooked the bacon. We cooked the pigs and made bacon. whole society is a nostalgic paradigm. Our language angers God. You can follow the gold chain, paper trail to Ukraine. Look who their actors are. And can they dance? Word cloud, but I also see the word COVID. I see mad cow. What is that word that comes from cow again? Kovako? F1. What is F1? That's function. Function of the word cloud. Yeah. Yeah. You'll start seeing the code if you're highlighting your subconscious mind, keeping track of this on its own. Don't miss what I'm saying to you. You're in between dimensions, meaning you're accessing your conscious mind while your subconscious mind is also launching in your reality without sleep. The cartel's money is flunked out. They're having a problem with the veterans. Okay, so the cartel problem is a military veterans, underworld people problem. The pipeline for money is flunked out. It's going to be even worse if they convert everything to digital. These are not thinkers. These are muscles, or they were. It's like they're having a dementia episode, meaning they're trying to enforce energy or rule like it's 1999. But everyone's looking at them as like, bro, there's computers and technology, but the boss is still marching around and giving orders like he is having dementia, like he's talking to his homies back in the golden days. So it seemed like a Mandela effect, a blood effect. Mandela's law refers to blood and hierarchy. So the people are just not suffering local dementia. We're having a broader symptom of dementia across our society, where people are pretending, acting, or carrying on as if the paradigm has not shifted for them specifically. And then, of course, because of everything, you have the cooked paradigms, hypothesized. I was like, yes, you need to write it in cursive. That's the here and now. But then here it is now. On the other side of a hypothesized theory of me just talking crazy about these very topics in previous videos. But in the midst of this video, I close my eyes and try to block the light out and just try to see myself eat some delicious bacon again. I gave myself a few different scenarios. If we could calculate and sequence our thoughts, we can speak to the Q-AI. If we learn how to prompt better in our mind and then align, you let our yes be our yes and our no be no, or be impeccable with our word, meaning we only say what we truly thought, aka pursuing the truth more than not. Same story. That is the technology of thought. Anything else is a profanity against Hermes, universal God math from Europa, stationed near Saturn, in the year 3005. Manifesting bacon in real time. Is that a pre or post-cognitive event? That is the question. Well, Aristotle, my grandfather, man. Are these pre or post-cog events? Am I channeling or am I causing? Can you channel and cause? Can your channel cause a channel? Can your cause be a channel? Can your channel be a cause? Quantum algebra. Without even changing your variables. You can say the same thing over and over and over again, and I had 4 or 5 different meanings of the same words. That's why AI couldn't handle that. But anyway, read, read matters. Ready, ready, ready. All the same words. Stop playing with me. But how do you pick up on the difference? Because most of our language is what? Thought space, aka telepathic anyway. So we're taking an extra step by saying shit. So what's more important? We adjust the thought space. If we could sequence our thoughts better, we could better entangle ourselves with the quantum intelligence of what we call the matrix itself, correct? Cool story. Sounds cooperative. But it only initiates people who goes through with it. Is that God or is that it? And that's the foundation of this whole video. Was that God or was that it? Or was that me? I started the first video talking about God and it. Third party should be happening. And it happens in real time, bro. And I'm tired, fam. You understand how that should make you crazy? You know why this should make you crazy? Because it's real. You're not going crazy because you're imagining shit. Nigga, I got it on my YouTube. Go for subscribe. You'll see it happen in real time, nigga. Fast forward this shit on 1.5x. It'll happen again. The fuck is this? Help. Yo, this white brick level ain't got no lights. This white brick level ain't got no lights, bro. Because you just be knowing shit. And that don't help you. It don't help you pay rent either. But sometimes it do, though. But it do, though, actually. It does. It works for everything. It does not manifest as you expect it to do because of your society or your expectations. But I'm here to report it does take care of you to some great extent. Maybe not as much as you would hope or think, but I think that's part of the initiation. How much can you do with less? That, you know what that translates to? How well do you fucking listen? ADD, ADHD, that sounds like a lot of people have a hard time listening to people, right? Well, if you have a hard time listening to people, you also probably have a hard time listening to yourself or spirit or God or whatever it is. You understand what I'm talking about? There it goes again. Third party. Are you listening to the third party part of your... Are you listening to your personal third party piece of existence? There we go. You ain't got to join no churches. Whatever you put in that box. You label that box whatever you want. That. Quantum entangled to it, obviously. Is that pre or post cognition? Am I echoing off of a different compartment of my brain or mind? Or is it outside of me, third party, linked through thought or frequency? Am I a receiver to a channel, or am I generating the channel with... Basically, is the phone call coming from inside the damn house? Well, everyone says God is inside. Shut your ass up. I'm talking about outside. Playing out in real time. Law of correspondence. You make a joke about bacon and manifest pigs. Someone got cooked again in a different dementia. That ain't a fucking synchronicity. That's a goddamn... What do they call that shit in bowling? That's a strike, nigga. That is a home run, bases loaded. That is every fucking thing looping in on itself mathematically. Fibonacci sequencing, patterns of thought. If you can calculate them, then you can cause that pattern to keep on going, like building a pyramid. In black people culture, what we call that shit with gangs? Stacking. We even stack when it comes to like when I get old, my car's so big, I got rims on blah. When I get a car, when I get big, my rims are gonna be 22. Like stacking. Like building the Jenga, building the Tower of Babel, not taking apart. We be stacking, right? The sounds, layers, everything. We be stacking. That's how you get a more detailed representation of your idea, by adding nuance and critical details, right? You run that shit through tape. You're stacking. It's the same fucking notes and sound. Kinda. So thank God for music production to really help my mind compartmentalize polarities and frequencies. Because to be a good mix engineer, you have to. You gotta know what a hi-hat is and what a kick is. You have to know the difference in their frequency and spectrum. And get them not to clash. And a loud kick doesn't do the same thing to your ears as a loud hi-hat. Move accordingly, right? You're balancing all kind of shit that ain't universal, depending on where it is in the spectrum. Now, that's from music production for real. To God be the glory part 2, man. We were in a training simulation for years of managing frequencies. We're micromanaging frequencies. At least a broadband spectrum of them, not all of them. All the cool shit is outside of that spectrum, by the way. They cut us off at 16K. They might dare to go to 22, but where the ether is, where that real time shit is a higher frequency. But you know how that works in your DAW. Well, if you need to hit a higher frequency, you know how to turn something up with saturation. You just gotta learn how to saturate across. We might not have a tool for that because we have no use for that. We're not considering that. How do you saturate a signal further down the frequency spectrum if you can't hear it or detect it? But what would that tool, what would that function of math be? If you're changing or altering the direction from amplitude to frequency spectrum-wise, how do you take that same math and expand frequency? The short answer is with thought. A higher frequency of thought. What's a higher frequency? Higher polarity. What's a higher polarity? A thought that feels better than what? Point of reference. Better than where you're currently standing. Because you're stacking, so you're building a pyramid from wherever you stand. You're the foundation. You calculate the cost for where you stand, where I am. So you go, okay. I'm here. What's a better thought than this? Oh, when I think or talk about this, it takes me there. Oh, now I'm here, I can think about this. And then you just have to keep on stacking that. Why? Because the higher you get that sequence, elements of it manifest into your reality, and then you stop and you reflect and go like, oh shit, my reality is starting to magnetize to my awareness of it. My input specifically, not my limitations, not my complaints, not me noticing per se, but the fact that I don't change anything up here. But when I do, boom, fragments appear, false positives. You're learning how to fabricate, not even fabricate, you're learning how to develop negatives into useful pictures. And each picture is worth 1,000 words. Same thing, same loop. So that should be bothering me, dog. I know the answer on paper, but to be an experiencer of it happening to you so many times, it's kind of like, I'm not going crazy. I just hit a ceiling that I can't figure out. That'll drive you crazy. No. I just know I'm not stacking this pyramid high enough yet. That means there's more to go. There's more for me to know. There's more for me to think about. And then it kind of like, then you guys start doing algebra. And I'm like, all right, so now I'm in a limitation of my understanding of dimensions and frequencies. No different than audio engineering. But I can deduce that there's more. Cool. So next time on Dragon Ball Z, will MG ever figure out how to EQ 55 kH and above? Find out, you know what I'm saying? In the tournament of, will he even hear it? But can you feel it? Right, so empaths, children like us, we could feel frequencies you don't hear. We get a feeling first. That just means that frequency is always there. Us, the receiver antenna, feels it, and then of course. Then I go like, but don't I change it by feeling it first and thinking about where the threat is, and then being real time responsive with the energies? Aren't I kind of orchestrating it? Why am I orchestrating it? Wait, why do I notice that? I notice it to orchestrate it. Why would someone need to be here to notice such things, and why don't everyone notice it? Then you wouldn't need an orchestrator, bitch. Well, I gotta be an orchestrator of energy too, shit. Producers are orchestrators of energy too, shit. Law of correspondence in every dimension. Even here today, these are grown men. I've been telling you about them all day. They're all older than me. Who do they knock on the door to talk to police? Now, know my story this year. Do you think I'm the type of nigga who want to talk to police? You gotta face your fears every day, Captain. Do you understand everything? How it goes from syncing just the time on your clock. And I've been seeing angel numbers all weekend, all of them. But on top of the angel numbers, all of them, then you stack up all the other variables, and it's quantum, it's entangled, it's corresponded. It's all of that shit is moving with you. Abraham Hicks alludes to it, the vortex, if you will. Well, if you take the matrix concept with the vortex conception, you understand that your thought and your energy and your attitude and your mood creates a vortex that seems to be magnetic and also be able to propel as well. It can do both. It can attract dumb shit. It can push dumb shit away. It can attract good shit, and it can also push good shit away. A lot of good people have that polarity thing. They can't receive good shit for some reason. Trauma stories, we get it, but those are different quadrants of the same two functions of a battery, positive and negative, right? Punch square shit. Same fucking story. We start building fucking Rubik's Cubes after you learn how to play Connect 4. But you can do more than 4, you understand? Like, that's dimensional. The Rubik's Cube changes dimensions from tic-tac-toe. It changes dimensions from chess, but fundamentally, you're playing a versus. Right? You're out thinking. You're trying to predict. In fact, you're trying to imagine if you can figure out the math and sequence to victory, but in fact, you also have to predict that your opponent is going to lose against you. It's a binary function by itself. So it must be a quantum mentality. We must have a quantum subconscious or a quantum pineal gland, obviously, because it's always a triple entendre. It's just that third stair of the pyramid, or that third degree of its masonry, isn't revealed to the profane because the society doesn't speak or teach on it. I too fucking bad, bitch. On my grandfather King James and shit. This shit ours anyway. I want to tell it to whoever the fuck I need to tell it. But not only am I going to tell it like I'm selling a book for you to join my course, I'll show it to you and I'll put it on video and upload it and hit save. And then I'm stuck looking at it here like a goddamn slave like, what the fuck's going on with me, boss? To God be the glory, though. Man, I'm back. Can you hear me? Everything is frequency, King Lemuel. You got it, man. That always triggers a worldwide deja vu. Or that video comes to my mind every time a jump happens and I usually retune my ears to a new location. Police sirens on top of that to triple confirm it. Yeah, during the video. Hence why music is the first initiation. How well you can hear the sounds. It's not all say it's all sounds the same. It's all the same, so who cares? Yeah. You gotta be able to hear. And you gotta be able to not just hear the sounds, but differentiate the timbres or the frequencies between them. Like the difference between the open hi-hat frequency and closed hat frequency and a cymbal frequency and a splash. And like, you know they serve function on a drum, but why do they serve function? But you see them on a graph, you can see their function through frequency. And then deduce any math or logic from that for your own taste. But the math, your reference point doesn't change. It's 10K no matter what, bitch. Stop fucking playing with me. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if it sounds like that, it's gonna have 10K and 11K and 13K in it. It is. It just is. Whatever that means to you, that's a fact. Quantum entangled into whatever decision you make about that sound and shit. Same thing with every other thought then. If all thought is a side effect of frequency. Pulse, frequency, thought, emanation, projection, magnet, attract or reject. Ones and zeros in your mind. Free will. You choosing one frame at a time. You can pour your energy that way, or you can pour your energy that way. That's where your will is, anyway. So your free will is saying that you get to choose between on and off, left and right, hot and cold, up and down. That is not to choose or say that you have control of what's next in the train tracks. Free will is just whatever train track you're on, when it's time to make a left or right, you choose left or right. You do not get to control, well, if I went left instead of right, or what shows up at the end of right, or pontificate on what's on the rest of left and you wish you took left. That's not this game. That's not how that works. Not if it's quantum and not if it updates in semi-real time for most things. And just to see how silly this conversation is with the thoughts were accounted for, it'll happen. And you can miss it, right? You get caught up in the sirens and the action and the messiness of the police or the laughter, because the police thought it was funny when I came downstairs. Like, everyone was all lighthearted and jovial all of a sudden. And I'm a big black guy with a fucking bandana on talking to them, and they might think I'm Tupac. With this old white guy falling apart in front of his Mercedes-Benz. Can you imagine the confusion on my face if I was in 2010? Let alone when I was 10 in 1998. Like, do the science again, part 3 with no plates. Over and over and over again, so. You know, it'll spin. Chakras. All in one day, man. You hope that you can spin cooler variables to mean something else, you know, that way you're trying to build. Nah. That's what I found out this year. That's what the secret is. That's how you build what you want to build. Yep. That's initiation. I give you the cliff notes, or the spark notes, so you ain't gotta read too many books about it. There's that little ability to document this and talk about it and share it with people. That's another act of metaphysics in itself, right? That's another universal law. So I'm invoking as much energy frequency from myself as I can by doing this. In this type of example, at least. So I'm amping up, I'm looping, I'm causing cycles, I'm causing saturation of a signal, if you will. By talking about it, by channeling it, by being it, by sharing it with people who are interested in it, talking about it, it's in the presence. Two or more come together. It is in the midst. For sure. Trying to identify something that's above our 3-dimensional senses and 5th-dimensional awareness. It must be higher than that, but it somehow has a phantom of itself from a higher dimension showing up as a shadow or inverse in this dimension, in which our subconscious or pineal gland is able to quantum entangly interact with telepathically without seeing a physical manifestation of it working until it manifests seemingly randomly when you're trying to manifest bacon and pork is knocking on your door and it has nothing to do with you, and then someone older than you is talking about it, telling you to go knock on the damn three little piggies, and you're talking to them now, and which part of this equation is true? And you're like, yo. That is what, and that's that little sequence right there is the trend. It's trust building. It can't. I don't think. It depends on what you want, I should say. I don't think you can wield this awareness and what it comes with when it starts to work for her, like work in a selfish way, because it works selfishly too. But I tell you, I don't know why I have that code, but I have a code to approach it with caution and to apply whatever joke of concept that I have for honor and integrity. Whatever I think that is, to apply it to it, because when you realize something's happening or it works or something works, or even if your prayers are answered, any dimension of it, right? Some seemingly greater, more frequent than others, if you will. But you know there's an it there, there's a something there, right? And what I'm telling you is once you learn other thought patterns and disciplines and read and learn and hear from others and apply it to yourself and see how it sprouts for you, must receive, right? When you see your forest start to grow, there's a point where, for me, it kicked in early. I just didn't know what to do with it. But you realize really quick that if it works at all, then it's not for you. I was like, Jesus Christ, bro. We can't have anything. Not even like one of the coolest insights or awarenesses in this world. I say that to say because I'm thinking about math. Like, how would you balance something like that? Because that's easy to corrupt. I can imagine it myself. But the people that I know that are reprobate on purpose with that type of awareness and gift and access and authorization, and it happens according to them. Oh my God. A few can, but not the ones. I'm thank God it wasn't. None of the people I knew for real have a clue. So to even have that awareness and have to apply some type of self-regulation of what you think honor integrity is, I think is more of a testament to how strange it is for it to not necessarily be you. I think my passive respect and fear of whatever this interaction is I don't want to use the word dangerous, but there's a caution sticker on it that I can sense without even knowing what it is. And the Bible's like, fear God. And I don't think people know what fear is, let alone what the fear of God is, if they don't know what a God is. But if I had to take a shot at it, if I had to fear something about it, I'll tell you this, by default settings. Even the crafts and shit are scary when you see them in real life. I ain't fucking around with that shit. Nah. I ain't got no delusion about me and this bitch. It's just curious. That even in this mean-ass time zone as green as Greenwich, that I can think about UFOs and they'll show up on me. Nigga, what the? Nah, nigga. On YouTube TV, on live, and I got it recorded. Come on now, and I got it on the DVR replaying my shorts for real. I can't do nothing. I ain't found that book to read yet. They ain't get that far. They don't let us live that long for real. It's a miracle I'm even fucking alive still with these niggas. They fucking track history in recent time. And I think that's why it's scary. Because it's almost like you don't feel like you're supposed to be here. Like, you know how it's like some people feel like they're born in the wrong era, like more traditional or more old soul. I feel like that sometimes about social things. But I feel more like I'm in the wrong life. Like my character type doesn't make sense for life. Like it doesn't make sense for these circumstances. Like it's too much awareness, too much of this, too much of that for this to be what it is. And then, you're just gonna die either way. Like, you know what I'm saying? To exist in that paradox. It's weird. It'll fuck with you a little bit if you let it. But if you tune into it anyway and you build the pyramids with it like starts to show you. It starts to do it more often. And it took me a very, very, very long time to understand that it's functions, thus their combos, thus their succession, thus its momentum. It's Mortal Kombat, test your might. You're building up. Trust. You have to become a trusted source, as within, so without. Just like them websites. Are you sure you want to enter? Is it a trusted source? How the fuck am I supposed to know the answer? Yes, I need something on this website, bitch. You don't give people what they want. You have to present to people what they need. They'll even continue on the website that's telling them this SSL certificate is not complete. Don't you buy things on eBay on this computer? You still want to go? No, it's not that I want to go. Is this website got something I need? A couple of download links. I don't care if Kazaa makes my computer bleed. I need it. Just loop it up again one more time. Part 10. I'm Johnny Cage in them, right? I know. And what I'm saying, the orange cat is back and now the pigeons are gone. What the fuck is going on in this universe? I said that earlier, but it's nighttime, I guess. Like, now he out here hungry. Goofy as hell. He's probably inside at someone else's house all day in air conditioning and shit. Probably fed already, and then he let his ass outside again. Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying? Even the cat lives in 2 dimensions. He's outside hunting pigeons and stalking the night, but all day he's missing. Like, he's inside. He a vampire at the night, so in the Gorgola. This guy. And the pigeon survived. It started was pre or post Cobb. I saw that pigeon 4 days ago. Been talking about pigeons and doves online. A pigeon in my eye, right there. I see him. Looking like he light leaking. Like he might die soon. I think something wrong with his beard. Then the cat gets him a day later. And he hops back and flies and lands right in front of me to say, hey, nigga took all of my ass feathers, but I'm still here. Because your new life will damn near cost you your old one. That pigeon in his own life is a paradigm shift because he's missing all those damn feathers. And he was just traumatized by a cat. And it caused me to have a parallel paradigm shift because now I'm deducing the meaning of the symbolism of doves, pigeons, cycles, cats, Egypt, America, beset, and what all that means. And to watch it play out in front of you. And to invoke what it means for beset to show up, to be in a stream where I'm describing the symptoms of beset showing up. Or Sherogolf and Oblivion. You understand everything eventually. On Salem. Assalamu alaikum. Salem the cat and Sailor Moon, man. I'm a sailor on the Sailor Moon. If this is Europa, ain't I? On Moors I am. If I'm a Moor in Europa, I'm a Sailor Moon, ain't I? And then you just quantum entangle it to anime. You're like, these Japanese people know something, Japef, don't they? I would be Sailor Moon. I would be a Moorish sailor on Europa. On Sir Knight John Smith's grandson, Sailor Moon. Be damn Sailor. Assalamu alaikum. Pass the bacon, my nigga. You loop it again. They said they put the demons into the angels, into the bacon and the pigs. They drown them. That's why you can't eat pig. Nigga, we know how to cook. We got microwaves. All of those things are dead. I'm telling you. You'll get parasites in your stomach. You got parasites in your vaccine. Make up your mind. Leviticus, Deuteronomy. Which one you wanted to do this time? And then you start to see how people just be saying shit outside of the fact you're figuring out something, and it helps you figure out something else. Something I wasn't paying attention to. I try to figure out how I can understand with life and how to do this. I didn't never really spend too much time thinking about anyone else ever not doing that. I thought everybody was doing this. Everyone's not even trying to do this? Wow, I'm a fucking weirdo. For you would be a peculiar people. What's peculiar about wanting to know the damn truth, though? What the fuck going on down here? Why all the shit I try to do sounds so fucking unusual? Kanye West's addictions. Like, everything that's supposed to be bad made me feel so good. Yeah. Why is everything they tell me not to do is exactly what I should? He said, I tried to stop, man. I tried the best I could, but what's your addiction? Is it money? Is it girls? Is it weed? I've been addicted to not one, but two, but all three. What? What happened to Kanye, man? If he could just stay on task for 4 more bars, he'd be legendary. But anyway, his setups are good. Addiction. Even he was asking it. Like, why am I compelled? Why is my signal crossed that I can be consciously aware of the wrong thing, but the wrong thing feels like the right thing to do? Why is that so default? You understand polarity and magnetism. So what's the problem? It or your magnetism? Boom, 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 boom. Is it people or is it your magnetism? Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, you're in this world, not of it. If you're not of the world, then its variables doesn't apply to you in that way. You're not a product of it because you're not of it. It's a law of gender. You can't change things. It's telling you you're not the same kind of thing. You're not the same kind of thing of the world. What is the world? Gross reality, physical, Tartarus. But you're not of it, correct? So you're in it. So you're in a world that you're not of. What does that mean? Is it as above or is it as below? Whichever it is, you're not on the same level. You're not in the same dimension as the world itself. Correct. That's why there's this sense of latency and buffer, which makes me ask again. Is it precognitive or postcognitive? Even if you're not going to still in the 5th dimension, is it because there is no before and after from where you're thinking from? And then you start getting into D-Wave with D-Wayne about quantum computing. That's exactly how they describe it, don't they? I know. They access a different dimension in which I guess the timing or the sequence order does not matter because it's cyclical. And if you can get better aware of the fact that cycles are not even in their spiral, and their spiral changes directions in intensities, then you can understand that the same thing happens in the timeline itself. And then the same way that people bet on crypto charts, or the same way that people look at charts and graphs to make new patterns in order to figure out the best timing of something, all of that is a 2D illustration of the gift of prophecy too. They parallel each other. They're similes at the very least. They're not the same thing, but they're very similar. That's how I would describe it too. It's like real-time graph plotting based on how frequency feels about the subject or words. Like, oh, that feels like that'll land here one day. So that's a long bet. That's a short. No, that ain't a short. That's the other one. All right. Where's your loss little threshold? Yeah. I don't know what that's called. The prerequisite is being accountable. And the crazy thing about our society having the narcissism face off is that the prerequisite for what I'm talking about is self-accountability. That's what initiates you. Once you go from groupthink to solo think to not blaming the groupthink and to owning your own think, so much so to take control of your Gundam wing, and then you reorder your coordinates accordingly. And you stop turning back around like you Sarah, or unless you're a Saracen, like that Libyan desert glass behind you is fucking up your imaging. Objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. I know. But you're supposed to be looking forward, thus. It's like, even those stories in the way the Bible is, people debate the truth or God, if these people are these people. No, listen to the fucking bars in this book. You fucking nerds is fucking up the message, trying to fuck up who's the messenger anyway. What the message say? That shit was bars, boy. They've been cooking for how many years? Y'all lying and saying this is 6,000 years old? They've been cooking for 6,000 years, yo. On my granddad. That's crazy. We've been cooking for some time. You don't know that. That's crazy. But anyway, where was your granddad 6,000 years ago? Why isn't he with my granddad? You're here with me. Law correspondence broke sometime. Oh, you wasn't there, part 3. Okay, I understand everything about new roots in the tree. All right. Come on, too. Anyway, they'll get their Bobby Hemmings one day. I'm just a witness to the fact that enough of our ancestors were not capped. they were trying to tell you something about how it's okay that this reality is a simulation or whatever the fuck you think it is. The problem is with most people who get famous or make money doing these conspiracy woo-woo subjects is, I don't think they're operators. Because it wouldn't be Terminator and Judgment Day if you just solve for this part of the Rubik's Cube. What the fuck does some bitch-ass nigga agenda got the fuck to do with me? If God be for me, who be against me? What does that mean? I'll soften that. Ultimately, do you believe that your mind changes reality? So why do you mind the people who are not aligned with the reality? Why do you mind what anyone else thinks? If the only thing that needs to change is the way that you think. So you'll notice that in our society, people mask up and get degrees and, level up in society according to external validation mechanisms or considerations even. I want to make sure I look a certain way when I go out in public. Less now, but it comes from this generation, right? To the point where what I'm talking about, it does not require a cosign. The only cosigner involved is it, and it is God. If God is your cosigner, who's going to deny your fucking approval? You can use that same metaphor and simile in so many different useful ways of understanding things. Most timeless things follow that. This is timeless math and science. This is from the Hermeticists, Egyptians, and Atlanteans, and whoever else wasn't even trying yet. Like, we're here today and witnessing it in 4K, on loop, on YouTube, on a black crystal, some crazy nigga in the desert, with a bandana on and a missing feather. The end. Now imagine trying to explain that shit to somebody 20 years ago. That's how trying to find out what the future is feels like. Describing something you haven't seen yet sounds pretty chaotic. Until you see it. You go, okay. I see what shape that tried to make. Okay, I'll fine-tune event. I'll fine-tune next time. And the next time turns into 40 years. And then I don't even give a fuck no more. I'm not trying to fine-tune none of that bullshit. And then it's like, that's a code word secret handshake for, oh, you get it, you're ready. And then you ain't gotta figure out no more. Then the shit just starts following you. And you're like, a day late and a dollar short. So you wait until I'm old and washed up and don't give a fuck about that no more to bring it up. Ain't that a fucking reoccurring pattern in this? It's important not to get hung up on that stare. That catching up thing that happens, you get at a certain degree, and then the usefulness of it decreases because the situation changes. Then you climb something else, and then as soon as it's your turn, it collapses again, and then you gotta climb up again. That's discipline. That's not life. That's not the way life is. That's the way life is when you're being initiated, yes. That's not the way life is for most people, though. I can tell you, I would have heard about it. I listen to everything else they say. So yeah, life doesn't always troll you to the next dimension the way it does us. But I'm understanding that that's what initiation is. Trust issues. Can you trust the process? No Embiid, right? Can you trust that this is leading you to the right way? Even when you don't get what you think you want. And then I told you the best drug dealer for the dopamine chasing people in these spiritual degrees would be God, right? And he's not trying to give you what you want. He's trying to lead you to what? What you need. And then my whole video loops all over again. Right there. It's the Rubik's Cube. It's like how rappers rap freestyle for real. But that, it becomes easier when you know the function, when you know the sequence, when you know the patterns. That's all I be trying to explain to people. I think that's what I want to get across to others, is I want to be able to learn how to verbalize this better so that other people can hear it and imagine it and then apply it, and then boom, it unlocks the rest of that ladder for them. Pretty much, that's all I need to do. That's all I care about. Is unlocking these ladders and these gates or these bridges for other people. It might just be, you know what I'm saying, right there knocking on the door, but like, there's no answers yet. I know. Have fucking fun. Get used to it. I'm going to document, or I have documented for years, so other people can get used to it when it's their turn. Some motherfuckers don't think they crazy and need medicine and shit. You can do it without marijuana too. That just works for me because I can get a little angry real quick, and that's dangerous. But if I wasn't dangerous in a hostile territory being a black guy in America, I wouldn't need that either. But you know what I'm saying? You gotta adjust my character, nigga. That's it. But I'm in the same story. Same story with my micro adjustments on my local variables to help me get through to the other side of it. No way I'm Frank. That's it. Let me get to the other side of the attic real quick. If I'm Frank, you feel me? Freestyle, man. That's all it is. It's creativity. It's brain, it's left and right brain coherence too, right? By talking about math. By talking about frequency. Yep. That proves to you what the subject is. It's the manipulation of frequency, period. Metaphysics. Physics is the observation of frequency, and frequency is the effect of thought. Substance of the things unseen, the shit I can feel, the substance of things hoped for, the idea that it gives me until it appears physically. It's that post-cog or pre-cog if you need to build it. All of it sounds like it's precognition, and there is no such thing as post-cognition. Because that would be impossible if we just manipulated time in this damn video. You know what that means? Then the idea about prophets are wrong. That is not why they were killing prophets. They weren't killing prophets because we could tell the future. They were trying to kill prophets because they could tell the future. You saw how I said the same things twice and it meant two different things? That's magic. That's black magic, by the way. See, I catch it so I can teach people to detect it when other people use it. But it's slick just like that. I said the same thing twice and it meant two different things. There's a double entendre, but I said it twice. It was redundant too, so it cancels it out if anyone just repeat it, right? But I said the same phrase twice and it meant two different things. Rhythm, function, sequence, patterns, like combos on Tekken, right? Square, square, then triangle. It's not square, 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 circle, then triangle to get the same move. No. That's the magical part of our family, or the language, or the frequency of thought. Once you understand that this shit is clicked like that, it'll keep showing itself to you. Because now I'm tapped into that frequency, right? I'm not always in that frequency though. Mana restores stamina. You know what I'm saying? The human vessel isn't always operating there. With a society pulling you down. With your friends, you know, your diet, all these other things. These are debuffs. But you still have to keep climbing, right? That's persistence. That's faith. That is the trust issues that you're building. It's very military-like, I'll be honest. And then as soon as it starts getting good, you start getting happy and excited, and you feel light, and then that shit smack you down again. And then all of a sudden you're in the darkness still, and you feel that heaviness on you still. Although you know the answers, like you know how to get through it, but you're like, it feels dark because it's like, I was just at the light, and it knocked me down again, bitch. Like, this ain't fun for nobody. Oh, all this healing and lesson learning. Nah, nigga, I ain't signed up for that. Correct. Free will does not rhyme with did God fucking ask you. I know, it's brutal. That's what it means to be drafted. Yeah, you just signed up for all that fucking verbal abuse or everything else, the grazing and shit, and all the weird gay shit. Like, you didn't sign up for that. You're trying to serve your country. What kind of service were you providing to your servicemen? Because I don't like those phrases. That's black magic. On some mentor shit, that's some black magic. On some minotaur shit, that's some bat magic. Don't you send your little boys down there? You can say one thing and it sounds like another, like read and read. Past tense, future tense, and a color. Quantum, it spins depending on how fast you say it. It'll trigger the color still. Oh my God. Did you read your mail? Yeah, you saw it warning in red letters. Word. It said that they reminded you a long time ago. Did you read that other letter? I thought I had read it, but I wasn't ready yet. This is a final warning in red letters again. Yeah. Because our language is allowed to do that, to tell a story without using more vocabulary, people be saying they understand certain things that people are saying they really don't understand if they cannot follow the rhythm or the math of that equation. Most people don't, by the way. You tell that with foreigners who have to code switch from their native tongue into English, that they miss that. They miss the rhythm of our language. So what they're trying to say is not what they say. And you got to stop and listen to every word. And then your brain makes a new sentence and you go, oh, I believe they are trying to say this. And then you just let them talk in broken English because now you have a working model of where they're trying to go. Not because you understand them any clearer. Same story, part 10. So if you have to do that with foreigners, what's more foreign than it? Ain't no speaking no English. It only speaks in frequencies and vibrations. Understand everything. You can sign up for that. What the fuck is it? First things first, it don't exist. All we ask is trust, right? Of course you wouldn't find no fucking books about it. Because this ain't that anyway. That's what I've been trying to tell the people. If it ever happens to you one day, this ain't nothing that they talked about. This ain't that. It sounds like that. It's a metaphor. It's similar. Just like how the Bible ain't literal, I guess. What I'm talking about is literal. It ain't what they've been talking about, literally. Literally what it's like is not what they talked about. It's literally like you don't have a choice. Once that initiation starts, you can't get, it's blood in, blood out. You have no chance. You have no choice but to grow. You have no choice but to move forward. You have no choice but to detach. You choose maybe how long it takes before you get with the program, but that train gonna move with or without you. Paradigm shift, paradigm shift, paradigm shift. And you can try to hold on to negative energies and vibrations in the old world and how you be disenfranchised and everything's unfair. But eventually, you have to break out of that cold sweat and that nightmare and open your eyes and try to at least take a shower and go outside again. You have to climb out of that Dante's Inferno or that Plato's, allegory of the cave, or grab yourself out of this pit. Eventually. And it's only so long you got before it make you. And I don't know what it's like if you don't do it, because I've been paying attention so far, so I can't give you the game facts on what happens if you don't go with it. But I could deduce. That's not 100 proof either. I can just assume some shit about it. But I tell you what, I ain't trying to find out. That's how I know you fear God for real. If you fear God, you ain't going to fucking debate whether or not if that was the right thing, even if you don't do it. It's like our self-accountability operating system that comes with this is different. You can still do the wrong thing, but the difference is you know you did the wrong thing. Whereas other people do the wrong thing and justify it by making it seem like the wrong thing they did was not a wrong thing, thus they did not do nothing wrong. No, I did a wrong thing in my own operating system, and it was the wrong thing, but I wanted to. Everything that's supposed to be bad made me feel so good. Part 2, no Kanye though. But everybody else, narcissists, will take the bad thing and then like gaslight you to make the bad thing seem like a good thing. Therefore, the bad thing never happened and you just hallucinated it. No. I did that bad thing because motherfuckers had me fucked up in a bad way. So I did the bad thing to a bad thing to be a bad mind thing. It's just a bad mind thing. Ain't everybody in a bad mind here. Do you understand anything about bad timing? Don't make me tighten my belt. So understand everything. So they're not the same type of things. although they might use the same variables. Black magic. Religion sounds like what I'm talking about. The Bible sounds like Christians. It's some of these as fuck, but they're not metaphors and they're not the same thing. A lot of times it'll be an antonym. That's a really good double entendre or something subversive, like, passive aggressive or dry humor. You use all the words that mean a really natural, neutral thing, but you know that the timing of it insinuated an insult. Oh, God bless your heart. How's that sassy? Read it. God bless your heart. During a time of COVID and myocarditis, you want people to bless their hearts. But what if someone's grandma from North Carolina said that to your ass? That bitch just called you retarded. You could tell a person that that's what that means, but they wouldn't have the context. How does she use that to know that she's calling you retarded? How do you know that she's calling someone retarded by not calling them retarded by saying bless your heart? Third party, you have to witness her, listen to somebody else, tell a retarded fucking story, and for it to end with bless your heart. Then you have to witness her do it again with someone else who ain't that damn smart, and her for to go say bless your heart. And then you meet her friend group, and you in church or at the fucking Waffle House or at the grocery store, and then you see these catty old women talking about bless your heart, talking to the goddamn cashier that look kind of like he kind of slow or he missed some social cues. So bless your heart is a spectrum insult. But they're saying it in the glory to God and the blessings be upon you. Bless your heart. Do they mean that? Is that an attack? Or is that bougie? Is that arrogant? Is that good? Is that bad? Is it, and you see all those questions you have to ask? You have to assume what the intention was. Why do you have to assume what the intention was when a nice old woman says, bless your heart? She's being sweet. She was being nice. You know how she is. But why do you have to assume 5 different variables to figure out whether or not that bitch hit you or not? All she said was, bless your heart. With the parentheses implicates God, Christianity, bless your heart, and the fact that she was being passive-aggressive and ironic, calling your ass kind of slow, stupid, or retarded. You're 3 steps before getting on her nerves, in fact, if you see the rest of these storylines. Okay, what have we learned? They didn't learn that from the Bible or being slaves on a goddamn plantation with Christians. Why do so many people use that type of attack in this language? What group or nationality or kingdom did those people come from? They start to understand everything. Everybody don't do that. Everybody ain't the same species. Same story, part 3. Here we go. Right? Everyone ain't the same species, but I've noticed that species does that right there. They use this very basic word, model, and language, and they say one thing. It lands exactly how I seen and heard that shit happen. On King James it does. And then I watch the dismay of people trying to figure out or laugh it off and I'm like, no, that shit is mad insulting. And people be like, blah, 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 it don't mean nothing by blah, blah, blah. Nuh-uh, she just said bless your heart. That can mean anything. Why do we say so many things that can mean anything? Because we're not dealing with the truth. So the fact that I have to guess and that it has to be deflected, flying monkey, and I have to be gaslit to imagine the proper polarity, but the context did not support that, you would choose a different language model. We're not stupid. We've seen 1,000 other people talk before. On top of that, we're learning in real time like some agents in a data center. On top of that, and we've seen these stories in the podcast. We ain't even got to be there no more. We're doubling down our acceleration and we're running out of novel data. Hence, we're having hyper-inflated novelty segments with nostalgia. And the cat's going crazy. Whatever, right? The sirens, the dogs, and the cats going off, part 5, as soon as you start stacking this shit up. So yeah, it is a tremendous discipline to engage in. I must warn everyone. Noticing shit, 3 a.m. style. It's like learning music production. Just by even being in proxy to this weird shit. It'll affect you where you stand right now. Just listen to my goofy ass. And y'all chatting amongst each other. It's still energy exchange through thought. So it's still telepathic, no matter what. It's just a channel. Get it? Same story. You're tuned into a channel. Can you imagine the science again? In all dimensions, Black Crystals, tune into a channel that's talking about channels that you can tune into. At this point in time in human history, can you fucking imagine? You would have told somebody this was possible 30 years ago. They say, your ass is retarded and crazy. Bless your heart. And that's how I sound to people when I talk about 30 years from now. And I have to remind people, I'm literal. I don't waste my time with making up shit. Like, for those things. Like, I got cooler shit to make up. I'd rather make music, though, if I make something up. Nah. I can feel it before I can, you know what I'm saying? It's a feeling. It's a pulse. So it's a feeling that's outside of space-time. So it's it's my body encoding a hyperdimensional transmission or signal through my nervous system that is precognitive. And then if I change my thought about its impulse, I can make a modification. Then it's post-cognition, I think. I don't fucking know, man. I'll land it one day. They ain't a kickflip. That's a 360 flip, boy. That's a 3-6, man, right there. That's a 360 right there, boy. That's a tray flip right there, boy. That's different than a kickflip. You need some speed and some height for a tray flip, boy. Oh my God. I'll land that tray flip one day. I don't know if it's pre and or post cognition, but we got the keys to cognition fresh out of the kitchen on the King James Bible in 2025. I barely fucking get it. For a book to be so old about the same fucking thing. Add that to the fucking grits. That people forget about it over and over again through time. Yeah. That must be initiation. You cannot join the thing. You can't just pick the mafia, right? The mafia calls you. You can't join the Illuminati. The Illuminati recruits you. So how can they join Christianity if it's based on the Bible? You would have to be recruited. You would have to be chosen. You would have to actually be partnered up with and have kids. I think that's the point of it. But on the esoteric side of it, you can't just get it. It don't matter if they put it on the internet, a TV, or anything. That's why I don't understand why they be going after people and doing all these secrecies and oaths. Because if you're doing what I think you're doing and you're trying to access to the channel I think you're trying to access, it does not require anyone else to believe you or give a fuck anyway. You're just doing a solid for the people who take it serious. But they decided not to be cool about that. Instead, they sabotaged us. Good. That means we needed more resistance to climb higher than they bitch ass. And did. Whatever they use that mean to do harm, I will use for your good. I will curse those who curse you. How do you curse those who have cursed you? Third party shit. I'm going to curse those who cursed you. How do I curse those who cursed you? By blessing you. By blessing you, they will be cursed. Same story, right? You see how the polarity changes? I'll curse those who will curse you. Will sound like, ooh, witchcraft. Oh, God's going to do something terrible. You get all the little sassy girls on there like, oh, you didn't get cursed in your health and blah, blah, blah. No. Goofy asshole. You curse someone with a curse by blessing them. You kill them with kindness. So you curse a curse. Opposites attract like magnets. You curse a curse by blessing it. Oh my God. I'm going to bless the object of their curses. That's how I curse them with a curse again. They're trying to curse them to knock their blessings, and they're trying to steal their shine. So if you're trying to steal my shine, how do I curse you? By shining too bright to where you can't see me, baby. I ain't got to kill you so you can't see me. I ain't got to turn your lights off to turn mine on brighter, nigga. See how polarity is different? But you can say the same thing and mean two different things in two different directions. This language is fucking useless for telling you the truth about something, isn't it? Exactly. Back to the first goalpost. In King James English, mind your own business on copper pennies. This is not a business language. It's absolutely a Rubik's Cube of language. It's like it's almost created for you to do wordplay. It's created for you to create entendres and it's almost created for you to create better conversations and stories in order to trigger more wider imaginations about the story. It's almost like it's made for Shakespearean shit, minus the Shakespeare shit. But that style of alliteration comes from the way you can do that with words. Poetry, perfect example. You grew up in hip hop and rap part two, same story. That is That's what that is. In the beginning, God said. You have to say what you believe and believe what you say. Be impeccable with your word. The 4 agreements, right? It just keeps looping. It's the same lesson through all ages. People are not getting that formula right, that's all. Not enough examples in before and afters, that's all. But we'll be the first generation. Shout out to YouTube, part 5. We get to see it unfold in real time and corroborate it with other people saying, yeah, me too, part 5. I'm noticing all that shit. Yep. And my homeboy said this shit. And I was outside in this chick. And I was hanging out with the kids in the school and the students and all this shit. And then I noticed that on my algorithm and shit. No, yeah, all the woo-woo people, they talking some new shit. And even astrology people pulling out different tarot cards. They understand it's all an illusion. Boom, 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 more Truman Show. Boom, 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 more Matrix. God damn it, they write and watch Akira or maybe get to Westworld one day. We wouldn't have to do Ghost in the Machine on a Monday. I told you, Japheth already told us. He already gave us a language model. Why? Was that pre-cognition or post-cognition on the Yakuza Society's part in this? You know, another one of those secret occult families of gangsters. You start to see a fucking pattern emerging. Yeah, so money laundering or something. On Dragon Ball Z, right? On Pokemon Cards Part 3. Money laundering or something. And this year, Japan has a new problem. You can no longer use Japan to money launder. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Gotta know your customer well. Japan has shut down its ports for money laundering. Ain't that a bitch? Crypto went boom. Crypto is quantum entangled to money laundering? Who would have ever fucking guessed this? Part 2. Like, it's all a sequence from one word. So you're actually trying to get in sync and alignment with what you think about and what you talk about, what you see and what you respond to. Like you're like I said, we had those video games where you have to like line up the things like NBA 2K, the old ones where you got the cross, you got to stop in the middle and it's got up and down, you got to stop in the middle. Like, it's more like that. Because it's a law of rhythm and a law of polarity. So it's going to be ingredients. You have to align them. The variables, the syncs, the times, the colors, the sirens, the chirps, your hunger, all of, bro, I'm telling you, it's not one thing or the other. The spiritual thing is not the angel numbers. That's your tuner. That's your antenna noticing shit. The spiritual thing is not the message you get even. Because what gave you a message? Who is the messenger? Why would the messenger be bothering you? Why would you think you can interact with that such a messenger? Where did you get that from? Did you just make that up? You don't believe in God or the Bible or the books. So how are you talking to it? What is that from? You don't know what it is. Okay. But you know that it's there. All right then. Cool. Welcome to my TED Talk, part 3. It is real. Yeah. We're proof. This video is proof. This moment, November of 2025. All I gotta do is go back to the first video uploaded on this channel and just listen to the tone of me in the next couple of videos and the topics and see what it became today. So I know it's real. At the very least. Your new awareness will cost you your old awareness. Your new life will cost you your old life, meaning those are quantum entangled. Your life and your awareness. So you know your life changes in proportion to your awareness. Hence, in all you're doing, get understanding. Increase your wisdom. Because if you increase your wisdom, aka your ability to compartmentalize variables, the longer you live, or the more expansive your life is. Life is as wide as your awareness of life itself, right? We get routines and rituals, the work and the pipeline, paying bills and mating and all that stuff. But if that's all you consider, that's all this life is. But there's a bunch of other variables you can tap into, right? It just has an energy requirement. And what you have to do is, like, instead of trying to get more energy, you got to preserve the energy you got by getting out of the negative, shallow end of things, right? 2025, part 5. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's why some shit be falling apart. Because it's pulling too much of your energy, and you need more energy, or the energy you require for what you're trying to do, you can't do both at the same time. So you got to, like, offload some cargo to get your boat lighter so it doesn't capsize in a storm. Travel light. Bag lady, you gonna hurt your back if you carry those bags like that. Bags don't always be like disgusting, evil, fucked up, abusive things. Some bags can be just old, tired habits that came from being young-minded. Like going to the club every Friday. Bag lady, you gonna hurt your back. You always gotta go out and get dressed and be seen by the city, and you're like 38 years old. That's a bag by itself. You ain't always gotta be Tyrone on the phone trying to call you. It could just be the fact that you haven't grown up or matured in that area yet, because that's where you find the most value in yourself, and the entertainment and the engagement that you get in those dimensions. And I don't even know who I'm reading right now, but I can tell you I can access that dimension. On the fucking white noise in my left ear I can, right? That shit's at random to me. But it doesn't, but it won't always be, is my point. It's just like Elder Scrolls Skyrim. You gotta find the other dragon shells. Those are quantum equations. A, B's, and C's, ain't they? I know that's right. X, Y, and Z. On Mortal Kombat. I've seen it. And eventually, plot twist, universe. One song, one word. Eventually, you find the magic word. Abracadabra, hocus pocus. Eventually, you find the magic word. Thought, pulse, feeling that causes what you wish for, hope for, will for, what you imagine to instantly appear, correct? Like there's a secret catchphrase that the magician learns to say something, and as he says it, it appears physically, right? Yeah, and we already know that works because we do it casually. But imagine if you answer the knock and then you also got the password. And this is all alluded to in Oriental Moorish masonry. Like it's all through it. Like that principle, that is. Like that's what it is. It's like you think you're seeking something, but what you're seeking is seeking you. And when you notice the mirror effect, that what you're seeking is seeking you, then this, I guess, humbling thing happens where you realize it ain't you going to get it. It's it bringing you out of the mud. It's fishing for you. DreamWorks. I'm telling you, on the Mayan Angels, I'm telling you, like, it's fishing your soul out of the abyss. You just ain't haven't realized that you're in the abyss, apparently, if this part is the dream. If this reality is the illusion and everything ain't what it seems, then you are not in, that other dimension that we read about. No. You're definitely in the under dimension of some sort, right? On some Kabbalah tree of life shit. But all that means is dimensions and frequencies and energies, how you think about it, like how you think about it, where you actually are in the dimensions above you and how they relate to you. Once you know where you're triangulated, right? I know everyone got to join a religion or believe something. No, I ain't got to do all that. I see it in their drawings. I'm a fisher of souls on Jesus or something. But the Mayans drew it first on Hebrew Khan, where they get Jesus from. But you said Jesus don't exist because there's no J in Hebrew. Then why you keep giving my ancestors, the Indians, credit to a white boy named Jesus? Fucking listen to us. God damn, we was here, nigga. Anyway, so over here on ancient Egypt, on Mac, we like, you know what I'm saying? Like DreamWorks and shit, Dreamcatchers, like we on it. Dreams are nothing but visions. The difference is between a dream and your vision is which one did you pick? Which one is free will? So where do you get the dreams that come from that you didn't envision yourself? It's like you're on a network. It's like you're on file sharing, right? You'll dream about something totally else. You'll have something pop up in your mind and it wasn't yourself. You could be in the right environment at the wrong time and see it before it plays out. And they ain't got nothing to do with you do it. But you're a receiver, you're a tuner, you're an instrument. That's what the magic is. What makes you so fucking important? You can notice some shit, ass niggas, right? Like, I don't know. I thought we all was in on this. We were all a team pursuing happiness or something. I was putting cheat codes because I know motherfuckers is capping in this bitch. I can feel it. I don't know anything. I think I feel everything, though. I feel it enough to question it. And by questioning it, you demand an answer. Post-cog, pre-cog, if you get an answer, is a self-fulfilling prophecy? Well, if it's a self-fulfilling prophecy to get an answer to a question, does the answer change anything? If it does, how do you prophesy change? You don't prophesy change. You speak the change into existence, and the universe finds a way to make it happen for you. Trust. That can't be a game for us. Think about how dangerous that weapon is. Wow. To whom much is tested, much is given. You're just looking for assets in the wrong dimension. For we do not struggle against flesh, but powers and principalities in higher dimensions. So your battle is in a higher dimension. All right, what happens if you win a higher dimensional battle? You get higher dimensional access. Obviously, because battles in the context of a Bible is over territory. So if you're battling a higher force and nothing formed against you shall win, that means you constantly are up beating higher forces of thought, higher dimensions. Even if, and then the strategy is because you're fighting higher dimensional vibrations, thoughts and dimensions and interspecies and interdimensional occurrences, you then put your trust into what? The Lord, and Lord means law, universal law. So then you start invoking the Hermetic part of these principles, Hermes, who is just what? A son of Zeus. I know, ain't Jesus is? And then it loops. You get back to Hermeticism part 2, man. I think, therefore I am, nigga. Like, this ain't deep. This is science. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he, nigga. That's what it means. Why do we need a fucking philosopher degree if it's in the Bible in King James English already? That shit ain't deep, nigga. They make a whole college course about that goofy shit and still don't know what the fuck it means. Abracadabra. It is because you think it is. Part 3. Quantum entangled to the shit. On split electrons, part 3. The problem is you believe so many things that are not part of your frequency. Indoctrination, society. Indoctrination is like trying to force a tuned rate. It's like them installing a pirate radio signal on your hardware. Bitch, first of all, I'm an XM radio, not an AM. Exactly. Different species, different channels. Broadband, narrowband, all kinds of shit. Dogs can't see colors or something. I don't know. Color blindness in our species. Have you seen it? Boop. People don't even see the same colors of you, then you know they ain't see nothing else the same, nigga. I'll do it one more time. Do mushrooms one time real good if you want to. You'll see what I'm talking about. Mushrooms make you realize real quick your eyes are lying to you. Matter of fact, mushrooms make you realize your eyes will tell you whatever they want you to. Thus, if mushrooms are augmenting a frequency of mind, what if you figure out the thought to augment that same frequency without the mushrooms? And you know they do. And you know that's possible. Because you're a drug dealer. Your brain is producing the chemicals that cause the trip, not the mushroom. The mushroom is the authorization token to inform the brain to leak those chemicals into your, that whatever that network is of your hormones. It gives your brain permission to put in the nitrous oxide, but the nitrous oxide is already being produced in your brain. You just don't have the password to get it out, or thought, or religion, or system, or ritual, or degree, or diet, or whatever. But mushrooms will be like, hey, you remember? Network, neurons, repairs, connections, psilocybin. Yeah, it encourages your brain to become psychonautic. It in itself is not doing that. Your brain needs to produce that chemical. It's an allergic reaction, in fact, like marijuana is, like nicotine is. Because an addiction is what? Unhealthy, what do they call it? Codependence. Cool story, bitch. But you're also codependent on your interpretation of reality without it. Because your interpretation is based on your default chemicals, composition, deposition. You were born that way because your genetics. Ass niggas. So if you can change the brain results by changing the blood or genetics, what you're telling me is the bloodline determines the imagination in the brain itself. All right, then. Cool story. But don't miss it. Everybody don't start with the same ingredients for this pizza. Everyone kaleidoscope don't show the same shapes and same colors. Evidently. That's what makes it a quantum reality. So there have to be a polarity of fidelity and dimensions of, you would have to have a spectrum of inputs and quality buffers as well. But that means nothing outside of yourself. It's just a goalpost for where you fare. So it's more directional than it is about being better than something else. It's more about where you headed. Because you're not heading up, you're heading in directions. You're heading across from these people. Snowflake shit. You're building the same shape if you zoom out through space, right? You're all going to die and be buried in the same place. So understand that if you zoom out of this planet, you all die on this planet. You all get buried on this planet. You belong to this planet. All your base all belong to us, right? All right, then. So everybody go out the same way at the end of the day, and if their fetish about what hyperspace is the sun eats the earth one day, bitch, ain't nobody better than nobody. Everybody dead carbon molecule, bone, almanac, crystal that's left behind this human experience. Every last single one of us. Giant, small, black, white, smart, stupid. Everyone who's ever fucking existed ends the same way, in this same planet, in the same plane of existence dimension. So that cannot be the emphasis of what the progress is. If the progress ends in it ending its damn self, so what did you progress in something that's determined to end itself? Jesus. Woo! Exactly. They don't understand time and space. They're thinking that it's a beginning and end in progress, like a linear loading bar. It's not. It's a spiral staircase to heaven. It's Fibonacci, not point slope. It's a function, not a quote. It is a combination of variables. It is not a default sequence of the order of them. It is coded. It is designed. It was imagined to be so. Do you think they worried about the code, or did they worry about their fucking imagination? Got them. Patience is everything. You spend so much time trying to figure out the equations on how to do the right meditation, the right Pilates, the right breathing exercise, the right prayers, the right Hail Marys. And I'm going to say it one more time again because I've said the same thing this whole video, but before the battery dies, I'm going to end it like this. All of that discipline and training and W missions, and they call it snipe hunting for understanding this, ends in the same thing that it begins in. Faith, question of faith. Do you believe it possible? Then that's it. All of the books, all the disciplines, all the initiations of people is all just to get you to convince yourself to believe that it is possible. It is real, so that if it is real, it is possible. And if it is possible, what do you have to do to invoke it? Use your imagination properly. The end. On King David, no vain imaginations. That's all I ask you over and over and over again, correct? Adjust your attitude, your mentality, your imagination. And then all these things will be added unto you. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, right? Kingdom of heaven is inside of you, right? Heaven inside of your mind, pineal gland, at the crown of your consciousness, right? Be impeccable with your word. That means be impeccable with your thoughts. And align the coherence of your brain with that in which you intend. All right? You start to become a co-creator with it, and you don't control it. Hence, you should fear it, because you can fuck that equation just like you can fuck up by putting the fucking metal in your microwave, nigga. Doesn't mean that the microwave was trying to kill you, but you should be careful with it, right? Caution sticker, nigga. So you go through all this rigmarole to do the same thing it's always been. Have your childlike nature. We used to make, pretend, and imagine, but now with the gnosis, experience, and wisdom, that there's something to it a little bit more serious. And you want to fine-tune it by following these rules and these laws in order to not offend or cause strife in anyone else's equations. You're trying to navigate through a society in which your wishes are manifested by still maintaining limited contact in order not to get caught up in the narcissistic drama of competing and controlling everybody else's mana and imagination, correct? I know. But government means mind control. And look how these niggas don't pay attention to the logic down here. Why are y'all still doing this? In 2025, year of our Lord Omnisphere 3. Stop talking to me. So anyway, on a quantum EM degree, you just have to, like Barney said to you niggas, use your imagination. Because they are. They've been misusing our vain imaginations. And it's our fault, absolutely. You gotta take accountability in order to understand that if it's your fault that they manipulated you, then it's also your fault when you correct it. It's also your fault to take your power back. It's also your fault when you get your power back. It's also your fault when you get your power back, you end up changing the Sour Patch experience of your life, in fact. It's your fault that you waited. The end. Quantum accountability. It's not so that you can feel bad and be celebrated or you worrying about everyone's going to stomp you out like a scarlet letter. No. Quantum accountability is giving you permission to change it. You're being accountable to the change log. How did you fuck up this equation? I did the wrong fucking input. Okay, I did it. I'm the one who imported that for X or red variable. All right, I did not anticipate to get that. Does that make me a bad person? Bitch, is there such thing as a bad math equation? I don't fucking know. Fix it. Since you're accounting accountability, you're dealing with math anyway. Where the fuck did we get feelings at? And interpretations. Accountability is about mathematically that A plus B equal a good outcome. If no, whose fault is that? Well, it's such and such. Let's do the math. If such and such enters this equation, does this output happen? Does this output happen without such and such? It still happens. So such and such is not the root problem. Yeah, but they made me feel a way and then I reacted. Oh, there we go. Operative word there. You reacted because of such and such. All right, so you'll put that in parentheses. Can that have happened and you not have reacted and give us a different outcome in this fucking parabola? Absolutely. But as soon as you start to see about the balanced equation, I'm like, I don't want to take no accountability. It can only be this one way to justify my actions of getting the wrong answer. Is it 3 or 33? Did you do 2 plus 2 times 8 minus 1? Did you do the parentheses first? Or do you do it like a calculator? Which answer is it? You see how you even get 2 different variables on the same fucking math equation between your logic and a calculator. And which one's right? All of them niggas wrong anyway. Base 9 math anyway. Talk about it anyway. See? You just keep stacking this shit. And you understand, like, that's the laughability about it. You're only as strong as your imagination. If you're being distracted, it's causing vain imaginations. If there's any muscle to tweak or practice, pause. It is your imagination. Childlike. Never lose your imagination. And guard your imagination. And do not waste your time imagining bad, false, or unworthy things. Let a man who is weak say he is strong. Well, before you say it, you have to think it. And you're going to clash. Cognitive dissonance if you're feeling weak. You have to do the math. And then say it anyway. Do it weak. Do it strong. Do it lost. Do it confused. Do it tired. You know that this is discipline because it's a mathematical function and not a feeling one. If you're talking about metaphysics, science. I save the drama and the religion for everybody else, man. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. But anyway, let's get out of here. 7 damn o'clock. We watched the replay on the next day. Shout out to Clathmatic. Shout out to Harut, Mr. Now, King of Well, Gorilla Gospel in the building. Everybody. Shout out to the brothers Kiroshin, Bars. I seen you. On Otto and Edith. All right, they got all the Lego pieces, but not the instructions, aka the intel. They weren't briefed. Exercise the brain. Los B. Oh, I see you, man. Oh shit, Los in the building. Oh shit, we about to start making beats again real fast. Ableton Live, I see you. Ableton Live on its way. I feel the vibes in here. It helps you live another day at the very least. It does. It's the Wise Penny. Because of the channels, because of the internet. No Gambino loop. Come on, Gambino. Come on, say it. On Tyler, creator of the Wolf. Let's do it again. Baking, you got me. Formula, first formulas. But yeah. New downloads everywhere, guys. Shout out to Siwi, shout out to Shogun. Make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe. Until next time on the black hand side and on the white hand side. I see you. Peace.